Please take your seats.
Please welcome Andreas Kosmida, Managing Director of the Falling Walls Foundation.
How is everyone doing this morning at Falling Walls Day number 3? Right. Okay, so I guess a lot of people had to sleep in a little bit and we overwhelmed you a little bit on our second day, which was already fantastic. So thank you a lot for being here on time. I thought maybe I can introduce some highlights of the day. Turns out it's 47 of them, so I guess I will just skip it. We prepared a wonderful buffet, I could say, of exquisite debates and interesting challenges and ideas to be discussed today, and I'm extremely happy that you are all joining to partake in these debates. Nevertheless, maybe one overarching issue that will be highlighted in many sessions this morning, this day, the question of international science collaboration obviously is a challenging topic with many sub-challenges, I might say, and I'm extremely happy that so many of you came from an international background to join us, because science is and science always will be an international endeavor, and we must do everything that we can to stick together as a community worldwide, despite all these geopolitically induced challenges, and I hope you share this goal with me. Right. So let's kick it off with the biggest elephant in the room, the transatlantic ones, and I wish you a great day here today at Falling Walls Science Summit Day 3. Enjoy.
Falling Walls Circle, Challenges and Foresight.
Welcome to the Falling Walls Plenary Table, the future of transatlantic science relations.
Okay, welcome everyone. It's wonderful to be here. First plenary panel of the day. And we have a very important topic, transatlantic relationship and how it's changing. You all know it's changing very rapidly. My name is Patrick Kramer. I'm a molecular biologist, and I'm currently serving as president of the Max Planck Society. Maybe to get us started, I can give you a few numbers from the Max Planck Society. Actually, the United States is our most important cooperation partner. If you look at what we're doing together with colleagues in the US, there's almost 1,000 ongoing research projects that we do together. Each year we publish about 4,000 papers together with American colleagues. And already now 10% of our directors actually have a US passport. So we were always very tightly connected to our friends across the Atlantic. And as you can imagine, now we are watching what's happening there with the new administration and how science is changing with great concern. It's the cuts, of course, which make things very difficult. But it's also that we feel when we talk to colleagues that many of them are intimidated. Many of them are unsecure about the future, about their own career, but also about their work. And this makes us sad. It causes a lot of issues in our collaboration. But I also think it will have many implications in the broader sense, how it will change how we do science. It will change how the world is working together on global challenges. But we do have so many challenges. Think about climate change. Think about demographic changes, biodiversity. There are so many issues that we have to address together. Also issues in the social sciences and so forth. That we do need to work closely together also in the future. And so what we want to discuss today with experts from both sides of the Atlantic, thank you all for coming, is exactly this. What is the current status? That will be our first round of these transatlantic relations. What is changing? And then in the second round, what about the future? what should we do provided that the situation is as it is? What can we do in order to advance global science? So let me introduce briefly the people who joined me here on the table. First of all, we have Robert Dijkgraaf, who is president-elect of the International Science Council and former Dutch Minister of Education, Culture and Science. Welcome, Robert. And then we have Pradeep Khosla, who is actually Chancellor of the University of California at San Diego, actually very big university. The budget is maybe 4 or 5 times of the largest German university. A warm welcome to you.
Thank you.
And then we welcome Bettina Martin. She is Minister of Science, Culture, Federal and European Affairs in the beautiful northern state in Germany of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Ibrahim Yimmer, who is Vice President Research of the National Research Council in Canada. Thank you for joining us. So I would really like to start, of course, with one of our American friends and colleagues, Pradeep, and ask you, first of all, what is the situation in Canada at the University of California right now? And also, how do the changes that you experienced over the last half year or so, how does that influence the way your university and the colleagues can interact with Europeans and collaborate?
So thank you, Patrick, and good morning, everybody, and it's a great honor to be here. So let me just say a few seconds about the University of California. It is the largest public university system in the US, with a total budget of about $55 billion, of which UC San Diego is one of 10 campuses, and we are more than $10 billion. So the 4 campuses that are really large in this system. So this system, it's actually amazingly, our claim to fame recently is in 3 days, we had 5 Nobel Prizes this year. 5 of the Nobel Prizes were from the UC system, right? So that is the powerhouse the UC system is, and that's the powerhouse that each one of our campuses is. Over the last 6 months, there has been a lot of, as you can imagine, angst in the country about what's happening to the universities. And I just want to say, I look at it slightly differently. I think there are 3 different things happening. One is there are individual universities that are being targeted for whatever reason. The second is something that people don't talk about, which is as we speak, as the government is closed, our research budget has not been approved. So what is called the discretionary spending of the US, the 9 bills that are pending are in this session right now, but the government is closed. In that budget, if we go with what the president has proposed, US would lose 50% of its research funding. And 50% of its research funding is actually a very significant number because the US government investment is about $120 billion in research, right? So I am more concerned. So vis-a-vis what is happening in the country, the UC San Diego has not been targeted, but UCLA has. But I'm more concerned about if this budget passes and we are cut 50% in the country, forget UC San Diego, we would take 20 to 30 years to come back to where we are today. And why is this significant to the US? Because if you look at post-World War II, this would fundamentally change the compact the US government had with the US universities, which is you do the research, we will pay you to do research, we will not build a parallel government infrastructure as big, which is very different than many of the European countries or Asian countries. And the US universities are powerhouses when it comes to research. So I think that's going to fundamentally change. I think our ability to produce PhD is going to change. I think our industry is primarily driven by science and technology. So the US S&P 500 market cap is close to $60 trillion, driven a lot by the PhDs and the masters and the undergrads, but primarily PhDs and masters generated out of the universities. That's going to go down, which is going to impact innovation in companies. The likelihood there'll be a $6 trillion company in the next 30 years, I think becomes close to very low, given where we are right now. So overall, I'm really concerned about how the investment, the research investment is going to fundamentally change the nature of the university, the nature of society, and the nature of the compact we have, and our quality of life. So that's my view right now. But having said that, the U.S. has gone through difficult situations in the past. It's always come back in a good way. So I'm still very bullish. I'm optimistic, but pragmatically pessimistic.
Well, thanks for these very clear words. And I mean, you confirm the concerns that I think we all have here. Let me turn to your neighboring country, North Canada. Ibrahim, you're in the Canadian Research Council. Traditionally, of course, the US must have been always your prime partner. But then Canada, of course, even with the French-speaking community, has very strong ties to Europe also. So you're in a special situation. How do you look at these developments that you see in the US, and how does that change the way the scientists or your organization are thinking about how to deal with these changes?
Yeah. Thank you, Patrick, and it's a pleasure for me to be here. Of course, I'm from the National Research Council of Canada, which is, most people mistaken us just as funding agencies, but we actually do also research and innovation, technological innovation. Of course, we partner with a number of US institutions, and as you said, with European institutions as well. I think the view from Canada is, I think, twofold. It depends which way you're looking, whether you're looking south or whether you're looking east across the Atlantic. The impression that we have, because of geography and history, we have got a lot of partnership with U.S. institutions. That is strained, obviously. It's the same way that you view it from here. We see pressure on academic freedom in the U.S., instead of creating some mobility of talent. I think we see that as actually a positive outcome, if you will, because research and innovation thrives on international partnership. You mentioned the Nobel Awards. If you look all of the Nobel Awards, the breakthroughs happen across borders and so on. So I think this brain circulation that we feel in the U.S. side can potentially be positive in the long term, as long as we maintain institutional relationships with the organizations. Now, if I look east, though, things look actually much more rosy because as you said, I think Canada has historical relationship with Europe. We share a lot of common values on academic freedom, on policy, evidence-based policy making, for example. And there is actually a lot of foundation to build on. Maybe since I'm in Germany here, I can probably point out that if you look at the S&T partnership between Germany and Canada alone, next year we will be celebrating 55 years. So there's a long tradition of it. So I think the view is, how do we actually even increase that? How can we actually go beyond that? And we are increasing this through, whether collaboration platforms. I would probably cite increasing our partnership in the Horizon Europe. Just talking, we became a partner in there on Pillar 2. NRC represents Canada in Robert's organization, for example. These are international organizations. And there is more like that, like Canada is part of the Eureka network, and we are also, part of the European Space Agency, for example. So we are increasing that partnership, I would say, in many ways. Here I am on my first time in Falling Walls. We like to enhance that, and I'm sure there is a number of Canadian science leaders who are here as well. So the view east-wide, I would say, is how can we actually strategically increase our, build on that foundation. But southwards, there's a lot of strain for sure, just like the way you view it. But I think I also take the positive aspect of it. In fact, the brain circulation eventually will benefit science.
Can I follow up with a question there? Because here in the press, there were several prominent cases reported where scientists, intellectuals would move from the US over to Canada and giving interviews saying that it was because of issues of academic freedom. I mean, this can be, of course, in the humanities, in the social sciences, but also earth system sciences and other fields. How do you deal with that? On the one hand, of course, you don't want to weaken your partner, the science in the US. On the other hand, if individuals say they have to leave, they cannot do their work anymore for whatever reason, could be funding, could be also that this kind of topic is not allowed or not supported anymore that they work on, and they come to Canada and they knock on your door. How do you deal with it? Do you have a program where you accommodate those colleagues so that they are rescued and they can continue their work? Is there a scheme that you have set up?
It's interesting you're asking that question because that was what I was looking actually last night. First of all, the intent is not just to poach your partner, right? To poach talent. It's actually trying, as you put it, is to provide opportunities or a refuge, if you will, while maintaining again, relationship with the institutions, not weakening the institutions in the U.S. That's not the intent. So the programs that I see that's popping up in Canada happens at various levels. I would say, there are universities, institutions themselves are actually running out programs. I can cite, for example, the 3 leading universities in Quebec have put forward something called a Polaris platform. It essentially creates positions for senior researchers, but as well as young and upcoming talent that includes postdocs and graduate students or PhD students. The Toronto University Health Network is another example. If you could just look at just one institution alone, which is very large, the largest research institution in health sciences in Canada, have also a program like that. And just this week, our federal government have put out our budget, and there they put in a significant amount of funding there to the tune of about $1.7 billion that actually will support both. Again, senior researchers creating accelerated chair positions, if you will, as well as, again, assistant professors and graduate students. As well as even, increasing funding towards, building in scientific infrastructure, because not only you invite them, but you have to kind of provide the tools as well. So there are programs that's happening at various levels. So it's at the institution level, but also, I would say, at the government level.
Before we move to Germany and ask our minister for her opinion, let's first ask the former minister from the Netherlands. What is your opinion, Robert? When you look at your country, but also Europe as a whole, have we realized these dramatic changes that we just heard about? Are people reacting, or are people kind of frozen, that they don't know what to do and they want to keep, they stick to what they're used to, but actually don't realize that we have to take action? Or what is your opinion? Is Europe already reacting in a way it should to this new situation?
Well, Patrick, that's a good question. And by the way, very happy to be back here at Falling Walls. Sometimes joking, there are these 5 stages of grief, and I think we're all in another phase. I would say that, from the Netherlands perspective, I think in the European Union, probably we are the most transatlantic-oriented country. By the way, also personally, I spent 10 years directing the Institute of Advanced Study in Princeton, so I feel very, very strong connection to the United States. And I think there are several things that we have to realize. First of all, we have a discussion here in Europe that we have been living under the US security umbrella for a long time. I think we also have been the world has been living under the US science umbrella for a long time. The US has been incredibly generous supporting international science. There are many European scientists with NIH grants, etc. And the second, that the US is also a prime destination also from European talent. If you look at a big US university like yours, you see the whole world. So really, whatever's happening in the United States is influencing the global research system. And I think 2 things where I'm particularly worried about. First of all, just the uncertainty and the volatility, which means that, say, the next generation of researchers, graduate students, postdocs, are probably run a risk of becoming kind of a lost generation because just the number of jobs opportunities globally will decrease. And I think this is something that we should realize. And the second thing is, whatever the outcome of the intense budget negotiations, even if the volume of US public R&D funding remains constant, clearly it gets shifted in a different direction. There are certain fields where it's climate change, biodiversity, public health, vaccines, gender, women's health, where there will be gaps. And I think this is something where the rest of the world, in particular Europe, should think in terms of being complementary, and I feel would kind of step up. And what you see is, of course, certain programs in the Netherlands, in many European countries, also in the European Union, to have increased budgets to attract talent. But my recommendation would be really step up the opportunities for young people, because I think we run a certain risk. And then finally, if you look at what are the forces bringing those changes, and indeed kind of questioning this compact between governments and the research enterprise, pains me to say that some of those currents we also see in Europe. We have seen them in the Netherlands. It's a more inward-looking attitude. It's looking at science really through the lens of economic competitiveness, national security. Seeing universities through a populist view as being elitist, etc. So those forces are all around us. So I think, there's also something that, as a scientific community, we have to address collectively, because in some sense we're all in the same boat.
I'm very glad that you mentioned that we owe a lot to American science and to our colleagues there, and also the taxpayer there. I don't know if everybody knows here in the audience, we have 3,500 different scientific resources in the world. So that can be databases, can be collections of samples, you name it. Out of those, 1,200 are set up, maintained, paid for by the US. So more than 1/3. Wow. So the US did take leadership after the war, but they also served the global community. And this, driving force was important for everyone. Yeah. And it brought wealth to many regions of the world. And we should never forget that. And, if this force gets weaker, that's my understanding, then everybody will suffer, or most people, because they would be connected to that in a global system. But now let's talk about Germany. Bettina, Martin, you are one of those ministers who actually, if I may say that, really understand what scientists need. And they understand, that we have to take action, that as soon as we just accept the way it is, we will lose ground. We will not stay at the forefront. By the way, very good Max Planck Institutes in your state of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. I'm always there with great pleasure to be there and meet colleagues. But what I wanted to ask you, when you look at the changes in the US, and we complain about the polarization, and we complain about the populist views, and we complain about, how academic freedom is deteriorating. But what about Europe? What about Germany? Don't we see it here?
Well, that's absolutely would be what I wanted to say anyway. I mean, we do look across the Atlantic, and I'm really worried. And it's also not just being worried; it really interferes with our activities in Europe. So, science is always international, and we need a strong partner. And one of our most important partners, if not the most important partner, is the United States and its scientific community. So if that's weakened, if that's shifting, the international research community is going to shift ultimately. I think it has a huge impact on what's happening in Europe. But also looking across the Atlantic doesn't mean that we're kind of on high grounds and don't see very similar developments. In Germany, I can only talk for Germany, we have a strong right-wing populist development, and the discourse we hear, that I hear in the parliament every month for days, is from the right-wing populists is very similar, if not the same, like what we hear in the States. And so we have to see how we become resilient and how politics can, and that's my job basically, together with my colleagues in the Länder, how we can make the system more resilient. And I think the universities also now preventively, because we are lucky we still have the democratic parties governing the country in all Länder, but we have to see how we can make also work together with universities to see where are the loopholes, where can right-wing populists kind of move into the institutions, and we have to be very careful about that. And I would also like to say that you just mentioned it. It's not just the funding. It's the discourse in general. It's the words that you can't use anymore in your applications. It's also the platforms, the data platforms that are being closed. And we so desperately need them. So Germany, and that's on the federal level, we're trying to kind of save or maybe create twins for saving the data, because we all depend on this. So I think it's a problem that's in Europe to be seen too. In Germany, I can only say we have to be very careful about the elections that are coming up next year in 4 states in Germany. That the Democratic Party stays strong, because as I said, the discourse is the same.
I think we are getting in that situation where scientists, together with science policymakers, politicians, need to explain again and again, why do we need science?
Right.
Life would not be as it is now without science.
Right.
And it's not just the health system, it really goes across everything that we are experiencing in our everyday life. So we have to do that homework, and I think it's important that politicians and scientists join forces to explain to the taxpayer and to the general public why it's needed and what we are doing. So thank you for your support there. Can I continue with another question? And maybe we slowly move from describing what we currently experience and understanding the situation. Maybe we move towards action. So about the future. What is the future of the transatlantic partnership, and what is the future of science globally? What kind of changes, not so much do we see, but what kind of changes do we want to induce and support? Where do we want to go? That should maybe be our second round of discussion. And maybe, Bettina, Martin, I can continue with you because it nicely connects what you just said. When you now as a politician think about how to deal with the situation, you have already described nationally, we have homework to do, but with respect to international relations, with respect to our relationship to the US, on the one hand, of course, we want to strengthen that relationship in difficult times. We want to be good partners. We want to be reliable partners. On the other hand, we see people knocking at the door. We see that talent is dropping out of the scientific system because they get emails that the fellowship ends, or there's no job offers anymore at the big universities, or very few. So how would you deal with that balance? It's a very difficult, very delicate balance. What would you recommend, or what kind of actions would you take as a politician in Europe?
Germany is taking action in that, and it is a very, very delicate balance. We have this Global Minds initiative from the federal government, where we have 50 million euros next year. This year already 27 million to attract talent from all over the world. And let's face it, it's not just the US where science is under pressure, so it's basically for talent all over the world. But there we have to be very careful that we don't tear down bridges that we need, that we walk over to, or walk across. For me, it's very interesting to see where's the German talent that moved over to the States and that is interested in moving back. And I come from the very northeastern state in Germany, where a lot of people moved away, and not just in the science world. So to see where's the talent, where can we attract the people to come back. That's one point. But I strongly believe that we now, under the political, level, we need to strengthen our collaboration in the science world with the United States. Not just say, hey, we're going to get the talent over. I think we should strengthen our ties on the collaboration on the research level beneath, the political sphere. And I think that's happening. I know that our universities are going over more than they have before to the States and try to strengthen and try to say, hey, what do you need? Universities, what do you need from us? How can we support? And I think that's very important because I share your optimism. The United States are resilient, hopefully, that this is a phase and that we will be strong again together.
Would you agree that we have to grow up in Europe in the sense that we take more responsibility for global science? I mean, databases is one thing, but would you agree? And how do we coordinate that effort in Europe?
I absolutely agree, and I think the European Union is already taking steps towards that. We just talked about Horizon Europe and Canada participating, which I think is a very good move. And we hope that within the next framework, the next 7 years after 27, that we will almost double, this is the plan, the research fund of Horizon Europe, whatever name it will have then. But I think Europe has understood that we need to invest more into science and not less, even though our budgets are very tight after all these crises. And I think Europe has understood that we need to collaborate with other countries, and maybe a word to China, because if Europe, that's a chance now for Europe together with our partners abroad to get stronger, because if we don't act, China will. China has already. So I think in order to be on the safe side with people who evidence-based policy and the belief of free science, academic freedom, we need to get stronger together. So I think Europe is understanding this. We're getting there.
Robert, would you share that opinion? Maybe a word again to what Max Planck did in that situation. In April, we went over, we had, I think, 24 or so meetings, and we, in the end, after talking to many of our colleagues and policymakers and foundations, we said we will set up the Max Planck transatlantic program. Yeah. And that has these two aims. So on the one hand, we will set up half a dozen new collaborative centers with leading institutions in the US, also using, funding from foundations. So basically to do the opposite, not to isolate ourselves like we see in many parts of the world, but to strengthen the partnership with new centers, new incentives. But on the other hand, also for those talent, to prevent this dropout of talent from the scientific system, which is a global system. 4 of my people who were in my lab are now professors in the US. I was in the US. Our son is now in the US. So it's an exchange of talent, and we would love to continue that. But would you think that that is possible throughout the European Union, that we all adopt to that dual strategy, or would you have what would?
No, I think I strongly agree what has been said. I think geopolitics is too important to leave to politicians. I think the scientific community, we're not in the first row, say, of this geopolitical theater. In the second ring, the politicians are in the splash zone. but so it's incredibly important, I think, that the autonomous forces of the scientific community, whether it's the universities, the foundations, philanthropy, step up. Because actually, if you look long term, it's really very encouraging trend that, collaboration across the world has been increasing very rapidly. If you look at these kind of maps of international collaboration, they look like the magazine, your in-flight magazine. You see all these different connections, and that's a very strong trend. So we know globalization is working in science. We need to collaborate. And we have had difficult periods in geopolitical times, but often we have seen very ambitious programs coming out of the scientific community. So I think actually this is really a moment for scientists to kind of step up, but also to address this issue that we all feel we are transitioning to somehow a new world, and it's very uncertain. But somehow we have to reinvent this kind of consensus that was there with us for the past 80 years. And I think that's kind of exciting. It probably involves a much broader interaction with society. Science has become much more powerful. It delivers much more goods. So I think actually to jointly kind of reinvent the position of science in society is a terrific project, and I think we can learn from each other. But I think the most important thing is that scientists have to step up in time of crisis.
To our friends from the US and Canada, how do you look at Europe, and what would you recommend? Let's say if you could influence, and you should, the science policy here in Europe, what would you recommend in that situation? What would be good for you? What would be good for the collaboration? What would be good for the world in that situation that we're in?
So if I had my magic wand, I would think there would be somebody who would look at science holistically across the world. And I think, Robert, you said something about we need to be complementary. This is the time for Europe to pick up where there will be slack in the US. This is a time, at the end of the day, science is the driving force for quality of life. There's no doubt about it. It is generating value. It is generating wealth. It is bringing people from lower middle class to upper middle class, regardless of where you are. China, India, Indonesia, Europe, US, everywhere it's the same story, different extents, right? So I think if you look at the wealthiest part of the world right now, which would be the EU, UK, and the US, including North America, including Canada. This is the world that has to really uplift everybody. It cannot be fighting with each other. And I think so the more we can be complementary in our policy making, in our intellectual property, in our collaboration, the more we have open science, the more we have shared intellectual property, the better off we are. So this is my view as a scientist, because I think the more science that is open, the more progress we as humanity make.
Ibrahim.
Well, I couldn't agree more. Science is a bridge, to this divided, regions of scientific, exploration, if you will. So we need to continue to build on that. But if I may, in this first round, we just talked about the erosion of public trust on science, and I think it's important to recognize, first of all, it's not just one region, it's not just for a short period of time, one term, etc. It's part of a longer trend, and it's also all around us. I think we just talked about. I think science needs to focus more on restoring that public trust. So what does that mean? I think we need to focus a little bit more. We're in an era of rapid transformation. Just think of AI, think of quantum, etc. We can focus more on, let's say, the responsible use of AI or ethical AI. That has got the added value of actually, while these rapid science discoveries happen, but there is always keep in mind that public trust. I'm happy to actually to mention, our government has just created an AI safety institute now recently, and which my own organization plus a number of institutes in Canada are participating on. But it's open. It's part of the international network of AI institutes. But it's also very open for collaboration. I think we need to kind of collaborate again in using this bridge to focus on those areas where we can restore that public trust. And maybe the last thing I would say. I'm a firm believer of this triple helix model. You do have science, you do have politics, or policy, but you don't have industry. Industry is important because it's related to, industry is important to science, and industry is also global. They have got global markets to access. They have got employees across borders. I think we need to look at structuring programs. Horizon Europe, we just talked about it. That kind of program that kind of hits both the participation of industry and science together. And we try to do, and in fact, I'm in Germany, and I like to give an example of Germany. With our partners here in Germany, we construct programs that brings industry and scientific institutions together to solve a problem, a specific problem. That's how we demonstrate that we can actually rely on. So maybe those are a couple of points in terms of, where do we go?
Before I give the word again to the minister, please prepare a few questions that you may have in your mind, because we will have a couple of minutes for questions. But please, Bettina Martin.
I would just like to add something about the idea, how can we provide more trust within society into science? And I think we have work to do there. In Germany, I don't know about the other countries. And I would just like to tell the story about the Corona times, when in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, in our state, we had 2 scientists at the cabinet table with us to talk, because nobody knew what to do, So we listened to the scientists, and we made the decisions, of course, as politicians, but they told us what they thought and what what their findings were. And I think this idea of really getting closer into contact and daring to talk about the results of science and what can we use from that for politics, for society in general. I think this coming down from the ivory tower. I mean, I know it's a bad word, and you're not in the ivory tower, you guys, but sometimes you are. And I think people, the society, the citizens, they need to understand what's happening, because, as you said, billions of dollars or euros go into the system, and I think they also have a right to understand. And I think this getting closer and debating what can we use from what you are working at, and of course we make the decisions, but you need to explain. And I think a lot has been done in Germany. I think over the few years after Corona, a lot has happened in that respect. But I think that's a very important point for people.
Thank you for emphasizing this again. I think you put it very well. I mean, science cannot replace politics. No. It's not enough to say follow the science. That's not enough. But we have to provide the evidence. We have to talk about chances that stem from our results, but also the risks, and provide that evidence to the political process. I think that is what we should do.
Can I make one comment quickly? I think what is lost on people is a crisis like the coronavirus was a great example of when the world came together to solve the crisis through collaborative development and manufacture of the vaccine. It was an unbelievable collaboration that we have never seen before. So,
take the mRNA vaccines.
Right.
Yeah. So now we are open for questions. I can see there was in the second row. I think you were first. So please wait for the microphone.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting. I come from the UK, where a large portion of our public money for research is attached to public engagement. And I'm not saying we have all the answers at all, but I've heard a lot over the last few days that we should be engaging with the public, we should be explaining the importance of science. And I just wanted to ask, how do you do that concretely? Is it that we make communication a compulsory part of PhDs? You have your viva, you have your thesis, but you also have to pass this. Do we have to go into schools, into museums? How do we liberate up that time from their schedules as well? So essentially, what can we concretely do?
Who wants to?
So I can quickly say, we are part of something called the AAU, which is the Association of American Universities, like 64 of us, the top institutions. And we have now a campaign, UC San Diego does, called Behind Every Breakthrough. We are paying for it ourselves, basically describing simple breakthroughs like, for example, the most recent one is if you have testicular cancer, before you could not really do a blood test to diagnose the cancer, but now you can, like literally as of 3 weeks ago. So we go out there and we bombard the airwaves, the YouTube channels, I was going to say TV, but it's YouTube channels, Instagram channels, with conversations like that in simple English. No use of medical terminology, no scientific use of no genetics, but just simple English. How is it changing everybody's life? And I can tell you, even when the president has proposed a 50% budget cut, the US Senate refuses to accept a 50% budget cut. So that's why I'm pragmatically bullish about what's going to happen. So.
Other questions? I don't know. Please.
Thank you. I wanted to raise the following issue that is very often the scientists have been using in recent years, the idea that we are moving to a knowledge society, and that was an argument to develop science. On the other hand, where people have the feeling that they don't belong to this knowledge society, they feel excluded. So I think we have to be very careful with the kind of arguments we are using to defend science and to defend knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Robert?
I think this is a very good point, and it's also reflects an issue that we have been discussing. If you think where some of the fault lines are in society about support of science or not, they increasingly according to kind of the kind of education, so more practical versus more theoretical. And I think this is very worrying, because if the support base of universities is among those who went to university, that actually will be self-defeating. So it's very important, I think, that we show that research is something that is beneficial to all. In fact, that you can also participate in research in many ways. I think those who do vocational technical training and jobs, they're also part of the research community. So I think this is, I see, the greatest challenge, to make sure that the benefits of science, but also the way you can be involved, is something that is across society. I think we have a terrific track record of science being a social engine, that there's opportunities for talent all around. But I think there should be truth in advertising, I feel. And so this is again part of this re-establishing this kind of social compact to make sure that this is actually beneficial to everyone. And indeed, just thinking in terms of the benefits being in the kind of knowledge workers, I think that might be a trap that you don't want to fall into.
Other questions? Yes, please. Maybe here in the back. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. Really great discussions here. I come from more of a sort of innovation and industry background, so really great to hear your point around industry. So we're seeing growing industry. Industry is playing a sort of growing role in R&D, research, and they are also very prominent in building those transatlantic or international collaborations. How do we think that sort of the scientists and the industry can build closer collaborations to build those global networks, because they're playing more of a role in sort of building those diplomatic relations as well. So how do we build a closer relationship between scientists and industry?
Who wants to answer?
Maybe I'll give it a shot, but because it brought up the using industry as a partner for science to build bridges. We're as I said, we're living in a very interesting times. How progress in science and innovation actually connects to the bottom line of those companies really fast. And innovation is happening at a much faster rate. So there are scientists within industry, I would say. Just think of Amazon or Google or any of those organizations that actually are innovating on a regular basis or at a faster rate. I think it's building, scientists in the universities or university institutions are building those relationships with industry, scientist to scientist on both topics is what we need to do more. It's the people is a connection, I would say, or which is the science practitioners in industry and the science practitioners in university institutions are the bridge. Now, of course, when you are a scientist and you're working in one country versus another, there are different rules, and you have to go through different immigration rules, let's say. But I think this has to take its own local nature, obviously, right? It cannot be just one size fits all. So it may be different from region to region. I acknowledge that. But just in general, I would say it's the people-to-people relationship, the secondments in industry between the universities and industry, and the partnership is what will help, I think, in the long term.
Can I make a counterintuitive point? Bettina, did you want to say? Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to make one remark to this because I think the government can set a framework for better cooperation between industry, companies, and science by creating hubs, by financing hubs, competence centers we call them in Germany, where you invite companies, industry to work together closely with, for example, I don't know. Technology, certain areas of the universities in the local areas, and that can work even not just only with the big universities, but also with the small universities of applied sciences. So, and it's super interesting because it connects to the idea of how can we connect science better into society, because it has a direct impact into the regional society with the small companies, with the people who work there. So this is a very good way to connect science and society by creating jobs too.
Yeah.
So we only have 30 seconds, so everyone gets one sentence, and it will be not a German sentence, it will be an English sentence. So how can we keep the positive spirit in our transatlantic partnership?
Move from competition to complementarity.
I would make a counterintuitive point. I think we need to be afraid of industry. Industry is becoming so rich right now that they have more money than the governments do. And they can control technology in ways that has never happened before, AI being a great example. So I think we need to be careful as to how we support science across the world, because we need to be careful about that industry.
Let's stay in contact and talk.
I think let's broaden this transatlantic science, not just with one organization or with one country, but much more. The world is much more interconnected than before. And I think there is a lot to be gained by broadening that view.
And maybe I can add that we have to look beyond the transatlantic partnership. And right now, we keep our fingers crossed that in Belém, in Brazil, they follow the science in the sense that they realize that they have to do something. And we did actually make suggestions what to do, international carbon pricing and so forth. So let's hope that this will happen. Thanks, everyone. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Falling Walls Circle, Challenges and Foresight. Welcome to the Falling Walls Plenary Table. Energy Transition in Europe, Squaring the Circle.
Yes, hello. And with this enigmatic headline, we're going to get started. Anybody who was here yesterday will have heard Mr. Rockström's presentation saying that the two major levers that we can use as humanity to actually get things done are the food systems and the energy systems. So we're sort of honing in onto the energy system. We all know it's not just 5 to 12, but we all got to get our moves on. But as the Germans are saying, the problem is in the minuscule changes that are necessary to be done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, apart from me, there are a hell of a lot of male faces, and it is not for want of trying that I shouldn't have been here alone, whilst I feel very happy, of course, with each and everybody here. We had asked Laura Kotze of the IEA to participate. She wanted to, but then, alas, next week, the big report is coming out, and her boss said, no, you can't go to Berlin. However, having come to Berlin, we have a fantastic panel. So we have Niels Röcke opposite me. He's Executive Vice President of Sustainability of Syntev, and he's got many more other hats, so he'll be talking to that. On my left is Peter Körte. He is CTO and CSO of the Siemens AG. I suppose you have been here a bit longer, but otherwise, normally you're in Munich,
yes.
But congratulations on your deal yesterday. Not too sure whether you personally were involved, but certainly your company was involved. So sounds like a good way in the direction of transportation. Right. Martin Keller is with us, and he has just changed hats. It's just like in Hogwarts. But right at the moment, we're going to sort of use you in the way that your old job has described, that you were former director of the NREL, the National Renewable Energy Lab in the US, and so you're going to have your US, not the German hat on. I'm sorry to the person who is doing this sound. I'm too excited right at the moment. Mr. Jung, it is just so sad, not so sad, so fantastic, because, you know, I'm too excited. So, no, because it's, whenever there's a Secretary of State involved, is he coming, is he not coming? Yes, he is. So he's here. Rolf-Dieter Jung, he is Secretary in the Ministry for Research, Technology and Space. And okay, I wish I could talk to you about that, but that might be a different round. Last but not least, hello to our host, Peter Janssens, Board of Directors of Forschungszentrum Jülich. Now, you all know energy important, big lever, but we have this funny title, Squaring the Circle. Now, when you look it up, ChatGPT will without doubt say it's a metaphysical concept. Peter, not in your mind.
No, it isn't. Thank you, Connie. Good morning, everyone. So Squaring the Circle is about the energy transition and getting that done by the middle of this century. Dealing with sometimes conflicting boundary conditions, think economy, climate, social, security. Also dealing with a moving target, where AI and big data will be consuming more and more power. Also dealing with an uneven playing field, because it seems that if you look at the value put on climate and clean air, that is less so in China and even less in the United States. And then not to mention the geopolitical shifts and violent conflicts. Jülich Research Center, we have many passionate scientists and experts working basically day and night to develop materials, technologies, to demonstrate them and de-risk them in real-world conditions. But we also do energy scenarios and look at grids, and we know that for the German energy transition to be beneficial, that can only happen when at the European scale the energy transition is successful. And I'd like to end my short introduction by referring to the President of the European Union, Mrs. von der Leyen, who recently spoke at the occasion of the 1 year into the Draghi report, and she was confident that we can do this. Well, she called for action, and she emphasized three things. Namely, we need to close the innovation gap, partly on information technology, partly on clean technology. We also need to have a joint plan for decarbonization, and that while maintaining our competitiveness. And also she emphasized energy independence, which means not only less fossil fuels, but also critical materials and homegrown technologies. And with that, I would like to give it back to you.
Thank you so much. Now we're talking about framing of the whole issue. And yesterday, I think we also were reminded that we might need new narratives. But we also have scientists here, and therefore we don't need narratives. We need studies. You have actually come out, you and your organization have come out with 10 different points. And I'm not going to ask you to reiterate 10 points. But could you just give us the highlights that is important for our discussion today, Peter? Mr. Roker.
So thank you. So in that context, I'm speaking on behalf of the European Energy Research Alliance, which encompasses about 50,000 people working in energy in Europe. So we're trying to break the silos. And those 10 recommendations, as you refer to, this report was actually written before we had a change in administration in the US. Mm-hmm. And as Peter said, we've also seen that the level playing field has never been as tilted as it is now, and written in a time when we looked very much to the IRA and the support mechanisms, and you see that European and Norwegian, so to speak, companies move to the US. That is not the case anymore. So if we look to the 10 recommendations, I would say that it's a bit strange when we see the Draghi report talking about competitiveness. We've got the Letta report about more than a market, which also have a strong message on research and education as the fifth freedom. And the Heiter report, which is now the background for the new framework program, is focusing so much on research and innovation as the driver, as the center of our economy. And in that context, our recommendations and the thing of gap is, why aren't we spending more on this? I mean, everybody's been called for a doubling and more than that at the European level. We see now the Commission proposal, which is almost a doubling, maybe 1.8 or something. But we also know that this has to go through the trialogue, agreeing on this, But we must be sure that if we back out of this progress in renewable energies, this void will be filled immediately by our competitors. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure we'll come into hydrogen later on,
Yeah.
But I mean, we do have Asian countries which are ready to take this void immediately.
Absolutely, as has been done in other technologies, not least, but in solar. Some innovations made in Australia and in Europe being spent and
so don't be shy.
Yeah. Let's say we can actually sort of say with relief, yes, one thing is we have made it. Renewable energies have come to the fore. They're more than 50% of the energy sources. However, energy demand has risen. Now everybody, and of course right at the moment I'm looking at Martin Keller, now everybody said, oh God, when is the Trump effect going to hit the US? Because right at the moment, when you look at the picture of last year, renewable energies have been growing. So can we all relax and say, yeah, fine?
Well, that's a good question. So, and I think it's a little bit complicated because I think when you look at the energy system within the United States, I mean, of course, there is the federal side. And this is, I think, one worry is what I'm seeing now, of course, not being in the US anymore, but I think there is a massive cut in research support for some of these innovations, from solar to wind to hydrogen to battery. But then, of course, there's also the state side. And of course, that's why companies like Siemens and others come into a big play. So there is still a lot of really interesting projects going forward, which will run out of the state level. I think they might go forward. But the problem is right now that the current Trump administration also tries to intervene with this. Good example is on the offshore wind project, which they pretty much were done and only had to connect a cable more or less, and now it was cut. So this in my view, will create a big issue in the United States. We see the first time for many years that electricity predictions, we will need more electricity because mostly driven by AI. I personally don't know how the US will close this gap. I mean, to just say, well, we go with gas turbines, well, you know this better than I do, but there's a lag time of at least 5 years right now to order turbines. So they cannot create this huge demand. And then when you then do this and cut a lot of the projects like they do with the big solar project in the desert in Nevada, they cut the wind project, I think there will be a gap, which then will potentially create increase in rates, which right now the fears that the administration will say that this is based on renewables. And that's what the concern is.
So without ongoing research and development, the future isn't going to go exponentially, but it's going to go linear, and it's not going to help that much.
So look, I think it's there. We need both. Look, I think we have technology where we would need to deploy this technology, and we need innovation to close some of this gap.
Yeah.
And if both of them falling apart, then we have a problem.
Thank you. Peter, the most important part is there a business case? I mean, you know, right. A big company like Siemens needs to have a business case. You can't just do things because they're nice or because some scientists say X, Y, and Z, and if we don't all do it. So where does Siemens see the business case, and where do you drive forward, knowing that there is a business case, question mark, and also that scientists are right, that if you want to do business with other businesses in 30 years' time, you might want to play your part.
Yeah, perfect. And you said it well. It's about it's also longer-term thinking, because obviously R&D, these are meant for multi-decades, so to speak. And so this is a concept we look at called the mega trends, where we know there's so fundamental trends that they are here to stay for the next 10, 20, 30 years, and they're going to affect the society at large pretty much everywhere. One that is there undoubtedly is obviously climate change, and with climate change is the electrification conversation. And Peter mentioned this in the very same speech. Ursula von der Leyen also stressed that the future will be electric. And we believe certainly from that perspective that we will see a doubling of electricity in the years to come. Of course, then the question is which year exactly, so that we can play a little around it. But undoubtedly, there is a race for electricity and for energy. And that makes for a wonderful business case in the sense that the need is there. Now, it's coming differently than we had thought it would be. Because we thought, in particular here in Europe and Germany, we have the debate about EVs and electric vehicles, and we've put a lot of money into infrastructure about chargers and so on. Unfortunately, this is now, turns out, is a very complicated business because it's not growing as quickly as it is. Now, that door might not be closing, but it's not going as well as. However, now another one is coming up, and that's called data centers. And the data centers are really booming and running. And so everybody's running in this direction, and now we have to find a way how to electrify it, no matter what. The key message here is we will have to have very good, stable electrical systems, grids, networks, generation, everything that comes with it in order to make it work. And that is a very, very big challenge where technology can help to make it more efficient, and where data also comes into it, because we have the big issue in terms of zoning laws and getting permitting or permits, and where we think we can actually, if we digitalize grids, we actually can increase capacity by 30% without even building new grids. And that has to do with putting sensors into it, getting more capacity and efficiency out of the existing infrastructure that we all need. So as you can tell, I could go on and on, but it's a wonderful place, very, very dynamic. And last point, the US has understood this is a big race. It's not a big race just for AI, but there's a huge debate now. It's a race for energy. And the US realizes is that actually, if you compare it to China has built so much more infrastructure, and there's so much more ahead. People now talk about energy stacks. So the energy stack, not technology stack, but energy stack all the way from generation, distribution, storage, and then application, they're leading. And now, of course, the debate will be, how will the US catch up? But I think for us, as we sit here around in Europe, what does it mean and what we're going to do?
Perfect. Thank you very much. And of course, as businesses, whilst you make your own plans, you're looking at what the political framework is. And Mr. Jung, Ralf-Dieter, you've been in charge now for the last half year, round about it. There are many requirements. The need is clear. I don't think anybody here disagrees. The question is how to react. If you were sort of to take us along the main thinking of how you say we as Germany, but also being part and parcel of this union, this European Union, without which globally we wouldn't be as important. Where are the mainstays, where are the main points that you can support everybody at this table?
I think the message is clear. Our, as we call it in Germany and in German, our Energiewende will only succeed if Europe succeeds. As one connected, optimized energy system. And within such a system, we can harness the unique strengths of each member state. Offshore wind in the north, solar energy in the south, Austria's pumped storage power, Germany's salt caverns, for hydrogen storage. I think planned together and operated as single market, it becomes resilient by design, and that's important. But change needs investment, and investment needs planning certainty. That's essential. Investors, utilities, the hydrogen community need to be able to trust that political and regulatory decisions will endure. And my main point in Germany's new high-tech agenda, research and innovation policy are geared towards value creation, towards competitiveness, and towards technological sovereignty. Mm-hmm. That's maybe the most important task. At the project level, our funded portfolio aims at de-risking, eliminating the bottlenecks Europe faces, hydrogen production, transport system integration, sustainable fuels, sector coupling, and clean mobility. Across our programs, many projects unite academia and industry, and bridging by that precisely the innovation gap. Challenges remain, but they come with opportunity. If we can produce, store, and transport clean molecules and electrons cost-effectively, decarbonization will strengthen our competitiveness and reduce dependence on critical inputs.
Thank you very much. Just to explain, we intentionally let you react after we've talked to everybody else, so not that we've put you at the back. But let's continue and let's share what we want to do. I have a couple of critical statements that I want not each and every one to react to. Then, ladies and gentlemen, it's up to you. But I want to keep a little bit longer for the future towards the end of our discussion. So maybe this, Peter, could start off with looking at the research that is being done in Germany and as your advisory role. Can you actually get traction? And these are not the nasty questions yet. How do you get traction? You look left, right, and center, and do you also sort of price China in?
We can get traction. I'm quite pleased, let's say, with the willingness to collaborate between, say, the public research organizations, the ministries, and industry, and we in fact do. But Energiewende braucht Kulturwende. So energy transition needs that, and we absolutely need to be more results-oriented, faster, to get things done and implemented, because speed is the name of the game here.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And again, you know, looking at our ultimate goal or the big frame, we want to all survive, or we want that our grandchildren can survive. Now, let's kick off with the, actually, the last time I had hydrogen before this sort of present discussion was with hydrogen cars developed in Munich. Yeah. Well, that dates me and dates the concept then. We had this big hype. Whoa, hydrogen is it. It's the solution, it's the future. And now it sort of seems Yeah, sort of the air's gone out a bit, has it?
It has, certainly, but as with every hype, that is the case. And so, as we always would say, there's a trough of disillusionment. This is probably where we are now, but it's for sure here to stay. Now, not just maybe in those inflated numbers as we had anticipated. And in the end, it always comes down to, does it make sense? And it has a lot to do with numbers and if you can actually get the economics right. And to use hydrogen for, let's say, securing our electricity generation does not make a lot of sense to me. And even if you from a physics side, if you just calculated the efficiencies are so low, it does not make any sense. However, we need to have solutions for fertilizers as feedstock. We need to have it for green steel. We need to have it for heavy haul transportation, where today there's not a good solution in that regard. And I think these are areas where hydrogen can play a major role. So usually, this is always what happens. Everybody says hydrogen is the solution to everything. Now we say, actually, it's dead, but it's not dead. I think it's here to stay. It's a very important molecule, but it will find its applications in areas that are the most obvious ones, and that is in feedstock and transportation, we believe.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I thought I was going to disagree with you from your opening statement, on hydrogen. But as you went on, I agree fully. I mean, we need to electrify what we can, but there are sectors which we cannot electrify. And just looking at the final energy use, let's say in 2050, is hydrogen going to be 3%? Is it going to be 5%? Well, it's going to be significant. And at present, we are at 100 million tons of hydrogen being produced. Only 1% of that is produced as low carbon, which is from green and then from blue hydrogen. And those 100 million tons, they emit 1 gigaton of CO2, as it's mainly used produced from natural gas and coal. So there's a huge task here to decarbonize those industries, as you say, and how are we going to make steel in the future without having access to hydrogen? How are we going to make the aluminium and all the oxides we need to remove? So hydrogen, yes, there has been a kind of hype, but just look at the dot-com bubble. You don't look at it anymore because it's just a small ripple on the value of the dot-com companies, which has increased so enormously since this restructuring happening early to the late 1990s. So.
Very quickly, I'd like to hear Martin, and if you need to answer, then yes, but otherwise...
So, I see this whole hydrogen discussion from a very different perspective, and I look at this from a research perspective. And this is the best example why we need innovation. Because when you look at back then, our old job, where we were fully integrated from producing hydrogen all the way to having the world record of filling heavy-duty trucks, and we do a lot of work on battery and storage. And this was exactly what happened there in transportation, where there was this kind of race on the innovation side. Is hydrogen or is battery coming through? And well, what happened was innovation in batteries outpassed hydrogen. So now, of course, the problem is from a research side, that's awesome. From a company's perspective, complicated, because what decisions do you make and what steel do you put in ground? But this shows you the innovation and the power of research and innovation. And so now the next discussion is, where will we go from there? Because do we need hydrogen for storage if we decrease large-scale storage with new technologies, with new battery systems for grid? So this is now the next race. Hydrogen will play an important role because sooner or later we need it for decarbonizing our jet fuel. So we need to go through hydrogen as a platform. So, but on many areas, it shows the power of innovation.
Jet fuel promise for 35, still a steep number to be hit. Peter, if you want one sentence, then yes.
The role of hydrogen will be important in the renewable economy because of its ability to transport and store renewable energy, and that is what is absolutely needed for. And then it's not just hydrogen, but it's also related molecules, and we need to drive the cost down, and that comes also with driving down the cost and implementing renewables.
Niels?
Yeah, just responding, to the AI and the need for more power to power data centers. and gas turbines. I mean, your order books are full for gas turbines these days. And what are they going to be fueled with in the future? Well, it has to be something which doesn't contain carbon, fossil carbon. So that's also the hydrogen and ammonia technologies having to be developed. So I think definitely there is a need.
Okay, let me come up with the second, and the word storage was actually a prompter. The second nasty sentence, CCS is a waste of capital. Just adapt to climate change. And I come from just a discussion on nature-based solutions, on the role of peatlands, and of course, by the way, forests. So, well, do we need it? Is there a future in it? What does science say? What do companies say? Any ideas or any statements?
In carbon capture, in particular, we find that it is most used in the United States, actually, where because of the fracking, you obviously have the natural tendency to say what comes out goes back in. It consumes a lot of energy yet again because you have to pump it down, and so therefore there is a case, I think, to be made, and it's much easier. We see it definitely picking up there. As with regards to Europe, of course, we had this huge discussion about this is going to be a big boom. We don't see this much. We see it. There's isolated cases, fine, but not on a broad scale.
Which means I need to turn to Martin, and the word fracking sort of, sends shivers down the spine of any green-hinted person.
So let me say on carbon capture and storage, there. Sometimes when we've worked with all the big, Exxon, Shell, Chevron, I think the criticism is sometimes you see here that this company is using carbon capture as an excuse to continue to burn fossil fuel. I see this also a little bit different. I think down the road, we very clearly need a method also to take CO2 out. Right now, it's too expensive. And this comes back to, again, what I said, why we need further innovation, because we have to significantly decrease the cost. Yeah. But we cannot just, right now, from companies different from the research side, I think we need to drive this research and this innovation forward, because there is not too many technologies where you can take CO2 out. This could be one, but we need to significantly decrease costs. And that's why we need innovation to drive this forward.
From a Berlin perspective?
From a Berlin perspective and from a research perspective, I would advise to look at this issue from a different perspective, if I may. CO2 is one of the greenhouse gases that is driving climate change, that's for sure. But CO2 can also be a resource. Carbon compounds are fundamentally important for plastics, pharmaceuticals, fuels, and that's why we view specific carbon sources not merely as waste, but as valuable raw materials. And that's where we come in as ministry, funding projects, bringing this idea to life. If I may mention the project Carbon to Chem, which try to use waste gases to produce feedstocks for fuels, feedstocks you mentioned, Peter, for fuels and plastic. And this approach creates added value, reduces import dependency, and strengthens the circular carbon economy. Maybe that's a small part of this of the CCS discussion, but a not so unimportant one. And that's what I wanted to mention.
Thank you very much. From Niels, just a second, I come to you
okay.
from my experience. The mattresses that can be infused with carbon. I mean, we can only get so many mattresses full of carbon. So, and they will have to be changed at one point as well. So, Niels.
Yeah, I'm coming from a country which excels, at least looks at itself, Norway, for CO2 storage. We've been doing this since 1996. And I think we really lost 20 years in Europe on CCS because we were talking about it and not doing it. Now there is targets on 50 million tons in 2030 to be stored storage capacity, and up to 400 or something in 2050, which then brings also the statement here on the reuse of carbon into the picture, as we cannot continue to use fossil carbon and just emit it. It's about reusing it. And that's where carbon and capture and storage come into the play in the future, because you cannot put anything into the wall on glue if it doesn't contain carbon, so you need carbon. And also the removal, as was mentioned here from Martin, We also, I mean, we have surpassed the 1.5 degree, so we need to take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and reduce the storage in the atmosphere. And I don't know about any other technologies which can do that at scale and with a predictable cost.
I still have 2 more points before we get the audience involved, so audience get ready, but please keep the answers a bit shorter. However, the next question is a bit more complicated. I do appreciate that. We're looking around. We're looking at China, who's going to put up one of the biggest solar power station in the world, in a desert, in the same state where they produce a hell of a lot of coal. We are looking at the US and have this question mark. So we are in a shifting international, and we all know very much shifting in the last 5 years, international climate. So the unanimity that we've had in 2015, we all need to chip in and do something, has left. So Europe has to find its energy drive. How do we do that best? Is that possible?
Yeah, there's no alternative to it. That's the first statement. And the second one is Europe has to do it together. We talked about the grids. And Mr. Jung spoke about it. This is exactly the way we have to do it. But we have to bring all the actors together, and we have to do it fast. Because China is moving at an unprecedented speed. We have a lot of things now that are actually tripling down as the ripple effects with regards to the industries that are energy intensive, such as, I'm just talking about chemical industries and so on, but also about data centers and so on. They need energy, and they need affordable cost that's cost competitive around the world, that is predictable. This is exactly the point. And if we are not able to do this is not just about creating energy, but this is actually creating prosperity and growth for Europe.
Perfect. Any other takers?
Yeah. So look, I see this. I'm very optimistic, to be honest, what happened in Europe. So go back. I mean, was Germany not setting the trend on some of the major, starting on the PV side? Of course, when they all moved to China on the manufacturing side, that's a different story we have to address. But look, Germany was setting a lot of kind of the big boundaries in moving this forward. So what I see when I look into the research, I mean, we had this meeting at Jülich, and I see what Forschungszentrum Jülich does on PV research, what ESA does there from Fraunhofer, what we're seeing on other. So I think we have further innovation, and this is moving forward. Now, the key will be is, and that's the other part now, to be honest with you, how do you balance this with energy cost? Because at the end, we need to see to push this forward without pushing our, let's say, chemical industry out of our country. And this now will be the big innovation. How do you link this? How do you find the kind of decarbonization on the energy cost, on the increase in electricity? And cost, we cannot leave this out.
Perfect. Peter, and then I'd like to come with the last nasty point.
We yesterday had a debate here on planetary boundaries and tipping points, and not to be crossed, but when you look at the energy transition, we have passed 3 tipping points for the better. We have the technologies. The cost of renewables are far better than for coal, gas, and certainly for nuclear, and we know what to do, so we have a plan. So it can be done.
Niels, 1 sentence.
Yeah, if you had Rockström here yesterday, I'm sure he touched into what are the costs really. I mean, we tend to look at the bill, the electricity bill, but what are the costs to the society, the cost of carbon? And the most recent results there and numbers, they are just staggering. So those are the costs which are democratized, and we should not think about all these increases you see separately as the only thing happening. Actually, we are reducing some of the risk of huge costs.
I'm with you, but that would actually open up a very different discussion here, because then we would talk about the social aspects of transition, and we all have to think about that. But right at the moment, we have sort of a plan for this one. But thank you very much for mentioning it. And I think even the Stern report 12 years ago already pointed to the fact, where do you want to pay? At what point do you want to pay? But let's talk about something that in the German context is it's maybe a little bit added with 3 question marks, and that's fusion energy. Do we have a plan?
We have a plan, and that's for sure. If we talk about fusion, there is this super old joke about the so-called fusion constant. It always takes you 30 or 50 years to develop a power plant, no matter at which point of time you are. And that's been, I'm convinced, that's been the past, and the present and the future is different. The progress science has made the last couple of decades has been tremendous. That's the one difference between the past and now and the future. And the other difference is that the private investment increases dramatically into this technology, and we have reached a number of $10 billion at the very moment. We see this in Germany. We have 4 very keen and at the current situation very well-financed startups, 2 in the laser and 2 in the magnetic sector. I think the story of these constant is no longer true. And we are not talking about 50 or 30 years. The scientists are talking about, let's say, 20. The private sector is even more ambitious. But if you take 20, and I've not been very good at maths in school, but if I calculate correctly, 25 plus 20 is 2045, and it's maybe a very familiar number with regard to energy and CO2, and that's where we are heading. And the German government accepted a plan in October, that's called Germany on the Way to a Fusion Power Plant, and that's what we are doing at the very moment.
Thank you very much for that clear statement. Peter, any framing to be done maybe from the scientific side?
Of course, agree to the State Secretary, who is also providing our base funding kindly. And I do believe that fusion is a promise for the future, a relatively clean technology, a relatively safe technology, which where Germany is very well positioned. But if we don't want that fusion constant to be true, then we have to do things different. That means a clear goal, it means a clear plan, it needs a view on how to embed it in the system, including what to do with the specific waste, and we need industry involvement. We have brave startups in fusion here at the moment, but they will not be able to carry the load alone. We need companies like maybe Siemens and others to build a consortium that can make it happen.
One sentence or no?
I can have a sentence. Look, this is another example where I think it's amazing what happened over the last couple of years. I mean, when I think Kim, the lab director of Livermore, she's also here at the meeting. So this is amazing what happened, and we need to continue to drive this. I'm still skeptical if the startups will, because I've heard things like they have this online by the end of the 2030s. I hope they're right. I hope they're really right. We need to continue the innovation. But the problem is we cannot just rely on fusion. We need to continue to drive all innovation.
Thank you very much for that statement. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've made a promise. I try to keep it. So we can have 2 quick questions. I don't see anybody there, but I see 2 people there. That's absolutely a fantastic number. The lady and then the gentleman. Sorry. You need to grab them in the break, please. Madam.
So
just your name and then start your...
Maya Seidel. Thank you so much for the discussion. I agree with lots of your points. And especially with speed is the name of the game and that it needs to be a business case. So my question is, why not set also our targets for renewable natural gas? There are brave startups that have really innovative solutions in that case for efficient methanation technologies that could solve the problems that we raised for transportation and storage, and also all the industries. The heavy industries don't need to change their processes and invest yet another billions into new processes. Ships, the heavy haul transport that you mentioned, they can blend in and already use that. So Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that question. And the gentleman also getting up, giving us his name, Frank Meyer. I can shorten
Good morning.
the
Frank
process.
Meyer. I'm working for Henkel. We are trying to defossilize products like Persil and Perwoll. Very much interested in the carbon to chem project. Question: what is the major accelerator? How can we make these materials faster available to the market so we can use them?
Thank you very much for your two very specific questions. Now, Maria's question about renewable gas. Who will tell Martin?
I give you example. There's a startup company actually in you might be at another one, but I know from my history there is called Electroakia. So they're working on CO2 and hydrogen to make decarbonized natural gas. We at Enel, we had a pilot with them at Enel. So now they're funded by SoCal Gas, also in California. Look, there is a lot, and this comes back, Mr. Jung, to your idea, because it's use CO2, and then of course you need hydrogen, and the point source, and you're going towards decarbonized methane, which then could be used in your turbines.
Yes.
There's a lot of startups and innovation, and yes, we absolutely have to do this. I fully agree.
Perfect. I see Niels wants to chip in.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. So if you really want the short answer, it's it's needed, but it's not the only thing, of course. I mean, it's among the portfolio of solutions we need for transport and for power generation and for decarbonizing materials. Yeah.
Perfect. I think you should approach these two gentlemen in the follow-up. Peter, one sentence.
Yeah, we
maybe?
talk about energy, but food and feed are also very important. And when you think about things like biogas, it is very useful to make a biorefinery business case come true. I don't think it can compete with other sources of
Perfect. Anybody wanting to take the carbon to chem? You've already sort of laid down the ground, so the federal level is behind it. Anybody else wanting to chip in on that? Martin, thank you.
You're absolutely correct. The problem is that a lot of the carbon to chem, so it depends the market size. In compared to what we potentially have to deal with on CO2, it's small. That's why I think we need to see how can we drive this forward, but then also how do we look at utilization of CO2 as a whole. And to be honest with you, my sense is, and always comes back to money. So we have to show that the process we're using is at least not much more expensive. Let's say we would have a carbon tax down the road, which could be added on there. But this will be, the driver is to use new catalysts, new technologies to further decrease the cost that is be cost competitive. Because I don't know if some people might pay a premium for a decarbonized whatever it is, but only to a degree. That's why I think it's always cost, which we have to decrease through innovation.
Thank you, and that's also socially acceptable.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the end. Now, looking at the time, if we could go under 1 minute, I'd be very highly appreciative. But we're coming to the last question, and the last question at the Falling Walls Conference always starts that you are going to push down one more wall. I'm quite sure that there are quite a number. But which wall would you push down in the next couple of years, i.e. your vision? And maybe you'd like to start.
Yes, I would like to push down the wall, which is defined by the questions you asked. You did this in a very charming manner, Connie. That's for sure. But we are dealing for decades now with these critical questions. Why hydrogen?
Mm-hmm.
Is it over? What do you want with CCS? And so on and so on. And we are losing, I think Niels stated this, we are losing time, and we can't afford to lose time anymore. So I think the power we have, that's an interesting, the great power we have is research, is science and research. The greatest power we, at least in Europe, have. We make the most out, we have to make the most out of this power, and rely on this power, and should leave these nasty questions behind. That's for me the most important thing to make progress.
I think you can't change a clown's outfit, and you can't change a journalist for asking these questions, but I can see that you get demands put to you all the time, and that you rather use the time for actually getting the problem solved. I think I read up on you that you're very pragmatic in your approach. So thank you very much for sharing that. We wish you a lot of energy in your post. So I need to, Martin, you have 2 hats now. Please also take the second hat of the
I have
incoming.
to take the Helmholtz hat. So
Yes.
now,
Yeah.
and that's very simple, and it goes a little bit what I think, what I'm seeing coming from the outside into Germany. The time is right now. I completely agree to this urgency. We cannot lose any time. How do we do this? We have to make science more effective, and this is where we have to take bureaucracy out. Let our scientists be able to do the science without encumber them in all this kind of bureaucracy we have around it. That's my role.
That could have been the last words, but it isn't. We have 2 minutes left, so you have to be definitely under 1 minute, Niels.
Yeah, I thought it was my wall, actually, the need to have pace and to cut red tape. And I think looking at the competitiveness around the world and China as the undisputed leader now in renewable technologies, I think really Europe has to stay ahead of the curve, to be better all the time, to have a lower footprint on what we make, that we do this with the materials which are alternative materials which we can source ourselves, and to really to speed up. I think there's a great possibility for Europe in this, and not just to say that everything will be from Asia. So great possibilities.
Siemens, world player, yet German-born. Where is the future? Which walls will you push down?
The wall I would be pushing down is by bringing research and innovation much closer together. In the end, it's invention times commercialization that really makes a great innovation prosper. We don't have an invention problem. We really don't. But we have a commercialization problem that is really to scale it up. And this is where research and industry, they have to come together. This is why I sit here, and this is why it's great to be here today in Berlin.
Thank you for being part of the conversation. Last but not least, Peter.
I can only add to what was said and thank the other guests at the table for that. The thing which we haven't mentioned yet is carbon border adjustment. We need to do that to protect our industry, and we need to do that to create a level playing field. And yesterday's Nobel laureate, Professor Schmidt, had a good view on how to go about that. And for the rest, I think cultural change, bureaucracy, reward success, go for speed, and accept some risk-taking, and things going wrong then occasionally.
Thank you so much. I can't believe it. It's 9 seconds to go, so that gives me time to wish all of you a lot of energy to keep working at the issue from the positions, the new positions that you're working at, and keep on rising. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Falling Walls Circle, Challenges and Foresight.
Welcome to the Falling Walls Plenary Table. Frontiers Planet Prize. Can science save the planet?
Yes, well, it's an easy question, and by noon you will know the answer. So thank you all for coming. Thank you for the speakers and the guests to be here. I'm very pleased that we can have this round table on which is, of course, a vital question. We are addressing one of the biggest challenges of our century, aside war, peace and democracy, which is the survival of the planet. And the second question that we want to tackle is, of course, what can science do to help there and to support it, the solutions. So the Planet Prize, which is in the title of this session, has been created by Frontiers, a publishing company, created in the foundation. They created the prize in 2022, inspired by two books. The first book was the work of Johan Rockström on the planetary boundaries. And reading that material, we realized, well, it's absolutely necessary we get our act together, so we have no time to waste. And the second book, because we are a mission-driven prize, we want to have an impact, is a book of someone who is now retracting a bit, which is Bill Gates, how to avoid a climate disaster. In those days, he was still convinced we had to avoid it, and we would not survive it just like that, as he said recently. I come back to that in a second. So those two books inspired us to create the prize, which is, if you want, a global competition for the best science published in a peer-reviewed journal, that an independent jury of 100 scientists, chaired by Johan Rockström, on an annual basis evaluates. And out of all the submissions, we have almost 750 universities globally competing. Out of all the submissions, a national champion is being selected. For Germany, we have Robert here, who was the national champion in the 3rd edition. And out of all the national champions, an international champion is selected by the jury. And we have Sarah here from the Stockholm University, who is the international champion for the 3rd edition as well. And the international champions, they get each, so we have 3 of them, each of them get $1 million to further and to continue their research and hopefully to take more risks, and which they need, so that they are not depending from funding mechanisms to go forward. So that's the prize, a global competition, if you want, a bit like the Nobel Prize. We like to talk about ourselves that we are the Nobel Prize for sustainability, but we have a mission, and the mission is to have impact. So it's not about the beauty of science, it's about science that can make a difference, because that's what we need. And we have enough disciplinary rewards about excellence. We want rewards about how can, as a scientific community, we contribute to what Johan Rockström very accurately described yesterday, one of the biggest problems we are facing. How can we keep the doors, the window, he said the window for change and the window to cure it is still open. And that's where we, as scientific community, want to take our responsibility in creating this prize. Now, up till now, as I said, we have close to 61 national champions. If you look at it all together, close to 10,000 scientists in one way or another, because all these teams, all these proposals are, of course, made by teams. We have 10,000 scientists participating in the prize, so we have the community there, and we need it today more than ever, not only because of what Johan yesterday presented in a fantastic afternoon, which the Boston Consulting Group made possible, because we are transgressing 7 of the 9 boundaries, but also because of the general climate, which is changing. 5 years ago, there was absolutely no dissonance, more or less, in the global community that we should get our act together. Today, we have the president of the most powerful nation in the world, and also the one who is most responsible for where we are now, so to speak, historically, openly saying that this is all a hoax and that you don't have to believe in it, as if you can believe in gravity. I don't believe in gravity, so it will not fly. And on the other hand, we have, and that is really stunning, that we have very powerful, smart voices like Bill Gates trying to retracting. We will survive climate change, don't worry. It's a bit like we will survive malaria, so why care? So all these things are, we are in a changing world. On the one hand, the urgency is getting bigger. On the other hand, some powerful voices seem to hesitate or pull the brake. The US is clearly pulling the brake in terms of funding, in terms of supporting science. So in that context, and now I finished my introduction, in that context we have a fantastic panel here to address those issues. So how can we, as a scientific community, with the support of businesses, with the support of venture capital, with the support of foundations, how can we scale up the science, and at the same time, how can we incite more scientists to work on this topic? So we will hear first from our two scientists, Zara and Robert, what was the science that made them win their prize, what they think is the next step, and then we open the floor to Joanna from the Boston Consulting Group. As you know, the Boston at least that's how I see it, the Boston Consulting Group is one of the few big consultants, in my view, personal view. I'm emeritus, so I can say what I want. So that really not only tries to make money, but also tries to push the car in the right direction. Michiel, who is the president of the European Innovation Council, which is the closest you can get to DARPA in Europe, and you can demonstrate a very successful track record in venture, but the point is, of course, where does this problematic comes in. And then Geneviève, who represents the Moore Foundation, which is a very respected and very active foundation in everything that has to do with sustainability. So this is enough for an introduction. So Zara, you are a millionaire. That's why I put on my tie. and as you see, my colleagues as well. So I will never again say that joke because I said it too much now. So please, Zara, can you briefly explain what was the science that made you win the prize and how you see the next steps?
Thank you so much, Jean-Claude, and thanks for the audience being here, and then thanks for the invitation, actually, to be here. So, as we have heard, we have listened to the top scientists yesterday, and then the discussion that we have it. So, cities contributes to more than half of the global greenhouse gas emissions, I mean, the built environment. And at the same time that they have to reduce these emissions, they have to also provide buildings, provide housing for this growing population that we will have, and we have it at the moment. So the work that we are doing that got the recognition from the Frontier Planet Prize was to help cities to unlock the potential, the full potential of nature-based solutions, and not only to create a smarter, greener, healthier environment, but at the same time to help our planners, to the city planners, and also the other actors that are working in the built environment to achieve climate neutrality, carbon neutrality, which is actually, and also staying within these planetary boundaries that we have it. So there have been different questions that we have been trying to answer it, and we're still trying to answer. Some of them there are answers, some of them they need more attention, and thanks to the Frontier Planet Prize, actually we have got this investment and we have got this visibility and credibility to work further to answer these questions. For example, one of the questions that we have it as a research question that we are working actually and we are asking ourselves is that which type of nature-based solutions? Because when you are looking at the nature-based solution, this is really an umbrella of different green infrastructures, blue-green solutions. And they have been always different names, that has come up, we need to live with nature, we live to, but exactly which type of these nature-based solutions actually or strategies are more effective? So it's about their effectiveness in reducing the urban carbon emissions. And another question that we put it there as well was like, the second question was that what are the potential? If you are looking at it, so when it comes to the climate adaptation and mitigation, so what are their potential to be able to achieve, for example, carbon neutrality in our cities? So there are different examples we have been done in studies. Actually, we have been looking at different, their effectiveness. And so I have a colleague here that actually have been trying actually to look at the placement of this effectiveness as well. So if we put it here or there, it's going to matter. So, and as I said, so this placement is very important because we are looking at the whole city, scaling up. So if we don't want to just have the local solutions, we want to scale it up. And so the third question that we ask ourselves, okay, where we need to put them to be able to have the most effective impact of these solutions. So actually, we are working with the cities, with the planners to integrate our science into their daily life, to the climate action plans that they have written it. So how we can bring our innovative solutions to their climate action plans to help them to understand, to come up with better solutions as well in future.
Yeah, it's fantastic because I mean, in a few years' time, 60% of the world will live in cities, so we have to address that issue without any problem, without any hesitation. And on top of it, you show clearly the way out. So let me first ask then to Robert. You worked on water management. By the way, we will have Q&A at the end, so there will be room for questions from the audience. So Robert, from your science, what are the elements that you wanted to bring forward to that could keep the planet within the 9 boundaries?
The context of our work was rapid biodiversity decline. So one of the boundaries is biodiversity. My background is in fish, particularly, and there is a huge crisis, particularly in freshwater. So the biodiversity is declining. But at the same time, there's a nice situation that we have user groups that actually have ownership of lakes or even sometimes rivers, and they try to kind of address this issue by their means. And they are relying, in this case, fisher communities, a lot on a technical solution to the fish decline, which is to add more fish that are produced in artificial conditions. So they are bred together and then they are released. And as an ecologist, I was very concerned about this practice because I do think it will not address the fundamental problem of the decline, which is habitat deterioration. Mm-hmm. So we asked ourselves, how can we make the user groups accept alternatives? And how effective are alternative solutions, especially habitat restoration activities? So basically we said, rather than doing ivory tower research, we have to partner with these local user groups and ask them, what are your goals and which solutions do you consider viable? And we partnered with thousands of anglers, recreational fisher groups and angler organizations, and did replicated experiments in different management tools that people could implement locally. This is the scientific problem, because if you want to estimate restoration success, you need to replicate. And this is a major limitation in the current literature. So essentially, we went to these angling clubs and had a replicated set of lakes and experimented with different solutions, habitat restoration in 2 types, and adding fish, the standard solution the people usually take, and studied over 6 years the outcome on biodiversity generally, not only fish, but also other organisms. And it turns out that a simple habitat restoration activity implemented in lakes was by far the best option, which is not what the people currently do. Mm-hmm. And the tool that they are using is completely failing. So essentially, billions of fish are released every year, but they actually die, don't increase the population. So we could really completely change the toolbox that is viable for these local actors. The next step is, we had a 6-year project. How long-term are the effects? Of course, we only measured at a 6-year scale. So scientifically, the question is what happens in 10, 15 years with these systems. And from the implementation phase, of course, how can we scale this up? How can 10,000 of these user groups, which we exist in Germany, how can they kind of change their way of managing? And yeah, we are working on that dissemination as well.
Yeah, brilliant, thank you. So to synthesize, both of you in a different context have diagnose the problem clearly, but also the way out. Now, what do we need now to do to scale it up? How can we make it now a real-world implementation and not only an academic paper? Simple question.
Yeah, very easy question, thank you. First of all, let me say I'm so impressed by the Frontiers Prize and by the scientists that I've met. I actually only learned about this through Falling Walls, so I think we're already working on the dissemination here. Yesterday, I think when we talked about climate change, we phrased it very much as a macro problem, because of course it is a macro problem. We have the tipping points, our climate and all of the planetary boundaries are going to be breached, and we're thinking about like, what's a macro solution? Should we introduce carbon pricing? How do we get everybody around the table? And finding macro solutions is just super, super hard, because fundamentally we are in a tragedy of the commons where for every country, or for most countries or states individually, it's costly to act. Not in the long run, but in the short run. So I think what we have here around the table and what Frontiers represents is finding micro solutions that work in micro context, in cities, in habitats, and then scaling micro solutions that work and that people want, so that we make a change collectively through the micro world. So that is what impresses me, and I think it's a very actionable way forward that we should absolutely pursue in addition to the macro level, but I think the micro level can be more successful. So how can we do it? I think a prize such as the Frontiers Prize obviously gives visibility to these activities, because I think it's often a question of visibility. And I think it would be very helpful if we could, through events like this, make more connections between research that is successful on a micro level and companies or other organizations that have the power to implement it and to scale it. Because I think it's a scalability problem. Zara, I don't know how many cities you work with, but the question is, how can you work with more cities, right, to scale that up? So I think it's visibility. This is where the prize helps. I think it's events like this where people who are progressive come together to learn about these solutions. I think that's absolutely critical. Yeah, and I think it's on part of companies such as BCG or our clients to open up and get closer to the scientific community to learn about these things.
Yes, indeed. And one of the things we should explore later on is what kind of new mechanisms can we invent there, because it's clear that the normal way of doing this, it takes too long time. Normally, science percolates always towards the economy, but it takes 25 years, and we don't have the time, so we need to speed it up. Now, Michiel, you're the boss of, or the president, of the board of one of the biggest investors in Europe, because we are a bit paralyzed about what we read about the US. But we still have a lot of brains and capital in Europe as well. So how you see your role as let's say, one of the biggest potential investors in this area?
Well, the role of the EIC is to have a mechanism to pull or to promote that science is applied into companies. It's only one of the four methods. One is basic public procurement, so basically innovation is taken up by governments, local, regional, national, to pick up. That's one thing. The second thing, it is taken up by communities. The third one by existing companies. But basically all those three are not sufficient. So the European Commission has installed 6 years ago the EIC, and the EIC is basically to promote the application of technology on innovation by startups. And I think it was my commissioner, Maria Vestager, said, well, the current industry doesn't deliver. Mr. Schäfer, you have to make a new one for me. That's not entirely true. So it's one of the four methods. And the method we do is, so if you have 1 million, you have a basis to develop further your technology to, let's say, a TRL 6-7 level. And we are enabling it to pick it up at TRL 7 and to bring it to the market. And we do that with an instrument called Transition, which is very compatible with an academic environment, basically to refine the technology, to develop a business model. And the accelerator is a blend of grants and equity, and that enables with 2.5 plus 10 million to really to scale up a company, not on its own, because we never fund more than 25-30% of a company. It's always to seduce venture capital to come in. So we also want to reactivate the financial markets to be more, let's say, startup, scale-up oriented. And final thing is we are tiny and big. So we are big, 10 billion euros, 750 companies funded, but that's only 0.02% of startups in Europe. So it's huge and tiny. And what is also important, that the biggest challenge now is basically the absence of really large funding. So the US is much better in mobilizing hundreds of millions. That's something I will deal with that in the conclusion, but that's something still of a big challenge. And what is also a big challenge is to have, let's say, the large corporates and also the public markets to pick up the innovations that the small ones have scaled up.
Absolutely, but from your point of view, I mean, we have two ideas here. So, for example, you can easily imagine that an AI startup would take up the ideas and the models of Zara and her group and create a kind of a new system around it, an implementation system. Idem dito for you. I mean, what you say is so common sense, Robert, in terms of making it implementing in the world of fisheries. So why is it not happening? Well, you cannot, because it's not the fault of science. In this, you can really not say the science is not there. It is there, but there is no take-up. So what are we not doing there to increase it?
Well, sometimes it depends. I mean, I know the water area quite well, but in the Netherlands, for example, if you have a water problem, you have 17 water authorities. and each of them have let's say, have an area that covers 500,000 people. I live close to the German border. In Germany, a water authority is 5 fields and 1 volunteer managing the thing. I mean, that is uneven. So the public domain is not organized to address new challenges, and that's also so. It's not like, oh, the stars would do. No, I mean, the public domain also has something in organizing itself in order to be able to respond to challenges.
Yeah. I think you hit an important point there, and you also said it yesterday and now also, that we also have to re-engineer the surrounding system. That it's not only trying to implement the idea in the old system, we have to re-engineer the system. I will give you the time to react to what you heard, but Geneviève, so you represent a very, very powerful foundation, and luckily, there is also your kind of foundations. So let me put it this way, because it's quite astonishing that some of the big funders, like Gates, and I don't want to single him out, but he was such an example. And when he closed down Breakthrough Ventures in Europe, which was chaired by one of the best director generals I ever worked for at the European Commission, so it's quite astonishing. I'm not asking you to go into those details, but as a foundation in this context, not only in your country, but globally, what do you think you can still do to increase the scaling up and to foster the take-up of relevant science?
Well, thank you. And I want to say first, just thank you for the opportunity to be here and to be with all of you. And I come to this wanting to acknowledge, first of all, that so many of these challenges feel like they are rapidly escalating and non-linear threats. And of course, I'm coming to this from a perspective where at the Moore Foundation, my work is largely around our wildfire resilience initiative. And from a fire perspective, we see globally that the incidence and severity of fires has more than doubled, these extreme wildfire events, in the last 20 years. We also know that they're burning faster. So at least in the Western North American context, we know that the average peak daily growth rates for these fast fires has also more than doubled in the last 20 years. So it is very urgent, and we are literally seeing ecosystems and communities be incinerated and go up in flames in front of us. But that's the urgency part of the equation. But I will say at the same time, I also see some opportunity in the fact that technological innovation is likewise on an exponential growth curve, continued still, and something that we care a lot about at the Moore Foundation. Of course, I attribute part of this back to Moore's Law. The Moore Foundation and the man behind Moore's Law are one and the same. So thinking about that accelerating pace of innovation is so important too. With that technological innovation, we get all kinds of new opportunities for scientific breakthroughs, Earth observation, new kinds of models, and I think that is going to be delivering a lot of important new data and information for us. And at the same time, I think we don't want to be waiting for perfection in the kinds of systems and the data that we can get. And so what we want to be able to do is to still be able to work on changing the conditions on the ground with confidence, given what we already have in front of us, while also still tracking very carefully what's working well and maybe what's not working as well, and where there may be new kinds of information, data, and systems that are enlightening to us, that we are managing adaptively overall. So I think I'm focusing more on the how part of the how are we going to scale, and I guess I would summarize it by saying it's so important to act with urgency, but also with the humility to understand that we're going to continue to learn more and evolve as we go.
So we actually need a Moore's law in clean tech. Yeah?
Yes.
That would be great. We call it the falling walls law.
Yeah.
So no, absolutely. And can I now go back to the scientists? So Robert and Zara, so you heard quite a few good ideas here. And can you, what's your reaction on it? And also try to elaborate on the point, but is the world of science doing enough? We can go on a long time on this topic, but we also have to look at that topic. Are we as a scientific community, we have 12 million scientists. Imagine in the world, imagine half of them would work on this problem and is solved in 5 years. I mean, making a shortcut now. But are we doing enough? So first a reaction on what you heard, and then are we doing enough, Robert? And what can we do more?
So I go back to my fishy case, because that's what I know to speak about. And what you said is essentially hitting the most important solutions, right? The first is we have communities of users that own the fishing rights in the entire landscape of Germany. They manage these fisheries. They have a high vested interest in making things better. Now we have a solution how to do that, which is habitat restoration under certain conditions. So how can you scale it up? And it's a micro problem, which gets a macro level effect if all of them do it. There are three constraints. The first is funding. Of course, people who join these organizations, they have a certain payment, so there's a certain base funding, but some of these activities cost a bit more. Not ridiculous numbers, but let's say 8 to 10,000 euro. This could be too much for a local community of users. So some funding support to make it happen is the first condition. The second is capacity building. I mean, we have done a hopefully nice project in a certain area. How can the others learn about the new solution? And this is basically going out of the comfort zone as a scientist, engaging with the practical world, communicating about those things, making how-to guidelines that are easy to understand for all these more voluntary people locally. And the third is the policy integration, because now you hit the roadblock, because the people locally, they're allowed to manage fish, but they are not allowed to restore the habitat. They need to get permissions by the water authority, by the nature conservation authority. You can imagine a person working voluntarily in these angling clubs is overwhelmed by these processes. And in the conservation as agencies, you have risk aversity. So it's, should we add wood or should we make a new shallow water zone? Maybe it's too risky. So in other words, the agencies have to make it easy for the local users to get permissions to implement this. And this is a policy or governance issue. If that's solved, I guarantee you this will be scaled very quickly because of the self-interest of people.
I know that Falling Walls has very good contacts with several very important people in Germany. Let's meet them afterwards, because it's so easy what you propose as a solution that it's almost mind-blowing that it doesn't happen.
Right.
Sarah.
Thank you. I mean, Robert said fantastically, and I can come back to what you said, because, I mean, from the researcher point of view, I think that if you want to scale up our research is to how we can set it in the holistic and real-world context. For example, when it comes to the cities, so we know that cities are facing, actually, the extreme events, floods, droughts, heat waves, at the same time, so we are emitting as well. So if you understand this whole real-world context, so then we can actually scale up our research into that perspective as well. So, and I believe that actually there are lots of fantastic solutions are out there, and we are also striving for more solutions, innovative solutions coming out. But what I see, one of the challenges that we are still, from the researcher point of view, and also from the decision makers or the people that are outside and they want to implement, is that how we can actually bridge falling down these walls and make the bridge actually between the science to reality, how we can implement these solutions. And so then we come to, I mean, you said it fantastically, Johanna, okay, how I can work with more cities. Exactly, because, for example, it took a long time to just convince Stockholm City that what we are doing, to make this trust, that these are the solutions, how we can use them, and how more cities can get involved, can actually learn from each other. Because maybe cities, they can learn from each other much easier than learning from me as a scientist, because they can say, oh, this city has trusted, So, but this is a really, good question. So how we can, if I can put it, foster this cross-sectoral partnership. So if we are partners together, so then maybe we can listen to each other better as well and trust.
I don't know if you work with Berlin already. I feel like sometimes Berlin currently feels like we're going back to the car cities of the 1960s. If I look at the plans that are happening in Berlin, so maybe there's somebody here from the city that we can connect you to in order to make this city more livable and more sustainable.
Thank you.
I think we have some agreement here on that, no?
Thank you. But That's fantastic, and I think that this is one of the things that challenges that actually, thanks to the Frontier Planet Prize, actually we got this visibility, we got this credibility, so people now approaching, they're investing, even my own university, they have, the president has started to invest more in water and climate.
Well, that's fantastic. So that's one of the aims of the prize, is to foster the scientific community to do more, and if that is happening, that's brilliant. Now, can I? We touched upon it, and let's try to tackle the last question before we give the floor to the audience. So you hinted to it, and I think Michiel also, but the other part of the equation is there enough science ready to tackle the problem? Because yesterday we heard some people say, very smart people saying, yeah, the science is there, we just need to implement. Well, I think it's not true. I mean, if you just take one example, clean batteries still we don't have. So as long as we don't have clean batteries, we don't have no clean energy transition. So do we really have all the science we need? And here I look first to our three guests and non-active science, let me put it this way, and then we give the floor again to Zara and Robert. Michiel, let me start with you.
Well, I always look at three things. We have an energy transition, a material transition, and a protein transition. The last one is quite easy. Everyone can stop eating meat tonight.
We do.
We should. Or much less. So that doesn't require a lot of technology. We know how to eat with beans,
yeah,
soya,
but a lot of behavioral change.
The second one, energy, well, in solar, in wind, it's moving quite well. Fusion technology, we might need it. It's still 15, 20 years ahead, so there's a lot of to work. My biggest concern, but I'm coming from a textile world, in bio-based materials, we are nowhere. We have to, if we don't have petrol to fuel cars, we don't have polyester, polyamide, polystyrene, and polypropylene. So we have the whole transition of plastics, of textiles, of materials is still very early, and there's also a lack of interest of large corporations. And I would like to have more companies in that field in my portfolio. We have too little. So that's really a field where there should be much more. And where also the scaling problems are substantial, because a polyester factory is 800,000 tons. So it's not something you make in your backyard. So you have also to think of scale, not of reproducing, but basically no bigger. Otherwise, Shell wins.
Absolutely. So anyone looking for some funding with a good idea, the call is out. No, I'm raising the issue because remember, Robert and Zara, when we had our... when you got your nomination and prize, we had the Director General of DG Klima's speaking very clearly, saying Kurt van den Berg is probably the most powerful civil servant in Europe in this area, saying, I know what to do, but I don't have enough science to do it. So how do you see that? I know that you have some clear ideas on that also.
I mean, there's so much amazing science out there, and I certainly wouldn't discredit what we already know, but there's so much, some of the advantages of fundamental discovery-driven science are the things that we don't even know yet that we'll discover and where that leads, that serendipitous path. So I think I would humbly reject the idea that we already know everything we need to know. We don't know what we don't know, so I think it's exciting to see. I am so inspired by what I have seen from the Planet Prize and the breadth that's covered, but I also want to pick up on a couple of points from both of you too that's I think so important in thinking about how to make this actionable, and that is that so much of the science that I see in these national champions, international, are really these things that people care about, to your point, the things that hit home and they're visceral. And I think when that's the lens that we bring with the science, it sort of lets people put aside disagreements about maybe root causes and allows them to focus on how they can work together to tackle near-term priorities and also stay aligned around a shared longer-term vision and purpose. And so I think that that's really important. I also think there's, at least, I should speak for myself, but when I think of this wildfire world where so much of what we are doing, especially on like the community mitigation side of things, depends on individual agency, individual parcel owners, individual landowners. And I, for one, do not have a keen understanding of many of the decisions that our species makes. And so I think it's really important to think about behavioral science and trying to understand what makes people make the choices that they make. and especially the people who are making the decisions that are going to be really important for the changes that we need to see. So, so maybe a little bit of both of those, just thinking about the lens of the applicability and the things that really matter to people in their communities, and thinking about what we can learn from behavioral science along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Johanna, I know you have some views on that as well, no?
Yeah, I fully agree on the behavioral science aspect. I think it's linked to what I said earlier about tragedy of the commons. While that exists on a macro level, on a micro level with collaboration, it's much easier to solve. And there, I forgot her name, but we had this Nobel laureate a few years ago who demonstrated that if people work together in small groups, we can actually collectively solve problems.
Ostrom.
Oh, yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was her. So I think that relates to what you said about behavioral science, that in close communities and with micro solutions, we can actually overcome the problem. So to your question about do we need more science, absolutely. I think there's many problems unsolved, and I think the technological breakthroughs that we have, for example, in AI and in computer technologies can help address these problems. I have big hopes when it comes to material science that AI enables us to discover and create new materials faster. I think there's some startups working on that problem that personally I find very I'm very hopeful that they will discover moths and other material-based things that will help us solve climate change easier. But I think we need both. We need more science on the natural sciences side, on the behavioral sciences side, but we also need implementation. Exactly. I think you sometimes also have this, oh yeah, we can solve climate change at some point in the future because we will be more innovative. I don't believe that. I think we need to implement the solutions that we have now, and at the same time develop solutions for the future.
But that's the Bill Gates point. So it will happen sui generis, don't worry. And it will not happen sui generis.
No, it will not.
No, but what is in your case? I mean, it's not a scientist's role is not to develop a handbook and to have a help desk and a phone line for a fishing community. So what is missing? You need a kind of national fishing organization that basically picks up your knowledge and it has a helpline for all these volunteers who want to do something. So with the neoliberal policies we have had across the world, we have destroyed all that layer of intermediation, and we have to bring it back. And that's not my task either, although we would like to fund a number of, let's say, social enterprises to do things like that. But there is something lacking that is beyond, let's say, what science can do, and also not always in the scope what scale-ups can do or corporates can do. So there's also a public mission, also in your area, where you need bodies doing that. In the Netherlands, we have these water boards. It doesn't sound what it is, huh? But
isn't that also not a unique window for foundations to invest more in this kind of social interface?
No taxation. Sorry.
You have a session on that? Sorry.
No, I mean, it's a public... sorry. I think it's a public thing.
It is.
That's why we pay tax for.
I do. I mean, I think philanthropic funding can do some of that early accelerating and de-risking and demonstrating. And I also would be the first to acknowledge that philanthropic capital is a drop in the bucket next to the sources of public funding and private sector funding that could be unlocked if we have things aligned the right way. So I think philanthropic investments in very targeted ways can help with some of these pilots and scales, the scaling frameworks, but then it really needs to be something that we've done in a way that allows public agencies or public actors, the private sector, to really want to embrace it and take it and sustain it in the long run.
By the way, for your information, also for the audience, so we will, with Frontiers and the foundation, we will have a science house in Davos, and these issues about how can we create new interfaces to bring it together and what kind of new mechanism can we invent is precisely at the core of our discussions there. So if you happen to hang around in Davos at the end of January, let us know, and I'm sure I can let you in for a while. So don't worry about. No, it's quite a serious invitation to all of you. Okay, we have a bit of time for Q&A in the audience. I don't know where the microphone manager, sorry. Just whoever you see, and I can't see it with the light. Sorry.
There's a lady. We have three here.
One behind you.
Yeah. Should I start? Okay. Thanks for the panel, first of all, and an incredible moderation, Jean-Claude. I think it's the third panel I'm hearing that you're moderating.
Say again?
Great. So a recurring theme I'm hearing on many panels is that we in Europe are quite dependent on US funding or on US as a partner to scale our innovation. So my question is actually mainly for Mr. Schäfer. Do you think Europe can be self-sufficient to kind of accelerate our innovation?
Well, there are two things. The concept the European Commission uses, and I'm quite in favor of that, is called open strategic autonomy. So we have to increase the strategic autonomy of Europe, but we can do that with friendly nations. That's one thing. The second thing is, I think Macron came with that figure at the Sorbonne last year. Every year, 800 billion of our savings go to the US, because we have savings. The US doesn't. And those savings are then going partly in venture capital, and that venture capital invests in European companies. One of the things, I was going to say that in the conclusion, but I can say now, one of the things we have to do is to mobilize more our savings and our institutional capital, because a lot of our savings are in pension funds. Last week on Tuesday, the Commission announced an initiative of a scale-up fund, together with a number of pension funds, also mine, the Dutch civil servant pension fund, and the university pension fund. So we have to mobilize that capital better to become more independent, and we have the money, unlike the US. So we have to basically create a number of new financial products that basically we can put institutional capital together. And the other thing is, I happen to have a small heritage, but you need a lot of money as an individual if you want to invest in startups. If you have 100,000 euros, no, it's too small. So we also have to create saving products that people like us can say, okay, I would like to invest 5,000 or 10,000 euros in startups, which we did after the war. So it's something creating again the financial market like we had in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was told that the pension funds in Europe sit on 3 trillion. So can you imagine 3 trillion? Give us 10% and we solve a lot of problems. In particular, your anglers. We just buy all the companies.
And the biggest one is the Dutch pension fund for civil service. They have 500 billion.
Wow. Is it?
Yeah. 500 billion.
The Dutch, yeah.
If they put 1% in startups, it completely changes the market.
Absolutely.
The financial market,
Another question here.
Hi, thank you for a really nice and inspiring discussion. So I'm a scientist and also a co-founder, and we're talking a little bit about micro-level solutions are already existing, and scalability is the next step. And one of the main bottlenecks that we encounter for scalability is also regulatory bottlenecks. I work with designing alternatives to biopesticides, and in this space we say that the startup world is already saturated, and yet solutions and products are not things that are available to farmers. And that's because the regulatory process is so bureaucratic and there's so much capital and time involved. So as researchers, as venture capitalists, do you think we can do something to push some of these boundaries of regulation, make it more forward-thinking?
Johanna, you want to take this one?
I think I can react in terms of, I think we must. I think bureaucracy and the path dependency that we have created through the institutions that have served us in the past 80 years or so, especially after World War II, are now sometimes hesitating or stopping this progress. So I think it's important also, to get regulation, the executive around the table, to think about how can it be broken up. How can permits be much faster for people who bring new innovations to the table? I think that's definitely an issue to work on.
You want to react to that, please?
Yeah, it's of course a bit different case, but I can just tell from my own experience, when we initially approached the agencies to give permissions to these habitat restorations, many were resisting because of the risk averseness that I told you about. And the key was to actually and truly engage in transdisciplinary interaction. So that means integrating the local stakeholders, one of which are the agencies, in the whole process of science. And they became, we brought them into the local lakes, they came to visit, we talked to them, and through this, they saw it's not a risky enterprise. It's only win-win in this particular case. I think it's very different in yours. But this then led to very slim decision processes. Like from an environmental impact assessment that would take 3 years to something that is just to be announced. And it was the trust building, the integration in the process, them seeing it's not risky, And then it actually was a very fast process. But of course, on the scientist, you have to engage in the process. And many don't do that because it's time, right?
No, that's really interesting what you're saying. That gives me an idea. We should maybe develop a mentorship program with all our scientists, because you have so much experience that young scientists, even younger than you, can use. Zara.
Yeah, I mean, it has been already said about this policy integration, and I think that if we look at this problem from the beginning, you know, from the base, that actually how we can embed the research outcomes directly to this framework of the policy framework and funding mechanism. So maybe this is something that we can build these bridges or this trust. And also as a scientist, we have also experienced that if there is any incentives actually, or it's going to be much easier, for example, in our case, for the cities to be able to implement the research results, outcomes in the reality. But when it comes, for example, with the climate mitigations and then climate adaptation, so there are different rules. Our EU wants to have, climate neutrality by 2045, and then Sweden has its own, goal. And then it comes to the cities; they have their own goals. And then there are so many goals that they are going together as well. So I think that some of the regulation, maybe they are necessary. They should be there to give us a direction that where we should go. But at the same time, actually, it should be this policy integration that can actually make it clear for us as a scientist to embed our knowledge into what the policy frameworks and So I think that both are the regulatory. I mean, this regulatory is needed somehow, but somehow it also need to be more transparent.
There's room for one more question, I think. Yes, over there.
Thank you. Yeah, so my name is Nondas, and I'm from Brazil. And I really enjoy the topic of engaging local stakeholder for scaling up climate solution. And however, I still miss South Globe participation, I think, in this discussion about advanced climate solution. And Brazil is hosting COP30, yes, starting now exactly. And when we think about our last agreement, I think we need to have the courage to say that we failed in our last agreements for climate change. And I would like to understand how Europe sees the responsibility, but also how to support these new agreements that we must do for supporting advanced climate solution, and mainly for forest landscape restoration. And also how your organizations can support, for example, organizations like my local organization that are dealing with forest restoration and indigenous knowledge. What are the opportunities that we can reach to also access financing and fundraising opportunity? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a quite important problem. By the way, one of our first international champions, Carlos Perez, was precisely working on the issue you raised at the end, so how to use indigenous communities and so on to increase biodiversity in managing the Amazon, so to speak. But Michiel, you wanted to react to that. And you have to do it in fast forward. We have 1 minute and a half.
Okay, the best person to answer your question is my colleague sitting here, because he's in the international department. But what we saw very briefly since the 25th of January is the huge interest of countries to join the Horizon program. So to be part of the European funding mechanism, you have to pay as well. But the other thing is as well, I went to Kenya, for example, and the time is gone that we go to Kenya and explain what they should do. So we also have to organize a process by which the South expresses their vision on science and technology issues and comes with a roadmap. So that's also part of, let's say, having that, and that is urgently needed. Okay. But yeah, we are paid by the European taxpayers, so if you don't mind, we think of Europe first, but it should be an open strategic thing. So inviting others, but also inviting others to be active in the process.
But I do agree that rethinking the mechanisms is essential, rethinking the international mechanism, and it's one of the issues we would also like to look at in Davos. So we have a few seconds left, and I hope I get a bonus from the organizer. So for the last question, so the Falling Walls always want every panel to end with one question that everyone can answer shortly. And that is, what is the next step that needs to be taken to break down the wall between, in our case, science and impact? So I start with the guest and then I go to the scientist. Joanna.
I probably have several conclusions, but I will do the corporate world since I represent it. I think every corporate organization should have a systematic engagement with the science community to identify what is out there and how they can take it in their processes and in the work that they do. That's what I would advocate for with my organization and with my clients.
It's an interesting idea. Thank you. Michiel, you already hinted at what you want, but please.
Well, we fund too many projects that get 79 years old, American people older. I would like to have more projects that think of my grandchildren.
That's a good one. Yes, thank you. Geneviève.
I'd say I think to be able to harness the power and the promise of science and innovation, I'm going to draw forward what we've been talking about all around, which is really just the importance of working together. And again, from the wildfire perspective, we think a lot about understanding end user needs and making sure that we're working closely with end users. Talk about having people come in from agencies and getting over the risk aversity that way. I think it's also important to understand their constraints and their needs, and so it can work both ways. So I think that's a really important piece. But I think it's okay to have silos of excellence in sectors as long as we have bridges between them. So we need to build and nurture those bridges and make sure that we're making sure that those connections are working. And I have to say thank you to the Falling Walls Summit and to Frontiers Planet Prize for showing us how to do that. So.
Thank you. Robert.
Take implementations that are done as experiments and evaluate them properly over time. The project cycles are too short for biodiversity outcomes to be revealed. 2 to 3 years is not the case. But there's a lot of action going on in restoration across the landscape. If we can design systems to monitor that well, we will learn a lot. And these projects will be 5 to 10 years of time. And this is currently not done.
Fantastic. Sarah?
I believe that collaboration is really essential here. So that the science that we can provide, the innovation, the novelty that we have within our science can reach the right people to be able to implement it.
Absolutely. And my 3 seconds is that as director of the Planet Prize, that irrespective of the cynicism in some parts of the world and by some ex-funders, we still have a lot of volunteerism and very smart people working in the right direction. And that I think we should look at, and not at the long tail of idiots that say other things. So thank you very much, and I hope you get away some energy and perspectives for your own work in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice panel.
Very good.
Falling Walls Circle, Challenges and Foresight. Welcome to the Falling Walls Plenary Table, Africa's Energy Shift, Just and Global Collaboration.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this next circle session here. We're going to be looking at, as you just heard it, Africa's Energy Shift, a just and global collaboration. My name is Jennifer Porto, and I'll be your moderator today, and I'm going to introduce our panelists right now. Seated to my left, we have Bernd Rech, the scientific director of the Helmholtz Zentrum Berlin, Candace Eslick, a master's student at Catalyst Institute at the University of Cape Town. You're a Green Quest scientist and the Falling Walls Lab Cape Town winner for this year. Sven Godor, the VP Technology Management and Startups at Sasol. And to my right, Catherine Ngile, the executive director of the African Foundation for Women and Youth in Education, Sciences, Technology, and Innovation. Thank you so much for being here today. Now, before we start, we had a chance to talk backstage, and we have some questions that we have planned to say to one another. But I also want to say, if at any point someone across the table from you says something and you really want to chime in, just let me know. I think it's really exciting for me and for everyone if we have a real conversation here at the table, if you have a conversation here at the table. So let's get started. I want to begin with a two-part question. We hear a lot about what a just transition is, right? And how important it is. And of course it is. Germany's Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development says, for those of you that aren't sure, that a just transition means that no one should be left behind on the path towards a climate-neutral, resilient, and socially just economic and social system. So, part one, working within the framework of what we just learned is a just transition. What exactly can just and global collaboration look like? And part two, why is it urgent right now? What's important about a just and global collaboration at this very specific moment in time? Bernd Rech, I'd like to start with you.
Yeah, first of all, it's great to be here and to discuss about this extremely important topic, and also to maybe discuss a bit also about some lessons learned, what we have from collaborations we started in the past years. And I think one important part is that co-creation and trust is highly important, that we really work together, that we solve topics, scientific topics together, but also that we are doing capacity building from the start. And it's a bit like what we will discuss also in the next minutes. And also that we have a collaboration model which is rooted in respect, I think, from both sides, and we need to find a better understanding of our scientific questions about how to develop technology, but certainly also about how our cultures, how we work together. And I think this is also, was in my experience, also highly inspiring, and I think will drive also the cooperation in the future. There are important things like policy frameworks and collaborations. How does it work? How do we get a stable long-term cooperation? Also, how do we get it financed? And it's all about people. So how we work together, how we develop talents together, experts, but this across ages, across cultures. So it's a lot about diversity and using it for the best in the collaboration.
Thanks so much, Bernd Rech. I like that you bring up capacity building and policy frameworks. We're going to come back to those in a second. But first, Candace, I want to ask you, what does a just and global collaboration look like from your perspective, and why is it important right now?
I think it's really important. Well, let me answer the last question. It's really important right now for two reasons to me. Climate action, as well as there are also social aspects to this. Obviously, with climate change, we need to take the necessary steps to make very important changes to help save our planet. On top of that, there are still being people that are left behind. There's a large population of people that still do not yet have access to modern sources of energy, clean energy, and it is typically low-income groups that are also subjected to the harshest effects of climate change. So for me, these are the two aspects as to why it's really important we take action now. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Candace. I'm going to come back to you later today and talk about social inclusion. But Sven Godor, I want to ask you, why right now?
Yeah, I mean, just transition is a very broad concept, and the fossil fuels have been spectacularly unfair in terms of how the wealth that they've generated have been distributed around the world amongst various countries and also within a population. And I think we have the opportunity now, and that's why this is so important, is to actually use this next energy transition to do this in a fairer way. So for me, that's critically important. One of the things that could go wrong in the transition, is that we develop a type of energy colonialism, which is being spoken about by some people, etc., where we'll make all the energy there, and then we'll find a nice carrier for the energy and move it back into the old world and things like that. And we've got to all participate in this and make sure that participation is also equal in the country. And another example for me that is not just as happening is when you do put in a whole lot of, say, energy resources into an environment where energy is desperately required by the broader population, and then a whole lot of that goes to, say, a data center or to crypto mining or something like that. Those are the kinds of effects that we have to avoid as we design the bigger just transition going forward. So it's about getting it equitable, both across the world, but also within the populations in the societies, and getting everyone to play within that role. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Sven. Catherine and Gila, I want to ask you what just and global collaboration can look like and why it's so important right now.
Right. No, thank you very much for that question. Very, very important indeed. And I'm so happy that we are seated here having this conversation. More so because I come from the Global South. And most of the time, we have got collaborations. Global South, Global North. But then the Global North is the producer. Global South is the consumer. And this kind of imbalance needs to be addressed, okay, first and foremost. But now, specifically, access to finance. Access to finance is very, very important for all stakeholders. Co-creation is very, very important. When we talk about co-creation, we're talking about technology. Technology transfer. What kind of technology are we talking about? Is it a local content? We need to be thinking about the local content. Technology in Europe is different from technology in Kenya, in Africa. And so therefore we have to look at the community and see what is best for them. Capacity building, we can't survive without capacity building. Yes, we are in the lab. I'm a chemist, a professor of chemistry, water resource management. But the question is, what is the impact of my research? And so if my research does not impact the community, forget about it. The same applies to the energy. And so therefore, capacity building is very, very important. Socioeconomic support, very, very important. Collaboration. In the university, I don't know whether all universities, but most of the universities I've been to in Kenya, South Africa, Botswana, we talk about a number of areas for a professor or any lecturer. It has to be teaching, it has to be research and development, community development, very, very important engagement, and industrial partnerships, because without money, you can't survive. And no time is the most important, if we forget anything else, gender equality, because my foundation is about the gender equality. Talking about bringing the girls. Girls, we've got less than 30%. Women who are top researchers, women who are in research and UNESCO. I'm a laureate of UNESCO 2021, and laureate UNESCO has got a conviction that says that the world needs science, but science needs women. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you so much, Catherine. You touched on a lot of topics that we're going to look at a little bit later, but one that you brought up right now, partnerships. I want to look at, according to the Population Reference Bureau, young Africans are expected to make up 42% of the world's youth by 2030. And I want to look a little bit at what kind of a role the youth can play in creating and realizing a just transition. One of the goals that you've highlighted in your work with the United Nations Group of 10 looks at SDG 17, which addresses strengthening and revitalizing global partnerships for sustainable development. I know that one of the main activities of the African Foundation for Youth and Women in Education, Science and Technology and Innovation is providing mentorship to the possible next generation of STEM talents. When you think about the importance of mentorship, what can partnerships do when it comes to providing youth and women with achievable pathways to future success?
Absolutely. No, thank you very much again asking that question. It's really, it's music to my ears. I'll tell you why. I sit in the L'Oreal UNESCO panel to select the 5 top women, but also important, I also sit in the UNESCO International Consultative Group plan for action, closing the gender gap in science. And so some of the things, like particularly for my foundation, that is the African Foundation for Women and Youth, in education, science, technology, and innovation, and one of the most important things is role modeling. Role modeling. The girls would want to see Catherine Giller comes from the village. She's a professor and seated in Berlin, and that for them is something. It really goes without saying. But also, access to opportunities. In Kenya in particular, we've got students who are doing their BSc, they finish their BSc, but they don't have opportunities. And it's not just in Kenya, it's sub-Saharan Africa. South Africa is very unique when it comes to some of these things, because South Africa, the National Research Foundation, because I lived in South Africa for over 20 years, the National Research Foundation provides opportunities. In fact, you will never, if you want to do a master's degree, or PhD, you can never lack that, because the South African government, Department of Science, Technology, Innovation, is investing in that. But in the rest of Africa, we are not. Priority is not. So we've got BSc, and in fact, it is also in the UNESCO statistics. If you look at the UNESCO statistics, and particularly the United Nations Economic Forum for Africa, UNECA that is, it shows that 47% of the people are graduating globally from Africa with a BSc. But the question is, when you look at Africa, women scientists, they are less than 30%. So what happens from 47 to 30%? The reason is because they are disappearing after BSc, get married, have children. You ask them what is a chemical formula for water, they tell you, I don't know. And that is somebody with BSc. And the reason for that is because there's no support. So my foundation is about supporting such leaky pipes so that we can be able to bring them up. Also, girls. If you tell girls to do mathematics in Africa, they are like, mathematics is for men. Say physics, oh, no. Physics, engineering, no, that is man's world. I'm not a man. I want to get married and have children. But the thing is, if you give them role models and say, this is a whole engineer. Oh, so this is somebody I can relate with. Of course, they are very, very happy to relate with that person. And tomorrow, they're also thinking about doing mathematics and physics and so forth and so on. So my foundation is about supporting all these leaky pipes. Partnerships, I'm here because of partnerships. SDG 17, you can't survive without it. Number 5, SDG 5 is about gender equality. 10 is about inequalities, reduce all inequalities. So that is what my foundation is all about, and I'm sorry to take so much of your time. Thank you.
It's fantastic. No, what you say, it's really true. Like, people need to have a role model, something that they can look to and be like, I could also do that. Maybe it's not the same thing, the exact same thing that I'm doing, but ooh, there's someone that's doing something amazing, and maybe I can do something amazing. And I'm pointing to you, Candace, because you have done something amazing. First of all, you won the Falling Walls Lab competition in Cape Town for 2025. I think that deserves a round of applause. So your project was called Breaking the Wall of Clean Cooking in Africa. You are a young South African scientist. You're starting a career in the energy field. And I want to ask, okay, when we look at collaborations of different kinds, partnerships, you're ready for the next step. What kind of opportunities, what kind of partnerships would empower you to be able to drive innovation locally?
Yeah, that's a really, really incredible question. And I just want to echo what Catherine was saying. I am basically at the receiving end of all of these collaborations and all of the opportunities that they present. Without them, I don't think I'd be sitting at this table with such incredible minds. So it's just a true reflection of what these opportunities can provide young scientists, especially from South Africa. And in terms of then moving forward as a young researcher, I think a lot of it comes down to government support is very, very important, And so also once we then develop these technologies, we do the incredible research, it's time to see them go a bit further, go to pilot scale, go to a larger scale. Yes.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. That ties in really nicely. Sven Godor, I want to ask you the next question, talking about going to scale. So we have 2 projects represented here at the table. We have Green Quest and we have Kerosene, and both of these are collaborations between academia and industry. So Sven, I want to ask you, from an industry standpoint, what does co-developing technology with academia look like in practice? In the case of Kerosene, what's made it work?
There's so many factors that made it work, but Kerosene, very broadly, just for everyone's perspective, it's about developing the new generation of catalysts to enable basically sustainable aviation fuels to be produced. So it's very much a science-based thing, but it goes all the way through to the jet fuel. And Bernd and I were joking earlier about it's going all the way from the synchrotron, which comes from the HZB, all the way through to a flying aircraft, which is at the end that we provide as well. And it's bridging that whole gap essentially, which is important. And sort of the key components that make something like that work is the aligned final goal, that this is what we want to do, this is where we want to go, and we have a very clear perspective of what it is that we want to achieve. The second thing is the complementarity around the instrumentation. We don't have a synchrotron in South Africa. They have the most astounding facilities over here. We have huge pilot plant facilities to do various further steps to do it, which aren't necessarily available to the HZB. So it's the complementarity of those things that are working together. But to make the whole thing work is, and I think you touched on it earlier, is this importance of the trust. Getting a trust going in a relationship like this is incredibly important, because you've got industry who are always worried about IP and who gets to take, ultimately make money out of a development. You've got academics, you've got research institutions, you've got the funders who are saying, but if you do this, we need to get, these rights will sit in a certain way. Navigating that space is always tough. But we've built a long relationship also with the University of Cape Town in South Africa. And simply having them say, guys, you can work with this company. This company knows what they're doing. This is some of the constructs that we use either in a how we work together, or these are the rules that we apply on this sort of stuff, is incredibly important to make it work. So you need that alignment, you need that complementarity, and the complementarity comes also from a people skills perspective. So fundamental science, you've got to have the more applied people on our side. And then perhaps the last one as well that really made this project work for me is just the breadth of collaboration that we had. There's industry players from South Africa, our business here as well in Germany, but then there's also German industry represented, there's research institute, there's universities in Germany, universities in Cape Town, all of these working together. And we can list a large number of figures that just explain how absolutely wonderful this has been here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I have a question to ask you, but do you want to respond to Sven?
I just want to respond to Sven and to Catherine, because and also to Candace, because I think everything in the cooperation which is important is involved when I'm looking on those three projects I wanted to address. So the two ones you mentioned, and then a third one maybe. It's like what we did in the kerosene project, really going for green aviation fuel. So that's a big topic. It's on chemistry. But it's also on the chemistry between the people. So I think it's from key importance. So we really do technology development together, Africa, Germany, on a very high level. So we have also now a scientist or an engineer from Sasol who is an industrial fellow in our center. So he brings in the know-how of technology to us. So it's not the transfer is really in both directions, in technology, but also in science. So that's from key importance. The other project really is the idea of meeting the clean cooking challenge, where Candace got the award of the Falling Lab. So we met 2.5 years ago for the first time, really cooking together, 60 people from Africa, all around Africa, but also from India. And so we meet and we cook together a full day, and to start our Green Quest cooking project, going for the green cooking gas. And what I also figured out is that there are people who made career now. I think Candace grew up from a more or less starting or in the master level now to winning an award. We had another colleague, Sonia, coming from Uganda. She's now full professor in Loughborough University in UK. In between, she was in our team. So it's really scientists, female scientists, also male scientists. We work together, and it's from key importance. The other part is what we are doing. We are operating Bessie at here close in the southeast of Berlin, so you're all welcome to visit to use our X-ray microscope. So Sasol learned that it's quite helpful to look how a catalyst looks on the microscopic scale. You need some good tomography, you need AI to develop the data. But on the other hand, we are also searching and reaching out to work closer with Africa, because we need the topics to get in. So we had just 2 months ago a workshop in Kenya, and Kenya was also our country of honor. So we invited a lot of scientists there 2 years ago, and this year it will be Niger. Because I think to solve the great questions which need to be solved for our planet, we need to have cooperation, and we need to reach out that the people bring the key questions to us. I think green cooking, it's a question for Africa, for the global south, but it's also a question for our climate together. And this is I just wanted to mention to those 3 projects. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Those are great. They're 3 great projects. And you kind of answered my question, which is a little about like, how do these collaborations work and what are some of the benefits of them? But you both you both mentioned this idea of capacity building. And Catherine, you also talked about co-creation of innovation. And I want to look at that now, because we know that research efforts aren't just, export only, but we really have to have, here at the table, the co-creation of innovation and success. The kind of success that everyone all over the planet needs is going to depend on building joint innovation capacity in Africa, in Europe, and elsewhere. So Sven, I want to come back to you for a question. How can large industrial players like Sasol ensure that African innovation capacities grow in parallel instead of reinforcing dependency?
I think this speaks to something that both Catherine and Bernd and Candice they've all raised, is the importance of developing people. In the case of kerosene, I think we have a number about 30 students, and with a good pretty much 50-50 split between gender, working together, doing PhDs in the program. We have regular exchanges. I think there's also been about 30 exchanges where people get together, share ideas, etc. We have rotations of people from academia and from HZB into Sasol, and we have our colleagues rotating into the universities or to HZB to actually do these things. So working like that is incredibly important, because that slowly but surely develops the capacity. And I think this is at the high tech end of just transition, but it is as important as I think some of the more grassroots initiatives that people can engage in. So we've got to bridge that full spectrum within the transition basis. All of this does, however, require money, and I must say the importance of the critical mass of funding that is required. If this would have been a €2 million program, we would have achieved very little. This is a huge program which has been very generously funded by the German government. We've put in a large amount of money also in kind into this program. And as a result of the huge investment, then you really start generating a virtuous cycle of exchange, of recognizing people and bringing people into each other's organizations.
Thank you so much, Sven. Bernd, did you want to say something there?
Also, what I like in the technology development, or what we look in the GreenQuest project, for example, also that there are technology developed which fits to Africa, but on the other hand, we learn that it also fits to us. Because if you learn about, this green cooking gas, there is the development of lightweight gas bottles, which would also have a nice application here or in other places. So I think this is the key for me, is that when I'm working in this project, or let's say I'm a bit as a scientific manager, I'm certainly a bit more in the management, but if I have the possibility to join the workshops, to be involved, to work together, then I'm so confident about what we can do if we work together, and what is possible, what I didn't expect. So I know when we started kerosene, it's 3.5 years ago. So how much can happen in 3 years? I'm completely overwhelmed. Yeah. And it's due to the people, due to the cooperation, certainly, and also due to the budget which was given in. This is also needed.
Yeah. I want to come back and look at policy frameworks, which often means money, in just a second. But before we do that, Candice, I want to turn to you and ask a little bit about social inclusion. And when you're looking at where you are in your career, what would make collaborations between research and industry more inclusive for young African researchers like you?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And I think a big part of it is, I think it's a topic that we have discussed here on the table, is collaborations between European and African countries do need to incorporate many different decision makers. And if a project, for example, is fit for an African country, I think a lot of African people should also be the decision makers. So it shouldn't be a one-sided situation. And I think currently with most of the projects that are going on, I don't think it is. So we are definitely on the forefront of that. And to add to that, I think the projects also need to be very multidisciplinary. So when we look at the social aspect of this, so a lot of what we do is for people. It's for us. So within our project, in GreenQuest specifically, we have these incredible collaborations between social scientists, engineers, environmentalists, people in business, people in economy specialists. And I think that's what makes it so special. That's what makes it work. And I hope to see more projects involving that multidisciplinariness. Yeah.
Just a quick follow-up. How do you get them all together?
Every 6 months.
And what does that look like?
Well, every 6 months we get together and we cook together. We have our biannual meetings, and we also have often just every week we have weekly meetings, exchanges between groups. It's really quite remarkable, and it's actually very easy. It's a lot easier than people may think. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Catherine and Gila, I'd like to come to the next question to you. What does an initiative like the African Foundation for Youth and Women in Education, Science, Technology and Innovation support? How does it support capacity building, like the kind we're talking about here?
Right. No, thank you. So we do that first and foremost is some of the things that we do in Nairobi, in Kenya. Actually, Kenya, not just Nairobi. We've got a group of women. Okay, we call them STEM women, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, because we know those are the areas that are really problematic for girls. And we partner with UNESCO Nairobi office. We also partner with the Ministry of Education. We also partner with the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. So that group of, and then also industry, maybe tech industry, so forth and so on. Some of the projects that the girls have been able to do is IT, programming, something that they never think about, because if you look at the percentage of women in IT is less than 20%. So IT is really badly affected, yet we're talking about artificial intelligence. So these are some of the things that we do. And so this group of women, we've got engineers, architects, marine scientists, chemists like myself, and so forth and so on, pilots even. And so when we go, we give our story. How did you become what you are? And so you start by, I was walking to school without shoes like myself. And the rats were hitting me at night because sometimes I didn't have a blanket. That is me. I slept on the floor. That is me. But then I made it. So education is the only way out. And so when we tell the girls like that, they look at you and they're like, no, you never went through all that. But of course I went through all that. So now coming back to the foundation. So those are some of the things we partner with people with objectives, like-minded objectives, so that we can be able to empower. Of course, the partnerships are very, very important. Exposure. I never used to be a LinkedIn person. No, in fact, it is Facebook once in a while taking photos at the airport to say that I'm traveling. Yeah. No, then later I realized that Facebook is just for people who are probably just trying to show off where they are going. Then I came back to LinkedIn. So I've got so many followers in LinkedIn. Every single day I've got at least 10 people who are following me. You know why? Every time I've got an opportunity from the foundation, and of course I get these opportunities, maybe opportunities for young people in Africa, I post it on the LinkedIn, and now everybody, whether it is in Africa, whether it is outside Africa, they are all following me because of these opportunities I'm sharing. You know, sometimes you see these things and you just like, oh, okay, this is not part of me. But then you know that is going to change somebody's, life. So please share whatever you have. So the foundation is very strong at that, but also the partnerships I've talked about. So those are the 4 pillars of my foundation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. You said something about education, and I'm a little emotional because I really do believe that education is the most important thing. It is the greatest gift that you can give children, is giving them access to a good education, because you have the possibilities really are endless where people can end up. Yeah. I think something else that is also really important is money. Yep. And so I want to look now at our last question before we come to the audience for questions in just about 5 minutes. I want to look at policy. So we're going to look, the G20 was just a couple of months ago in September, and it was held in South Africa, in Johannesburg. Mm-hmm. And next year, Germany and South Africa are going to celebrate 30 years of science and technology cooperation. And while Germany's Federal Minister of Research, Technology and Space was in Johannesburg, her name is Dorothee Bär, she said, quote, "We want to drive research that is geared towards open innovation, which takes account of the diversity of the research landscape and protects biodiversity. Only through our joint efforts in research and innovation will we achieve progress for all. And in bilateral talks there, Federal Research Minister Bear and Blade Nzimande, South Africa's Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, reaffirmed their intention to further expand cooperation and deepen the close ties between both countries. This is all very good news. This is all great. It sounds like a wonderful place to start. But now, those of you on the ground working locally, so to speak, what kind of policy frameworks do you need these words to become in order to help facilitate the types of collaboration that you're working on? I want to begin with the two of you who are working in South Africa. Candice Eslick, I'd like to start with you. Looking at projects like the one that you do, GreenQuest, what do you need in terms of policy to help take GreenQuest to the next level?
Yeah, that's a really great question, also a very tough question to answer. I think within policy, I think if we incorporate maybe more young researchers, young scientists that are involved in policy making, I think that would bridge a really big gap. On top of that, I think that in general, there just needs to be a bigger budget for science and research, especially in South Africa. And we need a more promotion of these activities in South Africa, yes, yeah.
All right, thanks so much. Sven, I'll turn to you now. What kind of policy frameworks would help expand and deepen the types of collaboration that you're working on?
Yeah, it is very important. And I think I'm going to talk now a little bit about the kerosene project, where your final product is a sustainable aviation fuel. And I'm going to turn your question around in terms of why is this working well? And the reason it's working well is because there is a mandate. There are people changing from fossil fuels to renewable fuels. It's more expensive, it's inconvenient, it's a real hassle. There's a burning issue of climate change which we have to address, but at the same time, everybody and in the world is battling with this. Without a mandate, it's very, very tough to move these things forward and to get the programs up and running. So for me, that is one critical thing that has been a huge support to this project, and I think to similar projects as well. So those kind of policies need to be rolled out more generally, and as far as possible, also to be globally mandated. Having it working in the EU, planes fly from outside of the EU. That doesn't work so well anymore at that point. So that for me is an absolutely critical one that needs to be done. Then the other thing that we need, I think, which is maybe a bit of a gap going forward, is in transitioning to the end state. We all know what the end state should potentially look like in terms of us being completely renewable. The way there is I mean, the end state is fairly clear or vaguely defined, shall we say. The pathway there is very messy. And particularly in the energy industry, there are such huge investments that have been made. How do we transition these slowly but surely going forward, so that we can use existing facilities to go forward? And things like flexible allocation of your molecules within a huge chemical plant or in an industrial facility is the kind of thing that will enable, I think, more transition to happen more quickly, and a whole lot of innovation, a whole field of innovation is going to be unlocked if, in fact, policy enables one to take care of that, take advantage of that.
Thank you so much, Sven. Catherine, I want to come to you now to ask a little bit about what kind of policy frameworks, in your work with youth and with women, what do you need in terms of policy to help more girls become a part of science?
Absolutely. No, thank you again for that question. Let me also declare that I'm not declaring anything wrong. I'm just trying to share information. I sit in the United Nations Science, Technology, Innovation. I'm one of the 10 members of a group that advised the Secretary General through the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA. And so what my role there is representing Africa. We are two Africans. One is from we're talking about the islands, the small islands. I talk about the large, the surface area, the land. And so some of the things that I look at is that the African Union, they have got a strategy called STISA, that is Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa. Mm-hmm. Why am I talking about this? It's so important because from that strategy, we see gender equality, we see education for girls, and so forth and so on. It translates very closely with my foundation because we are trying to promote access. So now, let me come back now to the UNESCO. UNESCO also I sit in the advisory board, and we are looking at some of the areas, particularly three pillars that we always discuss about. One is dismantling the stereotypes that are saying girls cannot do STEM. And so my foundation is looking at that, and we preach the gospel to everybody who wants to listen. And the second one is pathways, different pathways. When I was growing up in the 60s and 70s, I only knew about 3 careers. One, my dad thought that you only get educated to get married to a doctor. So that is the closest you get to being a doctor, or engineer, or lawyer. But now I am not necessarily have to get married to a lawyer or a doctor and so forth and so on. The question is, what are the pathways? So now we go to the schools and educate girls about pathways. You can be a biochemist. That never existed before in my careers. So, those are some of the things, of opportunities. Artificial intelligence, data science, and so forth and so on. The other third issue or pillar that UNESCO is interested in is a safe working environment for women and girls, particularly women. Well, girls are not working, women are working. And what we're trying to say is this. I give you an example. And so once upon a time, I worked in the petroleum industry. And there was this particular woman who was an electrical engineer. And she left electrical engineering department to move to education and environment and health and so forth and so on. I said, Lucy, why did you move? Electrical engineer is very, very important. I mean, you need to be an engineer. She said, no, the critical mass. I don't have many people to support me. Women like to be supported. So she left that department of electrical engineering because of critical mass. There was no other woman. So the point, what UNESCO is trying to say, is that we need to support women in their working environment so that they can retain their careers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So my foundation supports all that.
Oh, thank you. That's really, really great. Yeah. If we have time later, I want to ask about how we can support women and girls better on these pathways. But before we open the floor to questions, Bernd, I want to ask you quickly, what kind of policy frameworks would help facilitate more collaborations like some of those that we see here at the table today?
I would say if you really want to go for transformative collaborations, we need to have a bundle of measures. Not only one, we have long-term plans and we also have strategic settings. It's clear that education has to become first. So but then to enable talents, you have to exchange between the regions. I think that's also important. And exchange always in both directions, so not a one way. So we need the famous brain circulation and not the brain drain in the one or other direction. And therefore we need a strategic project. It's good to have like the project with kerosene or something. People also want to have a vision where you work on. We also have to be able to work on IP, on stuff. So really have a broad network, smaller networks, and also the boundaries with Catherine says that we include gender equality, that we have specific programs where we put some focus in. And this needs to be done together in a strategic, transformative approach.
Thank you so much. All right, audience, it's your turn now. Do we have anyone here in the audience who has a question for any of our panelists? I think I saw this hand first, and then I'll come to here. And I saw you, we'll do you after these two here. If you want to direct your question to someone specific, you can, or you can just say, for whoever wants to take it, please.
Okay, thank you. I'd be curious to learn if there are any countries in Africa that have a special opportunity in changing the energy mix, or is anyone doing anything differently that we could learn from?
Is anyone doing anything? Sven, please.
Yeah, I'll talk on behalf of South Africa. I mean, we
want to ask about other countries also.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it holds for some of the others as well. I think the 80% plus coal at the moment, a couple of 1.5 gigawatts of nuclear, but the push, the amount of wind and solar that's coming in there is truly fantastic. We as a company are close to a gigawatt worth of renewables that we are now buying in to replace old steam, coal-fired steam generation. So it's huge at that scale. I think a lot of Africa is still very energy poor. There's a great opportunity. There are big opportunities in the sort of the Ingwe complex in Congo for hydroelectric to come in over there. But in general, I think just basically there's going to be a huge demand for electricity and electrical power, and doing that through solar and wind is absolutely enormous, and there's basically a big shift going in that direction, if that helps.
Thank you very much, Sven. Bernd, I think you wanted to respond as well.
I only can add then, you mentioned already, certainly Africa is very rich in renewable resources and has a lot of possibilities to develop, but it's different in the different regions. So where you are, if you have the called WASCAL, West African Cooperation part, which are more the countries close to the big desert, their water is a big issue for some questions. As you said, there's hydro is still a big possibility in the Congo River, and this needs to be developed, but it needs to be developed together. So where we can help, and certainly Germany, Europe, we are interested. Also, we need to import probably energy on the longer term. We also want to develop technology together, and the biggest issue is also for the African countries to have their own energy market. I think there's a lot to be done. So it's not a good question, but not easy to answer. But it's full of opportunities. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Oh yes, but we have 3 or 4 more people who really want to ask
on that question.
Yes, but quickly, please.
You know, Africa, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, you realize that burning charcoal is one of number 1 pollution and everything. And so therefore, governments in Kenya, we are discouraging charcoal burning. And now what we have done, we got a group of scientists, engineers and so forth and so on. We are coming up with biochar. You know what is biochar? That is carbon that is stable, has been like you take wood and try to burn it, but under pyrolysis conditions, you control so that the carbon is very stable and you store energy that way. So that is what we are trying to encourage, because kerosene, sometimes even people can't afford kerosene, and sometimes the kerosene is killing people. You are in this charcoal house, and so you light kerosene, you forget, you sleep, you inhale all this, and you following day you're found dead. So you're trying to discourage that. And so the biochar solution, as opposed to the charcoal burning, is one of the ways that we are doing in Nairobi. There's a group of people, I can always give the link on that one.
Please do. Okay, I want to come to another audience question. If we have a microphone for here.
Thank you.
Hold it a little bit closer.
Yes. First of all, I would like to thank you. My name is Dr. Nisreen Abdel Fattah Al Abdel. I'm from Sudan. I have been working with energy field more than 15 years, okay, in electricity sector with different projects. So I have one comment and 2 questions based on that comment. The one comment is the problem for energy in Africa is not only money, it's not education, it's not capacity building. The problem in Africa is regarding to decision makers and leadership. This is first. Second, the question that I'm going to ask, to what extent your stakeholder analysis for any project is close to the country mission and vision? This is one question. The last question is, are you involving scientists, researchers in your stakeholder analysis? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think if there's someone here that would like to take that question, Bernd?
Maybe I can start. Candice could add, for example, in the Green Quest project, there we work together with several African universities, with social scientists, with economists, and this is really a stakeholder process to really develop and find a solution which at the end works in a specific community, which works for a city which is different than to do it. So the answer is yes, we do it, but it's only one single project. So it has to be rolled out. And many things are a leadership question. And we need to align bottom-up approaches with top-down approaches.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah. With regards to a Green Quest project, for example, there are people studying policy making and what policies can we recommend to further enhance energy rollout, specifically with LPG. And I think it's also important for these social scientists actually going into communities and asking communities, would you accept this fuel? How much would you pay for this fuel? What would the limits be, for example? And that also then informs us back at our group. But I do agree with you. Leaders need to be held accountable for the poor decisions that they make as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, a question right here.
Thank you so much. My name is Valerie. I'm from Cameroon.
I have two questions. One, when we see the word collaboration, one thing that comes to mind is equity. And I want to ask the panel, how do they ensure that those who come to the table come from a place of power, not from a place where they are ready to receive whatever is being handed over to them? Then the second question, which I would like them to reflect on, is one of the major challenges that could come to a just collaboration could be corruption. But I didn't hear it come up in the panel. So what do you think? How do we address that? Because that is a real big issue in African countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm also looking at the clock, and so I'll ask you to maybe address, if someone wants to address maybe the first question, and someone else can address the second question, but quickly in the interest of time.
I take the second.
Please.
I take the first.
All right, let's go.
Okay, what was the first one?
What was the first one?
Okay, the issue of equity. Okay, let me give you an example, a live example of the equity that we are doing. I also did declare that I also work, I'm the acting CEO of the African Academy of Sciences, in addition to the foundation. And so the African Academy of Sciences is implementing a project, the partnership between EU and AU, that is European Union, European Research Commission, ERC, and African Union Commission. So this is a project, a big project, which is 25 million euro, the first part, and the second part is now about to come, which is IRISE 2. IRISE stands for Africa Research Initiative for Scientific Excellence in Africa. And so what we do in terms of equity, addressing equity, is that we make sure that we've got like 47 institutions that have been given these grants, the grantees that are benefiting from the EU-AU partnership. And so we make sure that they are 50-50. Women, 50. And so sometimes, okay, so some of the conditions are that you must have finished your PhD not more than 5 years. We make it 8 or 7 for women. We say, okay, but you must give us some motivation. After your PhD, did you give birth? How many children? If you say I gave birth to 4 children, we give you 4 years extra. And so that is tries to make sure that we also have another project called Affiliate, that is the African Academy of Sciences Affiliates. And so we make sure that it is 50-50. So that girls 50, boys 50. That way, equity is very, very important. The second part
is to ban.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on this, but I just show that we are sometimes facing it in some cooperation. So corruption is certainly a global issue, a global problem, but it's also in some practical things it really arises working together, for example, with the university where we have experienced it, that it's difficult to transfer equipment and to bring it there, that we don't have to pay these additional tariffs, I would call it, which are due to corruption, which are happening. And I think this is a key topic where we need to work on, and that we really have that the money which is devoted to any kind of project is really coming to the people.
Yeah. And just from a company perspective, I mean, we insist on being squeaky clean because we know that the EU is going to audit us on the project. And so corruption is absolutely not an option. We're completely against it. Unfortunately, it does, I think, play out in the bigger field. I think it's a hurdle. It's a lot of sand in the gearbox. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, audience members, for your question. I apologize if you had a question and we didn't have a chance to get to you because everyone can see we have about exactly 2 minutes left. So I've got one final question for my panelists. It's going to be the same question for all of you. Audience, you will kind of recognize how this question starts. What is the next step that we have to take to break down the wall of creating and facilitating just and global collaborations, either when it comes to African-European collaborations, like some that we have here today, or in other global pairings, so that we can move from transactional to transformative in the global energy shift? Candace, you have about 20 seconds.
Okay. Someone, one of the Falling Walls Lab participants actually presented on this, and it really, really struck a chord with me. And I think breaking the wall of permits, specifically for researchers, African researchers traveling abroad to study and continue their research, I think is a big, big thing.
All right. Permitting. Sven.
We were very fortunate in our projects that we had great support from HZB, from ULIC, etc., just in terms of how does all of this work? How do you put together your applications? What is important? What is not important? That support, I believe, is critically important to enable this.
support? Catherine, quickly in 20 seconds.
Around the bureaucracy particularly.
Okay, so very much. So Catherine.
Thank you. So our policy framework must address equity. Very, very important. And that is what my foundation advocates. Finance, access to finance is very, very important. And also capacity building of the technology. So critical, because otherwise the technology is becoming useless if you're not going to capacity build. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Bernd Recht to close us out.
I see 6 seconds. So I think the key is that we always have to be aware that we are on the same planet. We are facing the same problems there, and we have to solve it together with equity. We have to discuss about the solutions and then do action together. So this is the key take home for me.
I think it is the key take home to do stuff together. Thank you for doing this panel together with me, everyone. Bernd Recht, Candice Esslich, Sven Godor, Catherine Ngila. Thank you so much for your questions.
Thanks. Thank you.
Falling Walls Circle, Challenges and Foresight.
Welcome to the Falling Walls Plenary Table. Academia under attack. Action against anti-democratic threats.
Welcome to our plenary table, Academia Under Attack. My name is Jens Martin Gohr. I'm a literary scholar and the member of the Board of Trustees of the Volkswagen Foundation, which is sponsoring this table, and I have the pleasure of moderating today. When planning for this table began about a year ago, the working title, Academia Under Attack, may have sounded somewhat alarmist or overly sensational. This is no longer the case. So today we want to explore the dramatic challenges to academic freedom from rising populist and authoritarian tendencies in Western democracies. Two guidelines for our discussions. We want to focus primarily on Europe, though obviously with a view to developments in the US. And secondly, we don't really want to spend time focusing on a diagnosis of the problem, on which I'm sure we'll agree, but rather on what to do about it. We'll do so with a group of panelists uniquely placed to discuss these questions. Patrick Kramer is an award-winning biochemist and structural biologist, and since 2023 has been president of the Max Planck Society with its 84 institutes and over 25,000 employees. Please welcome Patrick Kramer. Thank you. Maria Leptin is a distinguished developmental biologist and immunologist who has been president of the European Research Council since 2021, and about 5 weeks ago, as of October 1st, was reappointed for a second term. Please welcome Maria Leptin. Next, Daniel Ziblatt is the Eaton Professor of Government at Harvard University and at the Wissenschaftszentrum Berlin. WZB directs the research department Transformations of Democracy, and in 2018 with Stephen Levitsky published How Democracies Die, which was widely acclaimed and translated into numerous languages. Please welcome Daniel Ziblatt. Thank you. Next, Anna Sara Lind is Professor of Public Law at Uppsala University in Sweden, and earlier this year she was appointed by the Swedish government to lead the national inquiry on academic freedom. Welcome, Anna Sara Lind. Eva Ines Overquell is a legal scholar who has been rector of Leipzig University since 2022, and earlier this year was elected chairperson of the Rectors' Council of the State of Saxony, and that too is a position in which safeguarding academia must be a matter of some concern. Welcome, Eva Ines Overquell. I'm sure you'll agree with me that this panel is uniquely suited to discussing these questions in all their facets in 50 minutes. So let's get started. By way of transition, Patrick Kramer, earlier today you moderated a panel on transatlantic science relations. By way of transition, can you share with us some of the insights from that panel?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, first of all, it's of course a very important topic, but it's also a very difficult one. And what we managed this morning, which was really great to see that, you know, colleagues from the US, from Canada, from the Netherlands, from Germany, came together to discuss what can we do under the current situation. As you say, the analysis is clear. We are very concerned about the developments in the US. Our colleagues are under threat, budgets are cut, some are intimidated. We see threats on academic freedom, we see threats on the autonomy of the institutions. And so we should concentrate on what we do. And I think there were two very clear outcomes, which are, you know, essentially also what we do at the Max Planck Society. One is that we do the opposite of when the politicians want to isolate themselves, fine, not fine, but we want to strengthen our partnership. And second, we have to do everything we can to prevent the loss of a generation of talent from science, which is a global endeavor. And maybe if you allow me some numbers for people to appreciate what the magnitude of the problem is. If you only take our Max Planck institutes and you ask how much do they actually do with colleagues in the United States, you find that there's almost 1,000 ongoing collaborative projects, and each year we publish 4,000 papers together with colleagues from the US. This is the magnitude of what is at stake. And of course now collaborations are difficult because fellows in the US get emails, you know, your fellowship will run out, there's no positions for you to be extended and so forth. And so that panel was very good because we agreed that these are the two key points. And maybe one last thing from this morning, which was also very clear, is we shouldn't always look at the United States and see the difficult situation. We should look also within Europe, the developments that we see in politics in many countries in Europe, including Germany. And what we see is that there is these nationalist forces. And as scientists, I think we have to be in opposition to these nationalist forces because they endanger open society, they endanger international cooperation, they endanger the welcome culture that we have in Europe, where we want to attract talent from the whole world, where we want to exchange talent. And this is why, at least me personally, but many of my colleagues, why we are opposed to these populist nationalist forces.
Thank you very much. Maria Liptin, what is the ERC doing on a European level to increase the resilience of academia against such attacks?
I think that question indicates an overestimation of the power of the ERC, which
there is that,
and especially mine, which is zero. So all I can do is to assert the need for independence, for autonomy, and for the value of fundamental science. And our scientific council does that vociferously wherever we can. It's, you know, this debate for a German is strange because Germany has embodied in its constitution the freedom of science. And so, you know, we grow up, Patrick as well, we grow up in a state where we take that, UEFA, take that for granted. And we see with astonishment that other countries don't have that. So it's unique, and I hope it will protect us to some degree. But what it doesn't protect us of is what Patrick just mentioned. So I see two threats to academic freedom. One is the direct threat, the oppression, the suppression that we see in the US, that we see here in Europe, in Hungary, for instance. But the other is a sort of hidden, creeping reduction of freedom through through a web of incentives that don't necessarily support freedom. Whether it's the wrong incentives for careers, you know, publishing in high impact journals, lack of career perspectives, which disallows people from taking risky decisions, which are absolutely necessary for research, as I'm sure we'll all agree. And then also the constant call for impact. The citizen is entitled to have their tax euros or whatever currency they used towards solving societal problems. But we must remember, and you know, I mean, those of you who've heard me here before, I just have to reiterate it, the absolute need of fundamental science for that, and many here recognize it. But the creeping power of, you know, infecting people's brains with the idea that they have to do impact, and by the way, have to do all sorts of other things as academics, rather than just pursue the free pursuit of knowledge, that worries me as much. And that can't be dealt with by legislation or by a German constitution.
Thank you. Daniel Ziblatt. Thank you. Daniel Ziblatt, what are lessons that Europe can and must learn from the US, both at the level of an individual organization and at the level of a research system at the whole?
Yeah, so very much building on these two, I think these two threats you just described are, in fact, connected. And I guess one thing I would say is to not think that this attack on American universities is an American pathology alone. This is something that I think it's a movie coming to a theater near you, unfortunately. You know, if we look at regional elections coming up in Germany this next year, it's very possible that the cultural ministry is in the hands of populists in some German states, and science will be attacked. And so what can we learn from the American experience? I think there's three lessons. Number one, there needs to be an emphasis, and this may be a long-run project, the pluralization of research funding. And what I mean by that is not the privatization, but rather supplementing public funds with the kinds of private institutions like Max Planck, like Volkswagen Stiftung, like all of these kinds of organizations that already do exist in Europe. And the reason this is so important is, one sees what happens when so much funding is in the hands of one central governmental funded agency, the National Institutes of Health, is that if populists gain control, they can easily turn off the spigot. And so again, this is not at all, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that public funding shouldn't be central, but alongside that, we need to have a more diverse, plural ecosystem of funding. So that's the first point. Second point I would say is the importance of seeking out social allies for universities and research institutions. And so one of the things I think, because people have grown up in environments in which we take our academic freedom for granted, there hasn't been enough attention to finding partners, journalists, labor unions, civic organizations, having open science days, inviting journalists in, being connected to schools to find social partners, people who will come to a university or research institution's defense when it is attacked politically. We need social allies. And the third point I would say, and this is absolutely essential for both of these things, is to act preemptively, act ahead of time. I think if one waits until the attack begins and then goes out to try to find social allies, you may find yourself quite lonely. And so I think that this kind of long, hard work of finding social allies, of looking for more diverse funding structures, all preemptively really are essential. And I wish American universities had done this 10 years ago, and they haven't done enough of that. And so I look, so in a way, I feel like I'm coming back from the battle lines and coming back and reporting and can say that, people need to be thinking about this now.
Thank you so much. Anna-Sara Lind, can you share first insights from the National Inquiry into Academic Freedom that you're currently conducting? What is relevant for our discussion? What can you share?
For 1 minute or so. No, but I would say I also have 3 things that I would like to mention, in the beginning of this discussion. First of all, I think it's very important that we do recognize this as being a thoroughly, deeply constitutional issue. And when I talk about constitution, I mean also we need to live our society and build a good society. So I would like to put academic freedom in relation to the rule of law and to democracy. They are interrelated and depend upon each other. So that's the first thing I want to say. What I've seen a lot when I talk to national universities, to researchers, both in Sweden but also internationally, is that there is a big need that we do need to communicate about academic freedom, both internally and externally. Many researchers lack knowledge about what academic freedom is all about. What are my rights? What are my duties? They feel quite alone sometimes. They're very focused on their career, on how to advance, on how to survive until the next project, getting funding and so on. And they can feel quite alone. And that's a big job, I think, for the universities internally to take on. And then I also think that the platform of the research, and when we talk about external and internal threats, it's important to understand that the platform of a researcher is very, very complex. It's the institution, it's the financing, it's the fundamental rights that we have as researchers. We have the labor rules, we have the career possibilities and so on. It's extremely complex. And some things, if you have a lack of strength or support in one field, it has an impact also on another dimension of that platform for the individual researcher. And that's important to have in mind when we talk about academic freedom as well.
Thank you so much. Ifeanyi Suvakvel, as director of a university, which steps are you taking to protect an institution? What can you do at an institution level?
I think this is not only a single policy, but a whole basket of or a system of safeguards. As universities, our duty is not only to teach about democracy and academic freedom, but also to live it structurally, transparently and courageously. And to build coalitions, you have already mentioned it, the coalition building is very important with as many societal and political actors as possible. And if I may focus on one field, I would choose the cultural dimension of the academic system, because culture is, let me tell it like the soil in which resilience either take root or withers. My suggestion is for the discussion a mandatory let's discuss a mandatory democratic literacy and civic responsibility modules for all students and all academic staff. Embedded in the university's operations rather than just voluntary offerings. This would include critical thinking. This would include media literacy, a dialogue across all the differences and disciplines, and study of historical cases in which academia failed to resist authoritarianism. It must be done with the community, not from imposed from above, but it should still be universal. And yes, I'm sure it will provoke debate, but that's science, to have debate and academic dialogue. Mandatory culture training may be viewed as paternalistic, as an imposition, and risk creating just a tick box exercise rather than genuine internalization. But I think it's important because it pushes the role of the university from a purely knowledge transmission to into a civic formation role, and we are. In this way, we are political players and actors. So why is it necessary to have this with like a mandatory system? I think without resilient culture, even if the legal frameworks are really strong and institutions well funded and governance is robust, the day-to-day practices, attitudes and norms may permit this creeping anti-democratic dynamics. For example, the exclusion of dissenting voices, the normalization of intolerance. And we have in our Leipzig Declaration, we have emphasized that pluralism, tolerance, diversity of opinions and perspectives, and freedom, and the rule of law, that this is the prerequisite for successful research and study. So it's in our, it's really crucial for us.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that in this first round already we've talked about sort of legal and regulatory, institutional, financial, and cultural conditions which influence resilience. Maybe we could sort of take it in that order, take it further in that order, and talk about institutional and sort of large scale ideas. Patrick Hammer, would you want to sort of start with one idea, one suggestion, what can be done at the sort of institutional, regulatory, large scale level?
Yeah, sure, I can do so. I think it's very important to realize what science really is. And I think it's an activity of the society for the society. And I think it's not enough to say, follow the science. This is not enough. We have a political process, and science cannot replace that process. But what is our duty is that we bring evidence to this political process. So we tell people about what we've learned, and also what the chances are of these scientific results and what the risks are. And we bring that evidence to the table, and then there's a political process. Now, what I'm really worried about, and I think that's really critical for the upcoming elections also, the society, people have to have a feeling that the state is functional. And that it cannot be that you wait for years to get little things done. And so it starts with the bureaucracy. We have, for example, made suggestions, that's over a year ago, as the Alliance of German Research Organizations, a very clear list, like 10 pages or so, of all the rules which are not necessary, of all the rules that should be changed to allow for faster construction of scientific buildings, faster experiments and so forth. And these are very simple things. It doesn't cost €1. And I know it's being worked on, but it's all complicated and slow. And my pledge would be, if we can demonstrate that we have a functional state, that these democratic states are able to do the essential reforms in due time, then I think people will have trust. And maybe one last thing. Often our system is now a system of control. But we should convert this system of mistrust, we should convert it to a system of trust. So the state officials should trust their citizens, which pay the tax and which do elect, the parties. And if we are not able to do that, we will not be fast and we will not compete with systems that deny democratic values and that say that, it's impossible in this fast-moving world to persist as a democracy. We should show that democracies are able to do it, and for that we need to convert the system back into a system of trust where the citizens, the society is trusted, first of all.
Would you want to build on that from a European level?
Absolutely. I mean, also our Minister Baer said the exact same thing yesterday, and it is essential. So at the institutional level, of course, that is one thing. Freedom means no strings attached, and that's the exact opposite of bureaucracy. And so it's important for scientific freedom that you have space to think, virtual space to think, that you have the funding, that you have time, and that you don't have endless conditions that have nothing to do with if we say Wissenschaft, not science, but scholarship is to do with generating knowledge, and that's knowledge that the society needs. You need to create that space. We did a survey. I did a survey when I was EMBO director of our top-level young scientists about what they needed. The Austrian research funding organization, FWF, has done a similar survey of their scientists. It's very clear. They don't mind having to compete for funds. They don't mind writing grants. No, they don't mind critique. They don't mind even justifying what they're doing. What they do mind is having to write grants every few minutes, and when they're not writing a grant, they're reviewing somebody else's, or they're writing their final reports, or their interim reports, or their financial reports. Leaves no freedom. So I think as an institution, and whether that institution is the funder or the university or anyone else, that's what we've got to get rid of.
Thank you. Daniel, you've already talked about the diversification of funding streams as one measure. Would you want to build on that, or would you want to sort of focus on something? Could you?
Well, I guess one thing I didn't say is the role of international collaborations, and this has already been mentioned. And so the first reaction in Europe to the attack on funding institutions in science and universities in the United States from Europe was, well, this is an opportunity to recruit people away. I mean, some people talked about this, and some of that will happen, and that's fine. But I think a kind of second wave of proposals that have come out is this idea of more collaboration and thinking of ways of and this is a method of diversification. I mean, so in a sense, if we provide a more international landscape of funding for research, this inoculates all of us from authoritarian attacks in science in our own national communities. And so I think that is something that I think really has to be essential. And the details of this is very tricky because there's national restrictions on how much time you can spend in your own home university versus being, if you're an American researcher and you want to work with a European institution. And so some institutions are coming up with creative solutions. And so I would encourage more of that. And speaking to American scientists or scientists based in the United States to figure out how these kind of new funding models can work with the realities in the United States. I think it's essential to have those conversations because otherwise we may come up with really kind of generous and creative solutions that don't quite work to the local environment. So I think that would be something that I would encourage as well.
Thank you. And Sarah, as a scholar of public law, would you want to talk about some of the legal frameworks that can help safeguard academic freedom?
Well, there are many legal frameworks. I mean, we've already heard about the great Constitution of Germany. There are constitutional rules of different sorts. Me, myself, being also in public international law, I mean, of course, we do have international collaboration relating to how we can work with and strengthen and interact within the field of academic freedom. If I would wish for two things when we talk about the legal dimension and financial setting and so on, I totally agree with you, Eva. I think that it would be very important to have education and cross-border discussions of more sorts. Politicians need to know what a university is, what a research institution is, what we do. Civil servants need to have more knowledge. This link between democracy, rule of law, and academia, that is something that we can't take for granted anymore. So more education and more meetings cross borders, and I mean to have allies and collaborations and things like that, that is important. I also think that we should talk about the great world that we researchers are part of, because it is an international world. I have a universe that is special beyond the normal society, as I have my colleagues in the US, in Germany, and at other places in the world, and we have our communications. I think we should try to explain the academic citizenship more and the duties that are linked to that citizenship. It doesn't mean anything if I have all the money in the world, sit in my country house and I write. If no one reads, if no one critiques, if no one says this is a good standard or she's mistaken on that point, she needs to redo that, etc., etc. We have a world of our own, and I need to give a lot to that community as well in order to be a full-fledged citizen of the academic world. For that you need time. You need perspectives. You need to have a solid platform, as you were saying. And of course, administration and stress is not good for that. But I think it's important that we explain the richness of this world that we researchers do belong to others beyond our field.
Can we briefly also talk about some of the hard questions? So without nest fouling, navel gazing, or whistling in the dark, where as a community of academics, as individual institutions, as funding agencies, where are we potentially helping anti-democratic forces? Where are we making it too easy for them? So take the argument that originally progressive ideas originating in academia, plural knowledges, plural epistemologies, situated knowledges, discussions about relativism, some facets of identity politics and campus culture have been providing arguments to populists and anti-democratic forces. I know that's a tough one, but can we maybe go into that and would you want to comment on facets of that?
Yes, sure. It's an uncomfortable question, and one that we must take seriously. Universities are places of free thoughts, critical reflection and dialogue, academic dialogue. But precisely, I think these strengths can sometimes be exploited by anti-democratic forces if we are not vigilant. As a community of academics, we may inadvertently help anti-democratic tendencies when we allow relativism to blur the line between open debate and the deliberate spread of disinformation or hate. So where is the line? And when we fail to speak clearly, I think this is something we have to think about. When we fail to speak clearly against the distortion of facts, against behavior of scientists who might defend their position by the basic law and the freedom of science, or when we retreat into neutrality in the face of attacks on human dignity. On our basic values from the Constitution. We create space for those who wish to undermine democratic values for us. As institutions, I think we can make it too easy when we prioritize efficiency, metrics, impact, over education for democratic citizenship. If we focus too strongly on these metrics, for example, if we reduce scholarship to output or view universities merely like a service provider, we risk weakening our roles as universities as a space and spaces for personal development, for, yes, also moral developments and intellectual formation. So our responsibility is twofold. First, to defend the university as a place where freedom and responsibility is inseparable. And second, to cultivate this culture, the culture that recognizes democracy not as a given, but as a living practice. One that must be renewed through every single decision, policy decision, in every seminar. In every seminar, in every act of academic integrity, we have to live these values. Only through self-reflection, open debate, and solidarity across disciplines and institutions, this is the coalition building again, we can assure that universities can fill this role as policy actor with life.
Thank you. Would you want to go on with this?
Yeah, I would love to. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. But isn't it strange today? I mean, when we have all this misinformation, we have I work a bit on artificial intelligence and fundamental rights and things like that. We have the AI, we have the algorithms, we have the social media and so on. And what we do at the university as research, we're utterly old-fashioned, aren't we? I mean, we stand for everything that is not à la mode today. We need time. We need an answer. We can't just send in quick speed. We need to have a dialogue and answer. We want to have the tough, the thorough discussion. We're extremely old-fashioned in a way, one could say. And I do think society needs us. We have never ever been more needed than today. When you say we should live what we aim for and so on, I think you're completely right. I'm also a firm believer that knowledge is something that creates new knowledge. So the importance of us being part of society and be ready to explain why we have higher education institutions and universities, and the special features of that is very, very important. And I think that we should, as researchers, it's not just about us publishing and then leave the debate. I think we need to continue to explain why our results needs to be understood and needs to be handled and what they can lead to. There is something special. I mean, I'm a lawyer. There's a difference that being at the university and being a professor of laws and not being a consultancy member or a judge. What is that different? Why do you need those perspectives from the outside based on other methods than just sending in real-time speed, so to say? And I think that is something that we really need to dwell upon much, much more.
A related question would, of course, be that whether the discussions about the replication crisis and academic discussions about it have been a godsend for anti-academic discussions in the name of sort of common sense. Is there a way of making sure that we have these necessary discussions within academia without providing material for anti-academic discussions? I'm looking at our two natural scientists here. Would either of you want to comment?
I think that discussion, it was totally justified to kick off that discussion.
Absolutely.
I think that discussion, even within academic circles, has become a little bit unacademic. And with lack of solid definitions what reproducibility means, any one of us who've ever moved their lab knows that experiments that we did yesterday in the old lab, the same experiment done by the same people in the new lab doesn't work. Those of us who work at the very forefront of science know how bloody hard it is to get anything done. It's very different from baking a cake at home. Which is also, I'll add a little bit, you know, you're asking us a really difficult question. Because, of course, what one feels wants to say, well, stand up for your rights, we'll protect you and speak out. That's very easy to say for somebody who's not affected by that. And so I actually simply feel helpless. And I think part of the discussion we heard before, and it's really very difficult because, you know, how do we affect those who oppress you? We can only do it by actions that will hurt you as well. That's one of the big problems for this cross-border help for our colleagues. So I just have to say I'm helpless. I would like to say be brave. I would like to think that I would be brave, but I can't guarantee that. So I think all we can say is sympathy. And when we have a chance to speak to your governments or to speak to those who oppress, try hard. But it can backfire.
Well, we need to come to our final round already, but maybe
just one comment. We have the same experience during two dictatorships in Germany. So we have this experience, and I think we have signs on it. So this is one answer to push and to strengthen the science in this field as a topic of science. And then second, I agree completely with you both. The international cooperations are so important. And then we have, through our international cooperations, which we won't stop, which we never will stop, even if they are in China or in other parts of the world, or Israel or wherever. This is so important to have this international cooperation because this is the backbone of science.
For reasons of time, one quick final word from each of you. I'm tempted to ask, what are the walls that we need to build to protect science? But this is falling walls. So what are the next steps to take down the wall of inaction against anti-democratic violence? Patrick Kramer.
It's very clear. Europe needs to wake up and take its responsibility and have a leading role in the world of science and not rely on anybody, but rather be open to collaborate with the whole world and to collaborate with anyone who believes in this global scientific endeavor.
Thank you. Maria.
I agree with what you said before, Patrick, about being in our own fields, being active and not activist. But I think in this case, in protecting scientific freedom, we have to be activist.
So I'm going to say something that sounds kind of like a cliche, that people just need to work together and so on. But the reason this is so important is that when you see how each individual American university was picked off by making an individual deal and thinking, this is in our interest, it's better not to collaborate with our competitors. The collective action problem is, and it's so tempting to do that it's really essential to remember that you need to hang together, you hang separately, as a famous person once played.
That's very good.
More perspectives and work on how to make academic freedom more resilient.
Thank you so much.
How many seconds do I have?
Not much.
We do have a minute.
Okay.
We do have a minute.
I think we should draw lessons from the developments, for example, in the US. And we should be aware that we have a fundamental right, which is freedom of science, which doesn't exist in the US because it's only the freedom of expression. And then I think it's essential to systematically explain science, methods, the functioning of science, and to show to all the policymakers the added value of our higher education institutions. Why is it so important to have this universities and to identify the partners within the society, within the economics and everywhere to have this coalition building.
Thank you. So we've heard both important big picture structural ideas, but we've also had inspirational ideas for what we can do as individuals, as academics, as scientists, as administrators, and let's not forget, as academic teachers training the next generation. Thank you so much for these insights. Please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Falling Walls Circle, Challenges and Foresight.
Welcome to the Falling Walls Plenary Table. Fusion made in Germany. Dream or future reality?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Melanie Windridge. I'm the founder of Fusion Energy Insights. In the last 10 years, fusion has transformed from an academic pursuit to a burgeoning industry, with over 70 private fusion companies around the world, 4 of which are in Germany, and private investment of over $10 billion US. In 2022, a laser fusion experiment in America, the National Ignition Facility, or NIF, achieved a breakthrough milestone of ignition, so more energy out of the fusion reactions than was put in to drive them, to get them started. This demonstrated the scientific possibility of achieving fusion on Earth. Germany has a strong history of fusion research, operates the ASDEX tokamak and the Wendelstein 7X accelerator. And this year, Germany's high-tech agenda, fusion was identified as one of 6 critical future technologies. And the government has adopted a draft fusion action plan, which commits more than €2 billion for fusion by 2029. I'd like to give you a few recent announcements from German-based fusion startups. So Proxima Fusion in Munich raised €130 million in a Series A funding round in June 2025, which was the largest early-stage funding round ever by a European fusion startup. Gauss Fusion in Berlin has published a full conceptual design report for its giga commercial fusion plant. Marvel Fusion in Munich raised €113 million in Series B for its laser-based inertial confinement fusion approach. And Focused Energy, a US-German company, signed an MOU with RWE and the German state of Hesse to develop a 1 gigawatt power plant, fusion power plant, at the former Biblis nuclear site. So the current German government has made its goal clear. The first fusion power plant will be built in Germany. So how realistic is this goal? Is Germany prepared for the technological and economic challenges posed by fusion power? And can fusion research strengthen Germany's economy? To discuss these questions and more, let me introduce our panelists. Firstly, Hartmut Zohm, the department head at the Max Planck Institute for Plasma Physics, Garching. David Gann, chairman of UK Industrial Fusion Solutions. Frank Nurnberg, global head of sales at Harios Covantix. And Peter Schrott, Head of Fusion Research Division, the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, BMFTR. Thank you. So first of all, Hartmut, where are we now in terms of the status, the technological status of fusion energy? Is the science solved, and do we know how to build a fusion power plant?
Well, I think not quite. So actually, there is a objective measure of this, which is called technology readiness levels, which is a number from 1 to 10. So 1 is sort of a crazy idea, and 10 is the product. And we recently made an analysis so for magnetic fusion, which is, you mentioned Asterix upgraded W7X, which we are doing in the magnetic confinement. We are in between 4 and 6 and maybe 7 in some areas. And I also know the perception is that you go from research to industry when you reach 7. So I think we still have a phase where we need a lot of research, but we already shake hands with industry, and we should now develop the industry in this. Then there is inertial fusion, which I think is on terms of the TRL a bit lower than this, but again, this is on the agenda and should be developed in Germany.
And inertial fusion is the laser fusion concept.
It's
right?
the laser fusion, yeah. And so they made a self-assessment where they are up to 4 in some areas, but there are areas where they're down to 1, where it's really not that developed.
So there's still a lot of science that needs to be done, would you say, before moving to a power plant?
Yes, and also, I mean, historically, laser fusion has not always looked at peaceful purposes of this, and so they haven't put as much energy and effort into studying power plant solutions as we have done in magnetic fusion. I think this is the part this is missing. The plasma part looks great, you mentioned NIF, but the part of the technology around it is still something that needs more thought and to be developed than on the magnetic fusion side.
And what about when you're moving from the science to an actual full-scale power plant? Are there other systems or other things that need to be done besides just getting the fusion reactions happening?
Well, the most important thing is the breeding of the fuel. When you use tritium, which is the hydrogen isotope, which does not exist on Earth because it has a half-short lifetime, 12.4 years or so, you have to breed this in the world by the neutrons, which come from fusion. And this is something that we really need to develop in the sense that we only have proof of principle experiments of this. That's actually the one with the lowest TRL. And this is the one that we should really focus on in the technology development, I think. Which, by the way, Germany does both physics and technology in R&D. We're strong in both of these.
Okay, so there's still systems that need to be developed that will be needed for a power plant. And Peter, so there's been a lot of activity in fusion in recent years. How has the BMFTR funding for fusion changed over the last couple of years, and why?
Yeah, I think it has changed quite a bit. If you look back at the time, let's say like 10 years ago, we had just institutional funding in Germany, like for the IPP and for the research centers in Karlsruhe and in Jülich. There was no project funding, and that changed. The change started about 3-4 years ago when the ministry introduced a new funding strategy, a new funding scheme, introduced new budgets for project funding, and started to fund the cooperation between science and industry, and got industry involved into the scientific technical work. And that was a big change. And that also went with an increase in funding. The federal government just decided on the action plan on fusion. So that was a decision by the whole government. So that shows that there is really a political momentum behind that, with the goal, as you mentioned, to build the first fusion power plant in Germany. And that has led to the fact that the budget increase is from roughly 150 million euros a year, that was the institutional funding in former times, to close to 800 million euros a year in 2029. And I think that's quite a substantial increase.
Yeah, it is. But so it's recognized then by the government that more funding will be required to actually get to the power plant solution at the end of it?
Absolutely. I mean, one aspect of the funding is, in Hartmut Sohm's concept, the TRL levels. I think the funding strategy is to fund projects that concretely are aimed to increase the TRL in all the fusion technologies. And there are a lot of technologies that you have to look at and where you have to increase the TRL in order to get closer to a power plant. So that's one important strategic goal. But then I think we are also talking about facilities. We need research infrastructures. We need facilities that demonstrate technologies. They will be expensive, I assume. So I think that's also justification for the increase in budgets that we can build up and set up these kinds of infrastructures.
Yeah, understand. But now Germany is not the only country interested in fusion, right? So the US has a bold decadal vision for commercial fusion energy. Japan has also announced the intention to be the first to build a fusion power plant. China is investing billions. And also the UK was the first to declare their plan for a prototype power plant called STEP, and also to start the discussions on the regulatory framework. Now, David, the UK has invested a lot in fusion power. If you compare the British and the German approach, what similarities and differences do you see?
Well, first of all, let me say thank you for inviting me to this conference and this discussion, because I'm really pleased to hear what is happening in Germany. And, you know, we can't further fusion from Britain without partnerships and without working together and sharing some common ideas. And the most important one as we move into a pathway to commercialization is an industrial base that has the capability to deliver the subsystems, and then an integrator that can put it together. And I think you're absolutely right, Hartmut, that we are moving up the TRLs to get to that point. And so this is the time where we need to start thinking who's going to do this. And the private sector is going to be the main player in delivering fusion power plants. And UK and Germany and other European countries need great engineering companies to work together on that. So what are we doing in the UK? Well, we've had 70 years or more of research on fusion at the Atomic Energy Authority, which is the UK's national lab. And actually, we're blessed by having 40 years of that with the JET project, which was the Joint European Torus, an EU-funded programme. And the legacy of all of that work sums up to a lot of expertise that still resides in the UK, and the government has chosen to invest in that expertise and build out arguably the best set of laboratories in the different constituent parts that are needed for fusion to happen. And on the back of that, still surprises me, because as chairman of the authority for 5 years, we worked through 3 different prime ministers with the British government, and now another one. We have been able to receive some rather large awards of funding comparative to other countries, the latest being £2.5 billion. And that is for the next 3.5 years for the detailed design phase. We've completed the first phase of design, the outline design phase for the STEP power plant. But the mission and UK Industrial Fusion Solutions has come out from the lab and is currently a limited company, a private company, which one owner, which is the British government, but ready to receive private sector ownership as we build out. Our mission is actually not just to create a power plant, but just as importantly, to seed an industry that can build fusion. And you can't do, I think, one without the other. No one's going to invest in an industry if they're not doing anything. And you know, one reason I'm so pleased to hear the stories in Germany and the momentum that's gaining is it gives more traction for industry to invest, because they can work on breeder blankets for German machines and British machines and machines we want to build elsewhere. And if you don't start to signal that in the market, you'll be building yet another bespoke research machine and pulling together a supply chain from scratch. It'll cost you an awful lot of money, and it won't leave anything with momentum into the future. So we're all in the same boat, actually. we need to, by the way, I don't care who gets there first. I think the Chinese will, but I don't care, in that we really need fusion to happen, and we want to happen in the best possible way with really good industrial players coming out of Europe to build out.
So Peter, building an industry, do you agree that it's not just about the final end point of the pilot plant or the power plant? It's actually about building up the industrial capabilities. Is that the other goal for government? Or how much economic impact do you think there is from building up the industries?
I think it's absolutely essential to build up the whole supply chain for a fusion power plant, and that will be a huge supply chain either for laser fusion or for magnetic fusion. And of course, I mean, at the end, we're talking about the business. I mean, it's not the state that operates a fusion power plant. There should be a business case. We hope there will be one, but that's a challenge. I mean, first, I think science is okay. On technology, we are working, but we also need the economic viability. You need to run a power plant 24/7 close to 24/7 in the future. So yeah, you need the whole value chain, you need to build up industry, and I think that's really a long way to go there, as David mentioned, to have a sustainable supply chain built up and of course earning money with selling their products probably worldwide for building up fusion power plants. Yeah.
So you think there will be strategic technologies that will be sold like worldwide or to other countries?
I mean, we are also, I think, talking about IP and IP management and IP portfolios, and that will be an essential part of the business. Yeah.
So bringing the industry in now it's a critical time for that. But so Frank, going over to talk a bit more about the industry perspective, do you think the industry is ready to step up to the challenge of fusion, or does it need more in terms of certainty or funding or information? Do you think it's ready, or is anything missing?
You just mentioned in 2022 the great success of the National Ignition Facility in the US. Just think about when it has been started to be built. It's more than 20 years ago, and German companies were actually part of that in the supply chain, delivering products to that. And it's not just one, there are multiple companies here in Germany which can provide science, which can provide engineering and products which are crucial, which are required for these kind of applications. So from that perspective, I would say industry is already in since years, but industry sees as well the challenges which are ahead of us to be the right partner in building up one of these power plants. And independent which kind of approach at the end will be the fastest one. The final target is actually to achieve an interesting electricity pricing for everyone. You have as a target 9 cents per kilowatt hour as an example, and now you have to go down up to your supply chain and to be capable to produce fast in the required quality, but obviously to costs which are interesting to pursue that approach.
And am I right in thinking that the cost then is going to be, let's say, should we say not a challenge, but a key thing to think about? Because if you're building something for the scientific research, maybe the price is not so much of an issue, whereas if you're building it for a power plant and to get the electricity price down, how much of a challenge do you think that is?
That's actually a huge challenge, and add on this one the economical and political situations. I think everyone in Germany has felt what happened with our energy costs in the last years, and this is all going into that game. So there are, for industry, important topics like how far can you automate that to produce in the volume that this makes sense. For a lot of partners in these kind of projects, you are looking for a second possibility to use actually their products, what they are doing. Just as a little example, Heraeus Quantix is providing fused silica for the optical elements in these kind of laser systems. Yes, we are happy to join that and develop further the products, but we have the unique opportunity to sell that not just to fusion. We can sell that to the open market, and this is reducing a lot the risk for us. But there are other partners which have to develop specifically a product with no second use. And these are the ones which need the support, which needs, I don't want to say promises, but they need to have a guarantee and a certain kind of security when they entering that path.
That's an interesting distinction there, isn't it, then, between the technologies that have another market and the ones that are specific for fusion. And then you require the certainty there that it's worth investing in the development, I suppose, of developing your systems and processes. No, that's a good distinction. So is there anything else missing, do you think, that how could industry better step up to this challenge? What do you need?
Specifically, when we think about unique technologies, we have the magnets, which is a very important thing with a strong community here in Germany. We have the whole optics development, where we have a strong community here. So I think it's important to specifically focus on these key technologies, provide additional funding on that one to further develop that, because these are at the end, the technology, and as you said, which can be used in multiple countries. It's not just here in Germany only. It is only possible when everyone internationally works together on these kind of points, and when the industry can see already before the first electricity is produced in a plant like that they have spill-off effects and even can sell products to other applications, learn, improve their own products. That's where the support is still required from the government body.
So play to the strengths.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. You mentioned about some different approaches, and so there are a number of different approaches to fusion. Well, two main categories, you could say: magnetic confinement fusion or inertial confinement fusion. So magnetic confinement are things like tokamaks or stellarators. Inertial confinement, more like laser fusion, but there are other ways of doing it as well. Germany has a strong research history in magnetic confinement, Hartmut, and also but a lot of some of the best laser and optics in the world, right, as well. So should Germany focus, let's say, Hartmut, on magnetic confinement, do you think, or is it a distraction to go for the laser approach as well?
So as I said before, I think the magnetic fusion is, in terms of the reactor concept, magnetic fusion is further advanced. I think the decision to sort of have both technologies being funded at present is not a bad one, as long as there is enough money for it, so it doesn't go from one to the other. If we can do this, this is great. I think one important thing is the further you go from the plasma, the further away you go from the plasma, the more similar the technologies are. I mean, our plasma has like 10 orders of magnitude different densities, so there's no way the plasma sort of parameters are the same. But if you think of the breeding blanket, for example, which is hidden behind some wall and sees the neutrons, converts them into tritium, there is where we have this sort of handshake. So I think this kind of technology development is something that is important for any DT-based fusion, and so I'm happy if this is funded by both of them. Otherwise, I think, as I said before, magnetic fusion clearly I mean, in Germany you said tokamak and stellarator, but while we certainly claim to be amongst the leaders in magnetic fusion, we would claim to be the world leader in stellarators with the largest device, and quite rightly the German government has decided to go for a stellarator fusion power plant, which may not be the fastest, but may be the best one in the end, I think.
Mm-hmm. David?
Yeah, I'm completely agree with you, Hartmut, on your position there, but you will note that the British government has backed a spherical tokamak design. And, you know, going back to that question about commercial, my team is intent on building out a pathway for commercializing fusion, which means that every decision we take about the design is tested as to whether there may be some commercial viability about moving it ahead. We chose an apple-shaped machine because the cost of the magnets is likely to be very much less than a donut-shaped machine. That was a commercially driven decision that you wouldn't necessarily take if you were building a research machine. And so that's just an illustration of that pathway. Once you get thinking down that route, you have to make some decisions about how you're going to pursue it. And Britain's a small country. It's not quite broke, but it's got a big debt. And it's not able to pursue all the wonderful areas that our scientists and ourselves would like it to pursue. And it's made a decision at this point to try and work through on the spherical tokamak idea. And that's based on a lot of logic and evidence. You know, we ran JET for 40 years with our partners in Europe, which was a toroidal tokamak. And we want to make it happen. Now, to do that, it's going to cost tens of billions of euros or pounds just to build the first plant. Let's just be realistic about what we need. We're building a 2 gigawatt power facility with a brand new kettle that no one's designed and built before. So even just building the 2 gigawatt facility, you can look at how much it costs in Germany, France, or the UK. It's a big, major project. And we can't afford to do 3 of those in Britain. We can afford just about to get going on one with 2.5 billion for the design before we start building. And then we're going to have to go into partnership with industry and investment to bring the tens of billions. So whilst we'd love to do different variants in the UK. We've had to pick one that we think we might be able to succeed in. And that's the nature of where I think a lot of the fusion projects are at the moment around the world.
Peter?
Just a short comment, because I think that touches a very fundamental question of the strategy, also of the funding strategy of the government. First, I think it's fair to say at the moment the technology race is not decided. We don't know, even if the arguments by Hartmut Sohm are true, that perhaps magnetic fusion is more advanced in some fields. But I think it would not be correct to say that we can be sure that magnetic fusion will win the race. So our strategy is, at least for the moment, to be open to all technologies, to keep several horses in the race, if you like. But certainly, David, as you mentioned, at some point we have to take decisions. Perhaps we can fund some infrastructures and some technology demonstrators on a smaller scale in order to do further tests on the viability of the concepts. But at one point we have to take decisions, and certainly Germany will also not be in a position to build 4 demonstration power plants. So the decision will be taken at some point. Not yet, fortunately, if you like,
Peter,
but at some point.
If I were sitting here as a minister from the British government, I'd say almost exactly the same as you've said. But I'm not. I'm sitting here as the chairman of a newly created company to build out on a demonstration plant and to create an industry. Mm-hmm. And then my commonality with what you've said is where Hartmut was, that a lot of what we need to make outside of the further away we get from the plasma will be in common with almost anything else. So I completely agree. We don't know whether a spherical, a toroidal, tokamak, a stellarator magnetic confinement device is going to be the dominant design in a commercial market by 2070. No one knows that. Or whether inertial confinement also has them or is the winner. But what we do know, I think, with some confidence, is someone somewhere, and we'll be part of it, is going to make fusion happen. And we want our industry to have some strong play in some major parts of those systems. And by the way, one of the systems is new generative AI, complex engineering, design, optioneering capabilities, because it takes too long to get design teams to work down each of the channels and then come back together. And we're already creating that. We spun out 2 AI companies that can be used in other major projects, to your point, Frank. Mm-hmm. You know, we're creating useful IP that goes into adjacent industries. So whilst we might not be the right flavor ultimately, the pursuit of trying to do this is a forcing house that brings industry in, and there'll be enough value captured by industry that will help the UK economy and hopefully the European economy, whether it's a spherical tokamak, an inertial confinement dominant design that gets built out thousands of times, or the stellarator. And our firms will be very happy to work on your stellarator in 2060 if that is the way that the commercial market has gone.
So are you saying then, David, that it doesn't matter, let's say, if STEP fails, like if the spherical tokamak isn't the one, there's still going to be enough value built up by building up the industry that you can
so Melanie,
to another?
In these very big science, deep science areas that you bring out to market, there's sort of zero-sum game of success and failure doesn't necessarily hold. I mean, you could debate for the rest of the afternoon, was Concorde a failure or success, right? It generated a hell of a lot of technologies that built in companies like BAE Systems and Airbus Industries, without which we wouldn't be as strong today, but no one's flying Concorde anymore. So I think, I don't know, no one knows whether STEP's going to be a success, but I will be held responsible for getting ideas out of the development of STEP into productive commercial use, either in adjacent markets, and Frank's given some examples. I could give a string of examples where we've got startups and technologies already going into other uses, as well as then furthering the fusion industries for the future. And sort of daughter of STEP and granddaughter of STEP may be something that we'll see in the marketplace. But STEP's a prototype. You know, we've got to have a minimum viable product to get investment in. And we'll move from there. And that's a big task in this industry.
And Frank, from your perspective in industry, how is it for you in the face of this uncertainty and these like debates that we're having? Like, what does that mean for you and your business?
So actually, we try to do something which we haven't done before, and this is very important. So there's a lot of proof of principles still ongoing, and as we've heard on that table, there are uncertainties, and it's okay. If we would not have sent Lila in space, we would not have been, you know what I mean with that, yeah? So I think the motivation is there. The motivation of the industry is there, yeah, to join that. There are a lot of government-funded projects running here in Germany since 2-3 years, which are picking out a small part of that whole big challenge, yeah. German government is funding money into that one, and in these projects we have a lot of companies along the supply chain already included. So sometimes it sounds like we are just talking and nothing is happening. No, actually, it is already happening, and the industry is joining that, willing to join that, even put to a certain point money into that. Yeah. What is missing, and this is to your question, the risk discussion around all that when we're talking specifically about the industry. Mm-hmm. But on that point, at least to whomever I'm talking about here in Germany, they are motivated, they will, and they are ready for that, and even willing to invest.
Thank you. Peter, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to make a short comment on what David said. I think I agree on one point. We need to get started. Yeah, I mean, whoever makes the design, we need to build facilities. We need to have things getting built and involve industry in order to build up the know-how and the knowledge. So there's no point in waiting. We just perhaps have a little bit of different approach in who is like heading the initiative. I mean, we are looking at startups, at companies that have concepts, and we are trying to make it possible to investigate if those concepts are valid, but let's get going. So that's, I think, on that we agree.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So, of course, so I think we agree that industrial involvement is going to be essential to get there. But Peter, you mentioned the fusion startups. What do you see as the place of the fusion startups? These are the private companies that are developing the fusion technology and power plant designs. Where's their place in all of this?
Well, I think first of all, it's important to acknowledge that the startups have changed the fusion landscape dramatically, again, if compared to like 10 years ago. I mean, they are pushing and pulling at the same time, bringing a lot of dynamics and really wanting to get something done. So I think that reflects in a way the new political goal of saying we want to have the first power plant in Germany. So there's ambition to get something achieved. But, of course, on the long run, I think it's also fair to say that the startups alone will not be able to build a fusion power plant, which has a lot of complexity from a technological point of view. So again, here we are at the point of that we have to broaden the industrial base of fusion, that we have to involve even more industry and get industry involved in not only, well, delivering components, but also putting fusion on their strategic agendas and being involved in the overall supply chain of fusion. I think that is very important. And so I think that means that we try to establish a framework in which the startups can be successful. But I think they need a startup. And we often talk about the fusion ecosystem, but I think that reflects those kinds of approach to make possible that the startups can flourish and can be successful in that environment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's industrial involvement on many levels.
That's correct.
Yeah, Ahmed.
I think this is a really important point. When you asked Frank, is industry ready? He said, we're already involved. And I thought if you asked him, is industry ready to take over? He would probably have said, not yet. And this, I think, is the role of the startups. There's this sort of valley of death where sort of industry is not yet engaging in terms of taking the lead. And then startups appear and they have private money they bring in and say, okay, we are ready, we take more risk and we're ready to go with this. And this has sort of this effect which takes other industries with us as well. And I think this is a really important role in this system, just when you're at the edge of this, in the TRL speak, between 6 and 7, for example, where we really need this.
Mm-hmm. So we need them to kind of carry the torches across the valley of death. David?
Yeah, it depends what you mean by a fusion startup. I mean, 10 years ago, there were a number that started themselves up in order to build out on a whole integrated power plant design and make that happen. Most of those have pivoted to a position of comparative strength in a specialized area of a subsystem. I mean, there's a very good one, Tokamak Energy, which came out of the Atomic Energy Authority, which is one of the world leaders in high-temperature superconducting magnets and how to wind the tape. And you know, they've pivoted largely, I won't speak for their strategy, you can read that, but they've pivoted largely from being a plan to build a spherical tokamak to one that is going to be a major, major system supplier to it, with a lot of the knowledge there. I did just want to flip this back round because we're at Falling Walls and it's a celebration of science. And you said something, Melanie, that I just wanted to pick over, which is, you know, where is science going to be in all of this? And I think we're at the inflection point from 70, 80 years of science, just about to see if we can go up an S-curve to develop the first products and see where this industry is going to take off. I think we're going to need more science. You know,
the time for publicly funded research is not over.
No, we're not done on the science. Anyone who thinks we're done on the science is kidding themselves. But the big problem is that science needs to change the nature of its process in order to keep up with going up the S-curve. So if you'd carried on in Britain without the STEP programme, you could fund about 8 or 10 channels of science heading towards fusion in each specialist areas for the next 30 years, and fusion still wouldn't happen. Right? We created the forcing house of saying we want to design an integrated machine. That's upset a lot of scientists because they've not just been able to apply for their grants and go down the next 10 years here. We've had to get them to get results to us for a design program. And they're saying, blimey, that means we've got to work in a different way. Yes, we need really deep science, but you're going to have to work in a different way. And AI's cut right through that with these new design tools. So I think, you know, it's a reflection on where is science going in fusion. And it needs to turn around to look at this commercial opportunity, but without bending itself out of shape on the principles of good science.
Mm-hmm. Frank?
All these startups, and you mentioned where are they placed right now in that whole ecosystem? They are the binding element between science and industry, actually. So we see that these kind of startups are in contact with industry because they are asking us the question, is that idea possible? Is that something actually you can do? And this is, in principle, the kickstarter of the discussions, transforming it from one-of-a-kind science facility like NIF or whatever, into something which can be repeatably to that high quality level produced in Germany. So I think they have that very important point, and supporting even the industry in beside the government to have some small projects running and to do even as industry a proof of principle for certain science topics.
So pushing industry like even further. We need to open this up to the floor. If there are any questions out there, anyone who wants to ask, I can see one right here. If you'd like to join our discussion.
Thanks a lot for the eye-opening discussion here. So I myself, I'm a quantum physics professor in Hanover. So my question is, how do you, I mean, this is like a moon landing project, right? So the difficulty is super high. And then my question is, how do you rear the awareness and also attract the broad interest from the other community, for example, from quantum physicists, for example?
Who wants to tackle that one? So how do we bring in others or raise the interest?
I can say this on the academic level. So I think on the academic level, we do some outreach. We do a lot of, actually, I do a YouTube channel, which you can look at. So, and thank you. Leave a click then. So, I think we're doing a lot of outreach publicly, but also on the academic level. And there is actually, we see that there is a lot more interest from the community, and we also bridge, like, for example, computer science, AI, as you mentioned. We have very sort of difficult control problems. We have people who all of a sudden even start talking to us on their own initiative and say, this is great, and I have a nonlinear controller which does blah, blah, blah also. So I think you raise the awareness, and it's, as a Max Planck Society, as a Max Planck director, I have to say, even if you do targeted research, this is such a crazily amazing field in terms of the science that it is still wonderfully rich and attractive. And so this is at present, I see this growing, but you have to work on it. I mean, it's not a small lab sort of secluded thing where you do something in hiding, but it's something you have to speak about, and this is a great thing, and come join us. And then you sort of see the guys chipping in. So I think we've been quite successful over the last years in this.
And AI is quite useful, but
yes,
ChatGPT hasn't yet designed a fusion power plant. It's kind of like asking my 3-year-old grandson to design the power plant, asking ChatGPT. But I was going to answer this question just from a slightly different angle, because in the UK we've already got our site to build the plant on. It's an old coal-fired power station we've acquired in a very rundown part of the country in the East Midlands, where there's been a lot of job losses and there's need for economic regeneration. And we're delighted. We have a big outreach program into the local communities, into the local companies, into the schools in a big region. And we're absolutely delighted by the engagement. It's not just a flow from us to them. They come back with their questions, their school projects. There's all sorts of interest now. And I don't think the UK government would have funded this money in the current state of affairs if that community, that big district, hadn't said, we really want fusion to happen here, because of the jobs, because of the growth, because of the hope that it's giving to those communities. And they're our best ambassadors. They're so excited, and they're becoming more and more knowledgeable. So, yeah, we'd love quantum professors to join our program because they've got big brains and lots of ways of doing things. But we also need the local communities that we're going to be building with first to get on board. And that started to happen. That's momentum building.
And people get more interested in things when they realise why it's relevant to them as well. So they've got an interest if you're building in their area. But also there have been an increasing number of people talking about fusion, so on Substack, and you can plug into these kind of things if you know where to look. Peter, did you have something you wanted to say?
Just a very short aspect. I mean, also on the public outreach, I think we're talking about a new technology here that can be very transformative, and that has certainly risks and challenges and opportunities. And so I think we need a public debate on that. And this is also acknowledged in the action plan by the government. We are certainly committed to do that, and even stronger in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions out there? There's one here, yes.
Thank you very much. Dimitri Momotenko, I'm a professor in Uni Oldenburg here in northwestern Germany. I'm not into this topic that's deep, but you mentioned an electricity price of 9 eurocent per kilowatt hour. I'm just curious, let's say, if a similar technology developed in, I don't know, in China or US, will the electricity price will be roughly the same? So it will be like a great energy equalizer, or what is going to happen?
Your grandchildren might experience that.
Yeah, who wants to take that?
Well, I think honestly, of course, we are hearing a lot of assumptions on the price of fusion energy in the future. I'm not sure if it's really reliable at this moment of technological development, but I think it doesn't matter at this point. We are in a phase where we say we need to explore this technology. It's high risk, high gain. If we can make it happen, I'm very confident, and okay, if it doesn't cost too much, it's for sure, but I really think it can make a huge difference. And of course, we will have to, I mean, Frank mentioned that already, we have to go to all the value chain to explore economies of scale and to push the price down. That will be a hard exercise. But I think, I mean, there's no point in saying at this time, we don't pursue fusion because it might be too expensive. So let's work and wait and see.
Peter, in our program, we refuse to even engage in that discussion.
Okay.
And we're trying to hold it off for as long as possible, even with our treasury and the government, because first of all, we don't know how much the plant's going to cost, because we haven't finished designing it. Yeah. It's like saying, how much is a house going to cost over here, but you haven't designed the house. You don't know what size it is. So it's impossible for my program to engage in anything about a strike price, and we're not designing a machine to be in the first instance, commercially viable. I think if we are successful with STEP, which is our demonstration minimum viable product, it will be the second, third, probably the fourth or fifth machine revision that we start to get some idea of what the strike price will be. But we're not waiting till 2040 to start designing the second, third, fourth or fifth machine. We'll be working on that fairly soon because we want to get there quickly. But it's impossible to know how much it's going to cost until we have a fully designed machine.
But you did say earlier that you are making decisions from a commercial perspective, so choosing the size of it.
You can do that. Yeah.
And that's a major difference between a fully academic pursuit, shall we say, where it can be any size and any cost, to actually taking decisions for a commercial reason.
And we will have to justify why we've chosen certain supply chain partners, even if we have a big tranche of private money in this program, which we will have to have because government isn't going to. I don't foresee government making all of the money we need to build out. We will still need to justify every decision based on the price in the supply chain. And that's a discipline that will get you on the commercial pathway.
Thank you. We have time for one more really quick question, if there is one. Just over here. Very quick answers.
Yes. Sorry. Very quick question. Tom Philbeck, strategic advisor with Frontiers for the Science House in Davos. I was speaking with a nuclear researcher a couple of weeks ago, and they said in the discussions around fusion, the one thing that's never really talked about it as often as shoot is the fuel cycle. And where does the fuel come from? How are we going to go about doing this? I've then immediately went and did a research on all of the articles that were pumped out, and the out of gas articles, et cetera, are, there are plenty. And then there are a few that say that, they've used vanadium oxide and things to find little things. Can someone really tell us, are we even going to have any fuel to run these multi-billion-dollar things once we get there?
Fuel cycle. So much for a quick question. Hartmut, did you?
So I think I mentioned as the main technological obstacle remaining the breeding blanket, which is then the fuel cycle in the end. The supply of tritium is not enough to run even one power plant on a gigawatt level for 1 year unless you are successful in the breeding. So it's really crucial that you do. I think the civil amount of tritium is like 30 kilogram, and it's 54 per full power year gigawatt. So you really have to do this. But this is something where we really are after. I mean, in development programs, we have a specialized device which is going for a high neutron flux, which is being built in Granada, Spain, known as IFMIF, which can be used for this as well. And this is the big development. And I think STEP is already addressing.
Well, we have part of our program, we have a new laboratory to build out on the design of this breeder blanket. We already have a laboratory which is looking at the tritium fuel cycle, how we manage the tritium fuel and pelletize it. So that's working. Each one of these is about 200 million euro investment by the British government. One of the reasons why I think the private sector isn't going to do this all on its own, because if you go to a venture capitalist and say, we've got this brilliant design, but we haven't got a fuel cycle. And the people who really know about this, like the British team, have had to get 200 million from the government just to do some lab work on the fuel cycle. They're going to run out of money. So, and by the way, we can't do this in Britain on our own. We need one or two other really substantial labs to buddy up with to get that science going. But we're on it on our program because we have to.
Just a very short comment. I think, first of all, it's acknowledged, really. And second, I think that's one of the prime examples for international cooperation.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, big challenge. People are working on it. I say. Right, we've got a quick fire final round. What is the next step we need to take to break down the walls to commercial fusion? I'm going to come to each of you in turn. Hartmut.
Take advantage of the German knowledge, build a stellarator which of the size that you can show that your energy production is exceeding 1 inside the plasma. So this is a jet-sized stellarator, maybe a bit bigger than this, and this will lead us into the burning plasma physics nuclear area in this.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, from our side, I mean, it's two joined up things. One is, we talked about fusion startups. We really need the big engineering capabilities across Europe to start working with us on this and to invest and be patient and put their best engineering design teams. And that will couple in with the other one, which is bringing private investment big private investment, and we've got the VC side, the venture capital side is starting to work for the startups. But we need the power generation companies, some sovereign wealth and others to come in. They probably won't come in until we have that industrial muscle from, you know, the likes of a Siemens and Airbus Industries, a Rolls-Royce, coming into our programs. We're on it in the UK. We haven't got there. I'm not saying where we're going to with it, but you know, if I come back next year or the year after, we hope we'll have some progress on it.
But it's a good time, you'd say, for people to start watching, keeping track of what's happening, and you know, getting ready to.
And we're seeing. I mean, just to congratulate Eni, the Italian oil and gas company, for actually getting into this and realising they can do two things. One is they've got financial resources, and two is they've got engineering capability, both of which the fusion industries need.
Strategic partners, and the Japanese are doing a lot of
Japanese
that
are doing
as well.
it, and we're working with them too. Yeah.
And anyone who is interested in finding out more about these things, take a look at Fusion Energy Insights and Fusion X as well, because that can help you to get in. Frank?
So, industrial view from that perspective. Go from brilliant research actually in real construction. It is a big challenge, regulations. We are talking about tens of billions of euros. And as we've heard today as well, the supply chain is crucial. Without the industrial support, this is getting a very long, long way to go. We have in Germany companies which are working in that. We have the supply chain for a lot of, I don't tell everyone, but a lot of these smaller projects which are supporting that. It's time to get them running.
Thank you. And final word from Peter.
Yeah, I think there you can talk about many technological breakthroughs that are necessary on the way to a fusion power plant. But I think more basically, we need to break a lot of walls in the heads of people. It's a question of the spirit. And I think if we want to build a fusion power plant, the spirit has to change, the spirit for cooperation. Yeah, and I think we are asking a lot of industry and of science in order to get there. But yeah, I think we can do it.
I think we can do it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Falling Walls Circle, Challenges and Foresight.
Welcome to the Falling Walls Plenary Table, backing wild ideas. HEIs, Research and Innovation in Europe.
Welcome, everyone. I am thrilled to be moderating this discussion as part of the Falling Walls Circle Plenary Table Sessions. My name is Stacy Bloom. I'm New York University's Chief Research Officer and Vice Chancellor for Global Research and Innovation. The topic that we're delving into today is one that is absolutely central to Europe's future scientific capacity. And our topic is called Backing Wild Ideas, Higher Education Institutions, Research and Innovation in Europe. Our goal over the next 50 minutes is to insightfully explore how higher education institutions can best champion risky, transformational, and truly wild research. We will look at the challenges in funding, institutional structures, and cultural shifts necessary to turn these bold ideas into breakthroughs. On that note, I'm very happy to introduce our esteemed panelists. Heinrich Arnold is an innovation manager at the board level and a member of the governing board of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. He is an honorary professor at TU Berlin and previously headed Deutsche Telekom's R&D division, overseeing activities across Silicon Valley, Berlin, and Israel. Rafael Laguna de la Vera is the founding director of the Federal Agency for Disruptive Innovation, SPRIND, in Germany, which is tasked with identifying and funding radical, market-transforming technologies. A veteran tech entrepreneur and advocate for open source, he co-founded and served as the CEO of the software company Open Exchange. Professor Orla Feely is the 10th president of University College Dublin and the first woman to hold this position since assuming office in May of 2023. She is a distinguished professor of electronic engineering and is the first Irish woman elected as a fellow of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. She is also the president of CESAR, a network of more than 50 European universities of science and technology. Professor Mark Thompson is a British particle physicist who is the Director General Designate of CERN, set to begin his 5-year term in January 2026. We are putting him to work early. He is currently a professor at the University of Cambridge and previously served as the Executive Chair of the UK's Science and Technologies Facilities Council. Milena Stoykeva is a global technology and innovation evangelist, currently serving as the CEO and co-founder of the Edge R&BD. She is a recognized leader in entrepreneurship and education who previously served as Bulgaria's Minister of Innovation and Growth, shaping policy at the intersection of technology and youth empowerment. She is also the co-founder and board member of EU Female Founders Forum and the VC lead at JA Europe, building an early-stage impact and deep tech fund for discovery. Welcome, everybody, to the table. And we are so lucky to have such an extraordinary mix of expertise and talent. Let's get to work. My first question for the speakers, for each of you, and you can take this question in any order you want, is really around funding mechanisms and uncertainty. So Europe's research funding landscape has traditionally been geared towards very clearly defined deliverables and incremental progress. In your minds, what specific regulatory or financial changes must be implemented in order to create mechanisms that are dedicated solely to high-risk, high-reward research? And I would ask you to spend no more than 1 to 2 minutes on this question.
You're looking at me.
I'm going to
Okay,
start with you.
Actually, we tried to implement such tools at Sprint, and maybe the sort of philosophical level of this is that we're turning sort of micromanagement and distrust-driven approaches into something where we trust the people that do these things a lot in advance, but we look at results, what's coming out. So we implemented a challenge format where we are asking a big question of our time that we want solved, like broadband antivirals or long-term energy storage or deepfake detection, you name it. We just closed the call for the Tech Metal Challenge, which is looking for recycling electronics into raw materials and compounds. We get 50, 100 applications. We select, a jury selects 10 to 15 teams. because we all believe them and they're pitching and we trust them and we'll all let them go and work and support them as much as we can. And eventually they come back and show what they've done. And then we look at the results. And then a couple of teams, like 60 to 80%, can continue, more money, next round, rinse and repeat. So we're just letting these people alone. There is no anything thing forms to fill or future to predict, which is kind of wild when you're talking science, that you have to say where you're going to. So there are ways, and we're a government agency, so governments can do that, and just trust in the people that are driven by the things that they want to do, because all the people that we meet are simply that way, instead of micromanaging from a ministry.
First of all, maybe to say something that we do very well. The European Research Council has been transformative on the European landscape, and it is for exactly what you say, Stacey, high risk, high reward research. And that's great. And all the metrics show that Europe does as well as anywhere else in the world in terms of the fundamental research. But the metrics also show that we do not do nearly as well as the huge innovating systems, particularly the United States and now China, in terms of the innovation outputs that come from research. So as you said, I'm an electronic engineer. We think in engineering about impedance matching. You have one system feeding another system, and you have to manage that interface very carefully in order to get optimum transmission from one system to the other. So I think that we really need to look and manage very actively that interface from the research, which we do very, very well, into the first stage of innovation outputs. So we need to link our researchers up with entrepreneurial supports. We need to introduce them to prospective CEOs. Let me give you one example of where we get in our own way in Europe. If we say in our university, if we have state or European funded research, the researcher cannot engage in any commercial piloting or testing of that work because that would be considered state aid.
Okay.
This is nonsense. We need to be able to, and this could be managed with guardrails around it. We need a sandbox. I don't know if that word translates across languages, a space where people can play at that interface. Yes, with guardrails to make sure it is done ethically and appropriately, but to get our researchers interfacing with the commercial world with their ideas much, much earlier. Whereas at the moment, like I say, we prevent ourselves. We have walls around ourselves that prevent us from doing that. A similar one is in procurement. Many of our researchers have wonderful ideas that could be tested in hospital systems or public systems or university systems, but they can't do that because of public procurement rules. So we just need to, as I say, actively manage the interface out of the great research into innovation, because at the moment we are putting barriers in front of ourselves.
Those are terrific examples. May I move to Derek?
So bad and good news. So bad news first, more of the same helps. So funding definitely helps. There is no cheap way into fundamental disruptive creation of wealth based on competence on insight. Good news is it's not 1990. So the question is, are Silicon Valley ecosystem effects possible outside of the Silicon Valley? Is answered, and the answer is yes. We are in a city that had its renaissance for a decade now, which is between 2006 and 2016. Berlin came back as a innovation center of international reputation, and kind of by coincidence, the magic formula has been found, which is bringing together deep competence from universities with established companies as the first organizations to create demand, create something that's investable, and then attracting investment. We kind of stumbled into this in 2006, 2007, and were actually surprised by the dynamics. Same effect happened elsewhere also. So the Beersheba Israel effect, creating the cyber security ecosystem happened in the same way. So we're pretty confident, and that's actually what the EIT is built on, the organization where I'm from, to do this not only 2 times in Europe, but 72 times to create these ecosystems where one thing adds to the other. It's not trivial. It needs a lot of money. And the secret is to actually use this mechanism of ecosystem to mobilize more money into the good opportunities to make them global, impactful effects.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your question makes describing the Higgs boson easy. This is not easy.
Your joke lands well in this room.
It's a good nerdy joke. Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is breaking down barriers, which I think is a very suitable way into this particular discussion. I mean, we do a number of initiatives across Europe in funding research and innovation. So there's specific research funding where we typically provide all of the wrong incentives, which is basically no risk, low risk, get a paper out of it, you're done. We should expect failure, and failure doesn't really mean failure, it means you don't necessarily succeed where you started. So the incentives there are wrong. In the UK, we have different ways of funding innovation. Sometimes that goes directly to business. Again, it tends to be quite incremental, low risk. There are other ideas, and actually we heard at the beginning, more disruptive mechanisms. So the UK has ARIA, which is basically give some smart people some money and let them go off and do something. I think the jury is out on how impactful that will be. The other one that I think is absolutely clear is then business and capital. And I think that's one of the gaps we have within Europe, the venture capital, patient venture capital. Certainly from my experience in my previous role in UK research and innovation, that's always a challenge. The other thing I think we all need to do is make the most of our assets. And in Europe, we have a huge number of assets. For example, medical data, tricky one, ethically. We're actually very good at having kind of internationally recognized repositories of medical data, but we don't necessarily make the most of those assets. The other element that I think is absolutely critical, I'm obviously very biased, large-scale infrastructure. At some point, if you're going to do something really disruptive, you need the top-end equipment. Actually, this is an area where I think Europe is pretty well placed, particularly through cross-European Union investments. And I think that's an area you need to focus on, and that's not just the big machines that I like, but it's big computational, the right computational, and computational computation that can support emerging, really rapidly growing businesses. So I think we have all of the elements, but we tend to place quite a lot of walls between the different elements.
Thank you.
Well, I will start with maybe making the statement that to me, one of the big challenges is innovation starts where certainty ends. And this is something that we need to embrace and start looking at as an approach, as a culture in Europe, and applying it both in academia, with research, but also in the way the funding is looked at. So to me, Europe needs to start building much more fail-forward type of mechanisms that are fast, that are flexible, and that allowing that we learn from failure. And so failure needs to become it needs not to be looked as a stigma, but I would even call it support the culture where failure becomes data for us. And it is a way that we encourage experimentation and also curiosity much more than we are encouraging only the final outcomes of the work that is being funded. So currently, frameworks like Horizon Europe, Erasmus+, EIT, as was being said, are strong, but they're still, in a way, rewarding a bit more compliance rather than curiosity. So I think this process of moving from more risk rewarding type of mechanisms would be critical for Europe to respond to the very uncertain dynamic environment around us. And last thing maybe I would put here is introduce more micro grant type of innovation sandboxes also at the institutions, at the universities, that are working jointly with what is being offered internationally, among the European grants and projects. And then do hybrid models of public-private partnership, because it's no longer possible to do this on its own, and find a connection. And I think actually EIC is doing some of it with the EIC fund, that is being set up and encouraging some of these new ways of doing things. And then redefine success in a different way. So measure not only the outcomes, and especially with disruptive innovation and with scientific, let's say, breaking barriers type of work, you have to support a longer process that is not only project-based, but one that is rewarding also the progress on how you get to that, because life cycles are much longer than we are used to, and we need to look at a way on how we support that whole process of getting to that final outcome that we want to achieve with innovation.
Thank you. I'm amazed at the diversity of topics that we've already touched upon. And I'd like to bring us into the Institutes for Higher Education. And this is a question I'm going to be directing to Orla and Heinrich, please. How can universities fundamentally change their internal structures from things like promotion tracks being based on historically academic criteria to resource allocation? How can we better incentivize and protect researchers who want to pursue wild ideas that do carry this very high risk of failure? What mechanisms can be put in place to ensure that researchers are rewarded for being ambitious in taking risk?
First of all, researchers need to be supported. There need to be certain fundamentals in place if this is to be a possibility for research. So we need to check that across our systems, that we have grants such as those of the ERC that support fundamental research. We need them in our national systems as well. We need an environment of academic freedom where researchers know that they are free to pursue areas of interest. We need, and again this point was made at an earlier session by Maria, we need researchers not to be so tied down with writing midterm reports and financial reports and final reports and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and writing, 20 grant applications for every one grant that they receive. There needs to be security of tenure for those who are involved in researching these areas so that they don't feel that precarity which limits what they can do. So those are some of the basic building blocks that you need. Then you need institutions to come in. You need institutions to support a porosity between the universities and the commercial world in all the many ways, starting at undergraduate level. We need to make sure that that porosity is there, the walls are pulled down, up through graduate school, and then on into researcher and faculty positions. We need strong technology transfer offices, and we do need these to be reflected in things like promotions criteria, and that can be done. It is done in very many universities. So I think universities are becoming more creative, more dynamic in how we address this, but we live in a broader ecosystem, and all of the ecosystem has to be pulling together if this is really to work.
Yeah, very well said. Anything you would like to add, please?
So part of the answer of your question, Stacey, lays in your question already about the institution, and Orla mentioned that as well. So universities are institutionalized vehicles, more rigid than other organizations, as a matter of fact. So they have severe difficulties in allocating funds, especially when it comes to pre-funding something. And that's a tremendous obstacle. Now, there are three ways to overcome this obstacle. Number one is higher base funding, and I'm totally for this. Less program-based, more base funding anytime. Number two is to create institutions that are flexible enough to actually deal with ideas that we might have for incentivization, etc., and so on. And one vehicle which seems to work well are public-private partnerships, where third-party institutions come into play. But they need to have a long enough tenure, so you cannot work with tranches of 18 months, 3 years, and so on very well. So we need to go into 10 years tranches. Even that is difficult for universities. And then number three is of course third-party funding, and there come the established companies and everyone else to give in money. European institutions discover now foundations where rich individuals, and we have those in Europe as well, can make their contributions. That's very non-established so far. That's chance number 4. But we need to help the universities to create additional institutionalized structures to actually work properly with this.
Thank you so much. And let's say in a magical universe, we've cured all of these issues. They're all fixed. I'm going to direct the next question to Raphael and to Mark. For the researcher and innovator who's coming out of one of these universities now, this magical, all-fixed university, to take their idea from the lab or from the discovery phase into something that's more applied, that has more societal impact, or that can be commercialized, what is often the greatest structural or cultural walls that they then hit? And are there ways to better equip our innovators and researchers to be able to incubate these sorts of ideas and get them out of the university and into society?
Well, first, I would say they should do this now and not wait for the perfect university, because this may take too long, right? We need you now. You need to regard this as a career path. The systems are very closed at the moment, and when you get to university, you come from school, you know nothing about entrepreneurship and this opportunity that lies ahead of you, and you're not being taught that in any way. So the first hurdle when you come out, and I'm finally answering your question, is that you have to learn entrepreneurship, because now you're an entrepreneur, right? And they didn't teach you much of that. So maybe number one, find you a good partner that knows stuff about this world outside of your old system. It's quite a system too. It's no magic. Usually scientists tend to be very intelligent and learn quickly, so it's easy to learn, but you know nothing about it most likely. It's very rarely you do. This is why at Sprint we have programs, we call it Talentwerk. We have these wonderful German names, compound nouns, that's fun, where we teach you these things, because we know we have a co-founder program, with people that built and sold a company and know the commercial part very well, that we put you in touch with so that you can build your teams. The thing, I guess, that may be most limiting when there is a perfect university, I could go back and talk about transfer offices and other things that don't really work that well, IP transfer and things. We're working on that as well, is that your surroundings, your friends, the culture that you're in may not encourage you. They might say you have a pretty safe job, see that you become a prof and get a lifelong tenure, and then you're done, and then you get a pension, and then you're going to die happily, right? Or there's excitement out there, and you do crazy shit, and you might get rich, but this is not what drives most of the people. You can do real big stuff, driven by yourself, much more self-controlled, but you have to explain this to your friends, because they will tell you that you're nuts.
And your spouse.
That's the most difficult part.
Your partner. Please.
Yeah,
Mark.
well, I've got a couple of points I'd like to make. Firstly, I think the culture is changing amongst generation, whatever the generation is now. I lose track. But there is that culture that the young people don't just want to be researchers anymore.
Yes.
They see entrepreneurship as part of what they would like to actually move into. So I think we do have a big opportunity there. The challenge is, of course, then harnessing that desire to actually innovate. I tend to agree traditional KT functions in universities are quite conservative, quite small, do what they can, but there's not necessarily the right culture. What I've seen work well, certainly in my previous position, where we ran major national laboratories, we had a big focus on business incubation and really set up incubators at different scales. Lowest scale was an office somewhere where we would basically charge almost no money, but with business support around them, up to big labs, and you can actually then help these young, innovative people grow their businesses, but proactively giving them the right business support or the entrepreneurship support. Then you can get them to scale up. You can actually, and we did very successfully scale up a number of businesses. And then in the UK, like in Europe, no venture capital, so it's scale up, sell off. And that's a problem. And Europe has to solve that last bit of the problem, I think. So that business incubation, active business incubation, I think is very, very powerful, very important. And in my previous life, we were incubating 300 companies at a time, something like that, which is good. But on a national scale, it's a drop in the water. And that's a bit I would push on. In terms of high risk, there's another thing I think we really sometimes miss, and I gave a lecture actually at the London School of Economics, which was terrifying. So I talked about the Higgs boson a lot to scare them, and then they scared me. But actually, sometimes some of what we do in big science is our mission is purely scientific. We don't go to innovate. We don't go out to innovate. We just try and answer the impossible question. And we say, we need this technology. It doesn't exist. So we actually go out and make it. So things like, so this old hat, the World Wide Web, came out of CERN. Cloud computing actually came out of CERN. Synchrotrons, structural biology, came out of developing accelerators. So these big mission-driven science ideas give you real disruptive innovation. But then how do you harness that? And that's the bit I don't think we do so well in Europe. But being positive, I think we have a massive opportunity, actually, because firstly, we've got a load of smart people in Europe, there's no question. Smart young people in Europe, no question, with an appetite to innovate. And we have the EU and all of the EU instruments that actually can act at scale across Europe, much more effectively than we can do nationally. So in the draft multi-annual budget, there are now these moonshots, which are really high risk. One of them is about particle physics, which is why I like it. But a lot of them are around real high risk disruptive technologies where, if this goes ahead, it's a draft budget. These are disruptive technologies with very, very significant investments at the scale where Europe can then compete, hopefully, with the US and other competitors.
Thank you. So I'm going to direct this next question to Milena, and then we're going to open the floor for some questions from the audience. But you have such an interesting background and have touched so many of these issues that have already been mentioned at the table. So if we all accept the fact that these wild ideas or these moonshots are essential to long-term strategic competitiveness in Europe, which it sounds like we all do, what are the most important changes among academics and policymakers and the public that are the most crucial in your mind for fostering this kind of ecosystem that we're all talking about, where intellectual curiosity is prioritized, where failure in the pursuit of breakthroughs is something that's just part of the fabric of the culture, it's widely understood, and it's embraced as being essential to learning?
Well, thank you. This is to me, a critical question, and it's about that paradigm shift that we've been talking about in Europe. I would start with what Mark built on what Mark was saying in terms of education and how to respond to what the younger generation and our future creators actually want. They do want more entrepreneurial way of learning. They do want more opportunities where they could be experimenting, testing, and maybe not necessarily be evaluated on the capacity of how much knowledge they gathered or developed, but more on the way they are acting on that knowledge, on their performance of how they interpret and digest. And I think the age of people who want to be entrepreneurs is lowered. There are more and more digital and tech entrepreneurs that are starting younger because to them these technologies are closer. And I think we need to find a way to translate culturally that this becomes also the same way with deep science and with encourage that curiosity and allow for this kind of play at schools even, so that they move on and then connect it to universities, that they experiment. So another shift in the culture is to move from the risk avoidance, which is what we've been good at because we've been secure in the industrial and intellectual, let's say, scientific capacity in Europe. But now this needs to be matched and funding needs to catch up, to be faster. And similarly, like funding for knowledge needs to be VC-like. This is what you also mentioned. If we are to meet that expectation of a culture change. And I think one more point I want to make with regards to researchers. Researchers need to start to be rewarded for iteration and for experimentation, and not so much for the final outcome that is being given. And maybe the last point is that we need to start making cool and sexy the fact that we're innovating and that we're trying and that we're experimenting. And we need to have more stories, also of scientists turned entrepreneurs who are making it big time. So rather than, sometimes we kind of tend to focus on what is not working. We need to start being more optimistic in saying what's working out of these good examples, because people want to associate with success and want to associate it with and they need more of these role models being promoted. That's why I think being here and seeing that this is happening here is, to me, has been very encouraging for Europe and maybe being optimistic. So let's just be bolder about what we see as a way of doing things in Europe, and counting on the fact that we have we have researchers, we have capacity, we have potential, but we need to support that potential to get to the market.
Thank you so much. So I'm happy to open the floor to the audience. We have about 12, 13 minutes to take questions. Yes, behind me. And please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Diane. I work at a marine research institute in Madeira. I heard a couple times throughout this panel things about we need to have the best machines, the most funding, a lot more investment needs to be made. Are bold ideas, are the most wild ideas, always the most expensive ideas?
Mark says yes.
Yes and no.
That's a great question.
So a follow-up would be, is there a bias that this is the case, and could that be holding us back?
Can I start with that one?
Yes, everybody can.
Yeah, I don't think that's right. I don't think it's the really big things that are necessarily the most innovative ideas. But at some point, if you're going to take your brilliant idea developed at a small scale to something really large, you hit that point where you have to scale up. And then, so it's really a question of scaling, not where you start from. And that's the bit, I think, where we have a structural weakness in Europe.
So, two observations. Number one, there is a very well-known consultancy that ran around in the early 21st century and said innovation outcome is not related to funding. And then there was, during my role as a responsible person for R&D at Telecom, always a thing, Heinrich, why does it need to be so expensive? And so I did the analysis. Here we go. And here's the answer. I analyzed...
Did he plant you?
I analyzed the 450 unicorns in the Crunchbase Unicorn Leaderboard and made the ratio to the investments that's being made. So the average cost of 1 billion value of a unicorn is 240 million euro investment. And the cheapest unicorn was 100 million. So there is no global business impact that comes for cheap. Yeah, I can send you the numbers again later.
But really, let me add one thing. This is sort of the final outcome. Of course, you need a lot of money for scaling, like we said. Maybe in research, that's not always the case. You don't always need a big accelerator that costs gazillions. And we see the difference at Sprint. Some people are really happy when they get 100K or 200K because it gets them a long way as long as this money is flexible and they can do with it what they want. It drives them forward quite a bit. This is why when I talked about the challenges, when we get project applications, the first thing we're trying to get out for the things that we like is what we call a validation contract. It goes to 200K, and it makes a hell of a difference because we can get this money very quickly to the teams. It's almost a paid due diligence for us because we see how they perform. And then we can add other tools of funding and eventually phase over to private funding where we can co-invest. So we can do the whole enchilada, so to speak, from sort of state funding, but fast. Time to money at challenges is 14 days from application to money in the bank account. For projects, it's more 2 or 3 months because it's very individualized. And it's not a lot of money in the beginning. But if stuff then starts working, this is where you get then eventually. But this is scale-up money, much more low-risk investments, much easier to get. But I think, you can do science at home that is impactful, right, for no money. And we don't hear much about it because it's not running around on the outside screaming for money. They just do their thing, right? Back in the day in electronics, we could do that, right?
And if I can just add to that, if you look at the wild ideas that are really changing the world, they take a long, long time. It's wonderful to think of some great explosion in a laboratory that immediately delivers the impact, a good explosion that is. But, you know, you look at artificial intelligence, the LLMs, look at how many decades they were in gestation before they really emerged. Look at mRNA vaccines, look at weight loss drugs, look at how long it takes, not just in the scale-up and the innovation, but even in the research to solve challenge after challenge to get something really, really meaningful emerge. So I don't think that we can be too naive about thinking about wild ideas emerging and immediately landing in innovation outcomes. Sometimes that can happen, but more often the ideas that change the world take a long, long time to come.
I just wanted to give a bit of a different perspective, and it is bold ideas are all of the ideas that are new, that are creative, okay? And to me, it's about investing also in the ecosystem and in building a critical mass to support many bold ideas. And then you would have a bold idea that will make it more than the other ones. But without this different approach, systemic and nurturing of people having bold ideas, to think out of the box and to believe that they could be the creators, you don't come up to the boldest idea that you know beats all the others, you know, makes the breakthrough.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? I see a lot of hands, but I saw yours first in the back by the railing. Yes, you. Back, sorry. I'm pointing like all the way in the back, all the way in the back.
Okay, thanks. My name's Eric Woods. I'm a postdoc at one of the Max Planck Institutes. Do you think that the difference in intellectual property rules between some European countries, like in Sweden, where you invent it, you own it, or in the case of Germany, where it's really hard to back license it from universities, makes a big difference? And are there efforts underway to try to make this easier?
Let's try to have one answer from the table, if that's okay, so that we can get to the folks who had raised their hands.
For Germany, we have a program called IP Transfer 3.0. You've heard of that? I mean, you're exactly right. It makes a huge difference. Yeah. I guess we all agree on that. And the easier, the better. You know, in the coalition agreement, we say it can only take 24 hours to get to your IP. I'm going to live to see that, maybe. But if it would be 3 weeks, it would be great. Right? But the conditions attached to getting the IP are even worse. So we try to standardize this. There's always an excuse that subsidy law is in the way and what have you. There is short-term greed instead of long-term greed. We should just let them go, do 100 of them, and one of them will fly, and then you get your money, and not finance by drawing cash from the startups. So yeah. But it's in the works, and I can assure you that the Minister of Science here in Germany has that high on the list, and we're executing it. This is why I know.
Thank you. And the gentleman who I didn't permit to ask his question.
Hello, my name is Horst Stammler. In my first life, I was cluster manager in Munich and helped more than 100 companies to get, or teams to get started. Now I'm with a foundation and just provide some 10 postdoc fellowships to interesting proposals. The good part is there I can make the decisions, in contrast to organizations who rely on a jury, on evaluators. And I think you forgot a very important group here. Evaluators, especially if they are working, let's say, from the back, they do not take risks. Yeah, that's the major problem. I've seen many proposals which I defended, but it's too risky, you can't do that. I said, you have to do that because this has the highest risk. Is that taken into account anywhere?
Actually, this is one of the points I forgot to make, because I think this is a huge challenge for us. We want to reward innovation. At the same time, we are putting people who don't understand innovation at the let's say the point where they're making decisions on how potential this innovation will be. So it's about changing part in the system, in the structure, that would allow that this becomes, that this has a clear pathway. This, in addition to the fact, excuse me, I just feels strange to be talking with my back to you. And in addition to transferring also the model from project-based per se to actually something that makes sense in terms delivering a more integrated result that could lead also to product or service or to innovation on the market that will support society is another thing to reconsider in terms of how these also calls. That's why I was suggesting that we need to think of those calls and project funding as fail forward, as a way, in a way, looking back from the future on what this is supposed to produce in order to have the impact for innovation.
Thank you. So that's a very good point.
Can I just add something?
Yes.
I mean, I think it's a really good point, and it comes down to if you're investing in a capital portfolio, you don't just invest in low-risk investments. You will have a portfolio of risk. We do not do that in innovation. The tendency is to invest in low risk. Something will come out, but not very much. I don't know how you do this. I don't know how you implement a risk portfolio approach in peer review. If you could do that, you could then perhaps start to address the issue you're talking about, but it is definitely an issue.
Actually, in challenges is exactly what we do. And we have an external jury, which is diverse also from a standpoint on how they're looking at these things. So there's investors, scientists, all kinds. And it's a group of maybe 6 or 7 max. They invite the teams they want to see. It's maybe 20. And they choose 10 or 15 of those. That's the portfolio. And then when they come back showing the results, it's reduced to a little smaller group. At the end, it might be 4 groups, but you're learning on the way. And this enables you to take much higher risks.
So I'm going to come back to the table so that we can stay on time. We have a closing question for all of the panelists. I would ask you to be brief. In 1 sentence or less, what is the next step we have to take to break down the wall between wild ideas and investment?
She starts.
1 sentence or less.
Well, we need to fund, to meet curiosity, the way we fund certainty. So change the narrative and move to more trust, collaboration, and in a way optimism to start funding experimentation and curiosity.
Mark?
Take risks, do it at the European scale. I think that's the way we can succeed. And it's very hard. I'm from the UK.
Come back.
But Europe, yeah, I'd love to. But Europe has a big advantage here, and acting as a big single economy is a huge advantage, huge competitive advantage, with huge potential. So take risk, but do it at scale.
So in a sense, time for grassroots is up. I feel that we need to put more pressure on the cooker. And Europe needs to act more strategic and selfish and direct its resources to strategic points in a more managed form. We have the data, what works, and we need to execute on them.
I think we need to actively manage as a priority the interface between great research and great innovation. I think we need to reduce the European tendency to regulate first and then think about innovation. We need to turn that on its head.
Amazing.
That's all the things that I wanted to say, but I guess the one that comes to my mind starts with yourselves. I think we need to act to change things, right? Well, we don't have a problem agreeing, on the diagnosis, but how do we come into action? And of course, starting with yourself is always the easiest because you have to wait for nobody. So break down this wall inside your heads, get out of your silos. Imagine a bright future that, gets you to where you really want to be, and just don't take all those constraints all too seriously. You got a life to live. Life is a dance and not a marathon, right? Because it has a pretty bad outcome. For all of us, that's at least fair, right? But on your way, you might just take more risk and have some fun, because it's
enjoy
really
the experience.
Enjoy the experience. Fail forward. I like that term.
Yeah.
You know, I only learned when I fell flat on my nose, but eventually you'll do it right. And this moment is the best experience that you can have, and it might make you rich, which is also fun. Right?
Amazing, amazing. So I guess the take-home message from today's discussion is, no matter what generation you are, Boomer, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, it seems like nobody really knows who's who. Help make innovation cool and sexy, and go do crazy stuff. Please join me in thanking our incredible, incredible table of experts today.
So, it was a pleasure.
It was fun. Going to visit you.
Yeah.
In the mountains.
Oh, yeah. Very good. So we make a selfie and then
Falling Walls Circle, Challenges and Foresight. Welcome to the Falling Walls Plenary Table, Wildfire Resilience. Harnessing data, models and AI.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining today. I'm really excited about the discussion that we're going to have over the next 50 minutes or so. As many of you are aware, wildfires are increasing in number, severity, and speed across the globe, often with devastating impacts to communities and human livelihoods. Meanwhile, the sheer volume of data that we have available and the ways we process and use those data are ever expanding. However, the problem persists, and the question remains: how can we harness these powerful new tools and data sets to increase our resilience to wildfire? The speakers we have with us today are doing just that. Through innovative solutions in Earth observation and modeling of fire spread through both human communities and surrounding landscapes, they are charting a new path to a more resilient fire future. Today's discussion will be focused on developing an understanding of the wildfire problem while leaning forward to discuss how we can leverage these new tools and data to ensure a resilient future where humans and ecosystems can both thrive with fire. So with that, I'd like to briefly introduce our panelists today. To my left, we have Ilkay Altintaş, who is the Chief Data Science Officer at the San Diego Supercomputer Center at the University of California, San Diego. She is a founding faculty fellow of the Haji Aliou Data Science Institute and also the founding director of the Societal Computing Innovation Lab, where she focuses on novel approaches for creating breakthrough technological innovations that address complex societal challenges. Welcome, Ilkay.
Thank you.
Next, we have Hassam Mahmood, who is an endowed chair of engineering at Vanderbilt University. He is the director for sustainability, energy, and climate, and a professor in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. His research focuses on complex systems to achieve sustainable and resilient infrastructure and communities. With over 350 publications, Hussam is an international authority on these topics and has been highly recognized for his contributions and leadership in the field. Welcome, Mahmood.
Thank you.
Cecilia Mambile is a researcher in information, communication science and engineering at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology and an assistant lecturer at the University of Dodoma with a background in artificial intelligence and machine learning. Her research focuses on deep learning applications for forest fire prediction, integrating satellite imagery, weather patterns, and human activity data to enhance disaster prevention strategies. She is also the CEO of Smart Earth Solutions, where she develops AI-based solutions for early prediction of fire and risk management. Cecilia is also part of the Falling Walls Female Science Talent Intensive Track for 2025. Welcome, Cecilia.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Karen O'Connor. Karen has spent much of her career driving innovation programs in government, private, and philanthropic sectors, working alongside frontline operators in defense and emergency services. Karen is the founding principal of the Earth Fire Alliance, a global community-led nonprofit organization aiming to deliver transformative real-time data from all wildfires on Earth. Welcome, Karen.
Thanks.
And then finally, I'd like to introduce Dave Winokur. Dave is a retired fire chief that spent 21 years in the California Fire Service. He served as the Western Fire Chiefs Association California Director and on the California Wildfire Mitigation and Risk Modeling Advisory Working Groups. At Stanford University, he is a Hoover Institution Veteran Fellow, and in the private sector, he is co-founder of Xyloplant Risk, a wildfire risk assessment and visualization company. Welcome, Dave. All right, so I'd like to start the discussion today a little bit by setting the context and discussing a little bit about the wildfire problem across different parts of the world and getting a few people to give some feedback on that. So Dave, I want to start with you. I'm hoping you can help us set the context a bit by describing some of your experience as a fire chief in California. What did you observe and learn in your 21-year career in that role? And how has the situation changed in that time? And if you could touch a little bit on how you use data, technology, and models to support managing fire over that time frame, that would be great.
Absolutely. I think the first and most obvious thing is we're having more fires, and those fires are having greater consequences. So not necessarily the number of fires, but the outcomes of those fires have dramatically changed, which suggests that between climate change, increasing the frequency and the length of the weather conditions that will support extreme fire spread, the development of the wildland-urban interface without consideration for the engineering factors that would make homes or communities of homes resilient, and with a history of fire exclusion that resulted in the buildup of choked vegetative fuels that are capable of generating not only spread rates, but intensities that take them outside of the range within which we can suppress. All of those come together to suggest we are at the end of the line for a suppression first, fire exclusion approach. I think the results of the last 10 years of fire in California make that abundantly clear. The second component, though, is that because we have those vulnerable communities in fire-dependent landscapes, we have created an imperative to suppress all fires, irregardless of the fact that everyone at a gathering such as this or at a fire conference would agree that fire exclusion is how we got here. But we protect life, then we protect property, then we protect the environment with regard to our priorities. And if life and property are threatened, then environmental considerations associated with the return of beneficial fire to the landscape take a back seat. And so there's enormous political pressure and societal pressure to put these fires out and just make the problem go away. And what that has suggested is that we need a new approach. And that's where data and the increasing availability of not only data, but the tools to make sense, to sense and to make sense in this case, are very helpful for letting us understand where there are mitigations that can be carried out in advance of a fire that will make a community more adapted or resilient, such that it can be in or adjacent to a fire perimeter without experiencing loss. And as those tools come online, that then allows us to sharpen the allocation of our resources and of our messaging, primarily breaking down a community's resistance to change, to implement mitigations at scale so that fewer homes will burn. Because at the end of the day, and my area of expertise is not in landscape level issues or environmental concerns, my area of expertise is how do we set conditions so that fewer homes will be lost to fire in a given year. And as we make progress on that front, and as our communities are brought up to a level of resiliency that they should have been designed for from the outset, as we're able to retrofit those measures, that will set conditions for a more permissive use of managed fire, both planned and unplanned ignitions, so that our fire-dependent landscapes can be brought back into balance. And I think there's an enormous role for data to play in that effort.
That's great. Thanks, Dave. So I want to get some perspectives from people from other parts of the world. So you gave a very U.S.-focused answer, which is your context. But in different parts of the world, the fire issues are different. So Cecilia, I'm hoping you can tell us about the fire situation in Africa and how fires there impact ecosystems and human communities. And then touch a little bit on some of the barriers that in your work you have to integrating data science and technology into some of the solutions.
I will begin by grounding this in what we see in Africa. 3 years ago, on the evening of October 2022, I was in Mosh when I noticed a strange light on Mount Kilimanjaro. At first, it looked like just a small line of fire above the forest. But within hours, that line became a wall of fire on Africa's highest mountain. So I went closer and stood watching as the fire spread. The heat was so strong, the smoke so thick, that I saw monkeys and birds running out in fear to escape. People trying very hard to stop the fire, and the fire spread so fast. And sadly, it was not stopped within the first 2 days, because it was too strong and outpowered everyone trying to fight it. So the news reached the Tanzanian media and soon the whole world. And within that chaos, one thought hit me, that we were not ready. That experience has never left me. And that night changed everything. It's the reason I chose to dedicate my PhD research in forest fire prediction, because behind every fire, there are human lives, wildlife, and forests that could be protected if we act in time. In recent years, this wildfire, like the one I witnessed on Kilimanjaro, have become bigger and more destructive than ever. We have seen deadly fires in other parts of the world, like Portugal, Spain, and California, where the whole neighborhoods were destroyed. These fires move fast, burn very quick, and they put pressure on nature, economies, emergency teams, and people's daily life. And climate change is the major cause, but it's not the only one. How we use land, build cities, and exploit natural resources also increases fire risks, even in places once thought safe. Traditional fire seasons are disappearing, and now the danger is present almost all year. And with these fires growing faster than ever, you might think data would be our best defense. And it should be. But here is a paradox. We are drowning in data, yet starving for insights. But lack of information is not the problem, but fragmentation is a problem. Different data sets speak different languages. Some, like Moody's, alerts are open and free. But others, like high-resolution drones or Himawari 8 data, are locked behind paywalls or permissions. The results, critical insights, often sit out of reach, and especially for the people who need them the most.
That's great, thank you. And I want to touch on that piece again about the transition of data and tools into operations a little bit later in the discussion today, but I'd also like to get Karen's perspective. Karen, you're joining us from Australia, so I want you to tell us a little bit about the fire situation in Australia, and then if you can touch on the needs of various communities in Australia with regard to using data and technology to support fire management.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. As everyone would know, Australia is a very fire-prone country. Every state and territory in our country has a fire story of some kind or other. And everyone would have seen the 2019-2020 fires, which devastated the East Coast. And, you know, like what Cecilia is talking about, you know, it blankets whole regions in smoke. It's very unhealthy for communities, and it's very unhealthy for ecosystems. The reality we had with that 2019-2020 fire is that it defied most of the models that we had for fire. So the data was there, the models were there, but really they were not all that helpful when you get to a situation where you have a fire of that scale and intensity. And so that's something that we're starting to now grapple with, I think, across the world. What some people in this room might not know is that you would have seen the 2019-2020 fires all over the news, but 2023, actually, we had a fire that was about 3 or 4 times that size. But it was not near people and populations, and so you didn't hear about it on the news, even in Australia, very much. With all of that, I think what I would say about the experience in Australia with respect to the fire agencies that I work with, they use a range of tools that help them. And a lot of what their work is done long before the fire season. We don't have a suppression policy in Australia. There's a lot of work done to reduce the fuels in the landscape, both done by fire agencies themselves with hazard reduction burns, which are medium intensity fires targeted at pulling fuel out of that landscape. But there's also a lot of cultural practices that remain in Australia as well with the Indigenous communities, where they're lower intensity fires conducted throughout the winter, where they're done for pulling out fuel load, but they're also done to help to balance the ecosystems as well. And there's a lot of vegetation in Australia, as in California, that actually requires fire for germination. So that's actually a practice that is more than just about controlling fires. And those practices, I'd love to point out that those Indigenous practices are actually generating carbon credits because their work is reducing the chances of bigger fires happening that would release greater emissions. And I think they're the kinds of projects that I think data can be really, really useful for. When we're looking at those kinds of practices in the winter months, the biggest problem we have with the changing climate is that the windows to do those are getting smaller and smaller. And so having data that helps people to understand when to safely practice that and how to safely practice that in different ecosystems, I think is going to be really, really valuable. And being able to also assess the efficacy of those types of practices so that they can be scaled to other regions safely, I think is really key.
Great, thanks, Karen. So I want to turn to Hussam. So a large portion of your work is focusing on modeling fire spread through communities. So I'd like you to tell us a little bit about your work and how models in AI are useful in supporting community fire resilience. And maybe if you could touch a little bit on this piece of that we were talking about with Cecilia about transitioning technology. I know there's lots of barriers there, so if you could talk about some of your work where you're focused on that and some of the approaches that you've been using.
Sure. So we've been working on trying to understand how fire propagates across communities for about 10 years. And I came to this from a structural engineering background. I'm a structural engineer by training. So in my structural engineering worlds, where we look at the behavior of buildings, we work on two premises. First, I have to understand what the behavior is. Second, I must validate my model. Because if we're going to propose certain retrofit schemes or modification to design provisions, I have to do that on the premise that my model has been validated. So when we started to look at the wildfire problem 10 years ago, two observations were made. First, there are no models that allows you to understand how fire propagates across communities. There were a lot of wonderful work and models that were developed for wildland fire propagation. But once the fire gets in the wildland-urban interface or inside communities that are predominantly buildings, dominated by the built environment, like the LA fire, there was nothing. So we started the idea of developing models that allows us to understand how the fire will propagate, and we wanted to make sure we validate these models. Because we're trying to come up with mitigation strategies based on these models in a very uncertain time as far as the climate goes and as far as many weather conditions, these models have to be fast because you have to do probabilistic analysis in a way that allows you to communicate risk. If you want to communicate risk, you have to do thousands of simulations. So that's kind of what we did. We've been successful in developing a model that has been validated against a number of fire cases in the US. We've validated against the Camp fire and the Marshall fire and many others. And the idea here is that can we capture the fire boundary, and then once we capture the boundary, can we capture the damage inside the boundary? And so that work has been moving forward, and I would make a comment on an earlier panel today when Jenny Biggs was on panel, and she said, not everything has to be perfect. We have to go with something. Our validation is great, but it's not perfect. And actually, if it's perfect, something is wrong with the model. But because we are at a very good stage, now we're starting to actually take this model and scale it. AI can help quite a bit. There has been a number and actually uptick, as you might know, in the use of AI in many applications. Wildfires is one of them. I've seen lots of work on wildfire modeling using AI for wildland. For communities, it's still, there's maybe a couple models only. And they're very limited because the data is limited. So a lot has to be done in that sense. But AI can be used not only to model the fire, but it can use to allow you to collect the data. So for example, in our model, which is based on graph theory, so it's not an AI model, we need a lot of data on the built environment and vegetation and so on. So we developed a deep learning model, and now we can fly drones and drive with cars with cameras on top of the cars and capture images. We feed them into our deep learning model, and it tells me what's what. So I don't have to spend the time walking home to home, collecting the data manually. Although there's an aspect of interaction with community residents that is, there's a lot of value in that. But of course, it takes super long time and resources. So AI can help with modeling, but we need a lot of data, but it can also help you collect the data, and we're doing that. In terms of upscaling the work and working with communities, we've been very fortunate to do that with a large number of communities in the US. We're working with about 30 communities through the Moore Foundation, and also 18 more communities that reached out. The problem with the scaling, of course, is that I work in the world of modeling, right? Communities don't necessarily under the model. So we need a middle person that allows, that for one thing, can take a lot of the burden off of our shoulders of trying to communicate and do the logistics aspects of working with communities, but also can take our work and communicate it in a better way. Because, while I can, communicate efficiently to some extent, I'm not as good as someone who's trained in that area. But the scaling of the solutions is an incredibly important element that has to be explored a lot more. And I think having solutions is wonderful. not scaling them is a massive obstacle moving forward. So we got to figure out a good mechanism to do that.
Great, thank you. And my understanding is also that one of the limitations to some of the model development and validation is a lack of observations. We simply don't have a lot of measurements of active fire. And I know, Karen, your work at Earth Fire Alliance, you're aiming to make a big shift in the amount of observations available to support wildfire science and management across the globe. So could you tell us a little bit about what you all are trying to do at EFA?
Sure, thanks. We saw that there was a big gap in the data. You know, as you heard from Cecilia, some data is available to everyone, some of the data is not. Some of the data is coarser than you need, Hassam. Some of the data is a little too detailed. What we wanted to do at Earth Fire Alliance is be able to provide consistent information on a global scale of every fire on Earth and do it in a way that we can follow the dynamics of the fire. What we are looking to do is actually launch a constellation of satellites we're calling FireSat. It's the first of its kind, specifically designed by the fire community for the fire community, so that we can have a level of data that is useful and bespoke to this problem space, because a lot of the data that's been used is collected for other things. It's somewhat useful, but having something that's actually fit for purpose really, hopefully, will change the game as far as us understanding how fire is working in the landscape and how we can work with it. What we're aiming for with this constellation is to actually have an 80-meter average resolution and a 20-minute revisit. So that means we can actually see a fire from the time it is 5 by 5 meters. That's the size of a single car garage, and be able to follow that fire through its lifetime as it spreads through the landscape, getting an update every 20 minutes. And our intention is to provide that data to every agency in the world so that everyone gets uplifted at the same time, and provide that data to every researcher that is working and supporting these agencies that are on the front line, so that we can actually have a foundation for new scientific knowledge on fire behavior and help us to really lift, because as you heard from a number of people around the panel, it is an urgent situation right now. And I think there's a couple of key things that really will be critical to the success of that, and that is the quality and quantity of the data. That's what we're aiming for with FireSat, but that data is equitably available and everyone gets the opportunity to use it to change how they're making decisions with respect to fire. But also that because it is such a global problem, we need a global response, and collaboration really is key in how we're going to be able to use this data. This data by itself is just data. For us, working with researchers, working with operational people on the ground is the key to ensuring that this data gets turned into insights and that we're able to actually make change for wildfire resilience.
That's great. Thanks, Karen. So, Ilkay, I'd like to go to you next. And I'd like to hit on two things. One is the collaboration piece that Karen ended on, and then also open data. So I know you do a lot of work in that realm. So can you talk a little bit about how you see us coming together as a community across sectors to make progress on this problem, and perhaps give us an example from your work about how you're doing that?
Absolutely. That's a great question, and something I spent a lot of time thinking over the last couple of decades. So first is understanding, of course, this data and AI we are talking about has a lot of potential to be useful. And over the last decade, we made so many advances as a community. But the key to making it useful is recognizing it's not a technical problem, but a societal one. So we are doing this, and who we are doing this, why we are doing this, is rooted in society, and it also has to be rooted in operational context, that intelligence and insights we are talking about comes together in the context of society. So we need to come together, as Karen said, as communities. Right? Those communities involve research, academia, profit, funders, all kinds of people, and of course the fire service, fire management, land management. We need to co-design solutions, and here I underline that they need to be scientifically rigorous and operationally useful. We can't have and not the other, right? We need to have both. And how do we do that? We need to open up science and data silos. And that's, in a way, what we are doing in the wildfire program, and also more broadly in the context of the Societal Computing and Innovation Lab. So our tools, in that sense, let it be for fire response or prescribed fire management, built hand in hand with the people who use them, and also in a way that amplifies the human experience with AI and insights and science, rather than, in a way, replacing it. Right, so there is no tech push here, and we can't be tech-centered pushing the tech approach when we talk about data and AI. And more broadly now, we are building to an enabling platform that we call Commons to bring communities together. So at the heart of that is the people who are coming together, and an enabling platform to open up the silos and bridge them, link them, not break them. So we are not breaking the silo walls, but linking them in a way. And so it's a commons in a way where people come together as a collective rather than reinventing things in isolation. And the progress will not come from more data or faster compute. We need to recognize that rather than create a shared ownership of the solution. Like everyone working on it, we need to build an ecosystem of local knowledge, innovation, science, and technology. And I think we need to think of this as a long term, in the next 10 years maybe, but also in 50 years, where we are going to be. And the wildfire problem is complex, and we are slowly losing rather than really creating a winning solution. So I think we really, this way, if we think about how do we win in the long term, by creating rapid solutions, I think we can then make every fire a little bit more predictable now, a little, like every prescribed fire a little safer, and every community a little bit more resilient. And those little bits, hopefully in the long term, turn into a winning solution.
Great, thank you, okay. We have about 7 or 8 minutes before we'll go to the audience for questions. So if just those in the audience that have questions, start thinking about what you might want to ask. Another question I have for you all, and I think we'll start with Cecilia on this one, is, across the globe, we are seeing that the most destructive fires are driven by extreme weather events, including intense wind, extreme heat, hyper flash droughts, which manifest at hyper-local scales. And as such, they can be very difficult to predict. So I'm curious about what are some strategies that we can use to gain ground and improve wildfire prediction, management, and resilience given this? And if you could give us an example of some of the work that you've been doing, I know, with your the application you're developing.
Okay. Resilience starts by people, not technology. And tools only matter if they support real decision made by people on the ground, often under immense pressure. So first, fire prediction must be locally useful. A European model means little to Tanzanian ranger unless it's become an alert they can actually use. Second, collaboration must cross borders, because the fire does not stop at the national boundary, but yet our responses often do. We need regional, even continental cooperation, because the air and the earth doesn't know our lines on the map. Then third, infrastructure is critical, because many communities do not lack awareness. They lack electricity, internet, or an alert on their local language. Without that, even best models is useless. Finally, we must redefine success, and the goal is not zero fires, but fewer catastrophic fires. And fire resilient future is about moving from reacting to preparing, stopping surprise ignition. It's a future where data, AI, and models are not abstract tools, but practical ones. In my research, I wanted to build something that will work not just in theory, but also in real life. I developed a deep learning model to predict forest fire in Tanzania, focusing on local realities. I combined satellite images, weather data, and human activity across Mount Kilimanjaro. The hardest part was not finding data. It was knowing which data mattered most. So I used vegetation indices to show pre-fire conditions, but also I added human patterns like farming, grazing, and traditional beekeeping, the everyday actions where the global data set usually ignore, but they often spark the first frame. I validated the model using NASA's Viril fire alerts, and I tested it with local experts, the rangers, the local community members, and their feedback shaped it, because the value of the model is not how advanced it looks, but how quickly it supports decision and how easy it communicates the risk. This is the reason we have started to build a fire predict, a simple, accessible tool designed for early action in data-limited areas. When it's ready, we hope it will deliver early warning to the people who need them the most in the time they can make the difference. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So we got a few more minutes before we can go to audience questions. I have one more question that I'll pose to the group here before we go to the audience, and whoever wants to answer can chime in. So I'm curious about, based on the discussion today and based on all the work you've done in your careers, peering around the corner, what do you think we can achieve in the next 5 to 10 years by applying some of what we discussed today?
I would say, and just backing up to emphasize that a wildland fire and a wildland-initiated urban fire are two fundamentally different phenomena, and they're often interlinked, and then we often apply the wrong mitigation strategy because we're applying it a forestry setting, forestry application, urban setting. Unsurprisingly, doesn't work. I think the things that are most accessible in the near term are using data, using modeling, using the outputs of that data and modeling to demystify the future and allow particularly our communities, places where we're asking residents to make changes on and around their homes, which is a very different problem set than doing things in a forested landscape or open spaces. Using these models and the outputs to show them what the future could look like, to demystify, to take them from the known to the known, instead of the known to the unknown, which we are currently asking for, certainly that we're seeing across the Western US and other fire-dependent landscapes. That's not a very successful strategy. So using these models to demystify and to help people understand the value of mitigations at a small scale, how those will aggregate to community benefits, I think there's very real opportunity in the work being done by those at this table are bringing us much closer to that time now.
Great, thanks, Dave. Okay.
So to create a long-term solution in the next 5 to 10 years, we need to definitely think through what's the enabling collaborative culture and infrastructure for us to get there. And on top of that, focusing on small wins and successes so we can actually collaborate to show the wins and then change the culture through it, involve communities, and maybe change the culture around it's not like war with fire, but we can actually make some peace with it if we understand its behavior and think of it as a part of the solution. And that's, I think, going to set us in the right path for long-term success.
Great, thanks. Hussam, got thoughts on that?
I would definitely say to reach success, we have to collaborate with communities a lot more. I feel that now we got to the point where we've managed to show that the models actually predict, even when it comes to some of the intense fires, we can get the fire boundary, we can get the fire damage. I think we need to be linked with communities a lot more so that we can actually apply the work and scale it up. One of the other things I want to say, as we work on the short-term plan and make sure we have some wins, we need to not overlook opportunities that allows us to reduce risk at other levels associated with wildfires. you talk about ecosystem services. It's linked to how mitigations are proposed on the home level and on the wildland and inside communities. When you talk about water quality, water clarity, when you talk about heavy metals that are released from buildings and what they would do to public health, these are all things that we cannot overlook now until we get to the, building damage kind of part figured out. We need to start to develop these layers and couple them together to understand the interdependencies within these systems so that we can go in and break these interdependencies and isolate these systems so that the solutions actually work. I just hate that to see that we end up focusing on one thing, and after 5 years and we say, oh, what else is there to work on now? I think we need to think bigger picture until we get there.
Great, thanks. All right, I think we're going to transition to the audience for the next 10 minutes or so for some questions, and then we'll have a final question for the panel. Anybody? It's a little hard for me to see. Oh, we have a question over there. He's got a microphone coming.
Thank you so much for this very engaging talk. My question was surrounding the issue of working with communities. So how can we work with communities by bringing together indigenous epistemologies without imposing hegemonic narratives surrounding things such as AI and the current modes of data collection and interpretation? So my question is more around what Ilkay and Cecilia were discussing. Thank you very much.
You want to take it first, or should I? Okay. So indigenous communities in general actually used fire for so many reasons. I'm not a total expert in that area, but definitely we are working with indigenous groups in terms of what we refer to as cultural burns, for instance. Indigenous people are used to being on land, using fire to actually work on the land, but also for cultural practices that brings that community together with spiritually and practically together around their culture. So one thing to understand, I think there is, it's not just Western science, but we need to really connect to those cultural characteristics of those communities and respect them. And there is a place where culture and science can work together. And more, as we work with such communities, I'm noticing actually climate change and other impacts on the landscape is causing these communities to actually not be able to be as insightful about land and how it's used. Let it be in agriculture, let it be in land management or cultural practices too. So they're actually really open to working together in a way that's led by them. Right? So we need to think through how we can actually engage and how we can listen and really create solutions together there in a respectful manner.
Great. Cecilia, do you have any thoughts on that one?
Yes. In my case, I included this.
Your mic is out for some reason. It's not working.
In my case, thank you. In my case, I included the community by engaging during the model validation. I included the local community members and the local rangers, local experts within the area of Mount Kilimanjaro, because I wanted to get their knowledge during the validation of the model, because this local knowledge is useful. And without that, we must discover that we have the smartest system that failed the people they were meant to protect.
An important point as it relates to data, come up on that is we think of privacy on people. There is, for especially indigenous communities, is a lot of the times privacy is on the land. So data sovereignty definitely is a part of it. But in general, thinking of the land and how we are collecting data about the land as it relates to these communities from the air and from all kinds of ways is important, at least creating some awareness that the data you're getting that's open belongs to that tribal community or this type of nation. So we started tagging those in our data systems as at least bringing up you're about to use open data about this tribal nation, at least bringing some awareness to it.
You have a thought?
I think one of the biggest things, coming from the Australian ecosystem is that I think there is an assumption that data and technology is quite separate from the Indigenous communities, when in actual fact, Indigenous and First Nations people are really making very good use of data and very good use of geospatial information for their own ends. And so I think we can learn a lot about how they choose to use that information rather than putting it on them in a way that makes sense to us.
Thanks, Karen. Other questions from the audience? We have one back there.
Thank you so much for this great presentation. I'd like to hear from the panel. How can we maximize the efficiency of early warning system, even in forests or in others? How can we identify what should we do and when? Because acting at the right time is the most important. And also nowadays we have a lot of models, we have a lot of data, but in some cases, to take action at the right time for the right reason, it's difficult to do that. So we are looking forward to learn from the panel.
That's a great question.
Thank you much.
I'll take the first crack at that, which is first we need to understand what we're trying to achieve. And if we're worried about protecting resources, and particularly trees, we need to reduce intensity. If we're worried about protecting communities, we need to reduce speed. Hot fires don't burn communities, fast fires don't burn trees. And so understanding what the goal is a precondition. And to do that, we have to prioritize, because we can't do everything everywhere, but we can't do nothing until we can do everything everywhere. And having a plan that includes prioritization and identifying what are the meaningful blocks of geographic extent, and then what is the meaningful prescription within that block that will be effective, that will achieve the minimum number needed to treat, but won't go beyond the point of marginal diminishing returns. And without a plan, without the data, without the analysis of the data, too often we reduce ourselves to carrying out activity for the sake of activity and being very performative in our approach to wildfire risk reduction.
Thanks, Dave. That's a great point.
I will just say, this is a great question. The idea of response becomes very critical because the system is not static. It's a dynamic system that is changing. Even when you intervene during an event, you're changing the system, right, as firefighters and how it will unfold. There's definitely a disconnect between the response, real time. There has been great work. People are looking at evacuation strategies and so on, but it's not at the level where it can be applied across communities. We are currently working with a small town in southern Colorado to perform live evacuation simulation, where we will use our model, the fire will run through, the warning will go, and actually currently they use the bell in the church, right, to warn people because they don't have that's going to work. And his wife was standing right next to him, and I said, well, what are you going to do? She said, I'll jump with him. So I said, I am hoping that we'll get to the point where we don't have to do that. And using the tools and working with communities, we can get to the point where everybody can evacuate safely, and hopefully we don't have to see these crazy stunts happen in front of us.
That's great. We've got a little bit of time, maybe a minute before we go to the last question, so you have a thought? Okay.
I do. Okay. I think even for something like early warning, we think, oh, early warning, great, but who is it for? Is it for the municipality? Is it for fire service? Is it for the people? And when is that going to be actionable by who? So warning is good, but we need to also prepare the workflows and human processes so that we actually can make that warning actionable. And I think we are coming to a world where now warnings are achievable and possible, but as Hussam was saying, or Dave was saying, applying it in the context and building the solution around that is important. So think democratizing means that warning should be available and that either the ignition starts or the risk is identified. But then the real innovation is putting it in the context of that solution and giving it to the hands of people who need that warning.
Great, thank you. Thanks for those great questions. So we're going to wrap up by asking the final question of the day, and then we'll go around really quickly. We have about 4, maybe 5 minutes if we can get some extra time to answer this. So what is the next step we have to take to break down the wall to deliver an enduring win in this global wildfire challenge rather than just losing more slowly?
Start?
Yeah, you can start.
Okay. I'd like to break the wall between people and fire. Right now, we operate in 2 different nodes. And I think we can understand fire behavior is enough that people actually can be collaborating with fire in some contexts. And selfishly, I'd also like to build a wall of communities and link them through data and enabling platforms so we can achieve better reproducible solutions that we can all understand.
Nice. Sam?
Yeah, I'd say we are starting as a community to have, I think, the pieces that we need to put together. I think we need to embrace the complexity of the problem and not work in silos. I mean, this is a perfect example where silo doesn't work. If I want to come up with a good mitigation strategies to reduce risk to communities, I have to couple the built environment with ecological systems. Right now, they're decoupled. You know, people who work here do not talk to people who work there. So we need to break the silos, embrace the complexity, layer different layers together so that when we come up with mitigation strategies, they actually do work at the end of the day. And I think if we're able to do that, we'll have great wins.
Great, thanks. Cecilia?
For me, the next steps is not about more models or more data. It's about the right data in the right time, at the right context, for the right people. And these fires will keep coming. How we made them, that part is still up to us.
Thank you. Karen?
I think for me, the next step is global. You know, we've had a lot of wins at local levels. Each region works differently with fire or against fire. But I think we now have a decade coming where there are regions that have never experienced fire that are going to be dealing with that. And so it's up to us who have developed knowledge in this space to actually help our neighbors, help those that haven't had to deal with fire throughout this time to really lift, because if they don't lift very quickly, we are going to be in a state of potential panic.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. Dave?
I think the biggest one is going to be accepting that those who live in fire-dependent landscapes, fire is a feature, not a bug. It is recurring, it is beneficial, it is inevitable. And that we have to be very careful as we develop new tools and new insights, that if those tools and insights outpace the community's willingness to be fire adapted and to accept the reality of this is a force of nature that cannot be denied, that these tools will be ended up being used in ways they were not intended. I say this as a career firefighter. If we give them a bigger hammer, they're going to hit the nail harder. And early detection can very quickly become an enhanced tool to further exclude fire from the landscape and all down the line of the things we're doing. So ensuring that the technology is moving apace with the adaptation and the community will to accept fire as a beneficial feature on the landscape.
Great. Thanks, Dave, and thanks everybody for an engaging discussion. Thanks to the audience for some great questions, and we hope we can continue these conversations later today and throughout the rest of the week here at Falling Walls. So feel free to engage as you see us in the different networking events. Thank you all.
Falling Walls Circle, Challenges and Foresight.
Welcome to the Falling Walls Plenary Table, the future of imaging in the age of AI.
Hi, I want to welcome all of you for coming here today. My name is George Caputa. I am a senior editor at Nature, and I handle papers involving applied and clinical AI. We have a really incredible panel here for you today to discuss the future of imaging. We have Stephanie Adi from BioHub, where she serves as the vice president for imaging science. We have Martin Hetzer, the president of the Institute of Science and Technology, Austria. Jason Sweeto from BioHub, where he serves as the senior director for bioimage data. And we have Paul Matthews from the Imperial College London, where he serves as the director of the Rosalind Franklin Institute and is a professor of translational neuroscience and therapeutics in the Department of Brain Sciences. And so today we're going to ask a couple of questions, talking about the future of imaging and probably quite focused on AI. And I'm going to ask all of you some questions, and feel free to chime in. Let's get some discussion going, and then we'll take in some questions from the audience. So I'm going to start with you, Stephanie. Why is imaging and image data so important to scientific and clinical research? And this is probably something that each of you can answer. Can you give your favorite example currently of how AI has accelerated discovery in this space?
Yeah, so at BioHub, what we're focused on in our broader mission is to cure, prevent, or manage all disease. And our ability to do that will depend upon us understanding complex systems at a much better level than what we do right now. And imaging allows us to have these windows into the complexity of biology. We can start to view cells, the inner workings of cells, the inner workings of the body across both space and time. That gives us an understanding of how the systems are operating and where to be able to intervene for optimal functioning.
Yeah, and do you have an example of just how in the recent years, you've just seen something incredible, a leap and bound in terms of our ability to image or what we can image or how we image?
Yeah, so we have been investing in a number of different technologies, and I'll give examples kind of on the two ends of the spectrum. So we've been investing in cryo-electron tomography, which is a technique that allows us to visualize the molecular motors inside the cell. And this is, right now, just a few years ago, we could only image a fraction of the proteome, a fraction of these molecular motors. And we're creating technologies that will open up this entire inner workings in the cell. And AI now applied to these questions is dramatically accelerating our pace of what we can visualize and what we can start to understand. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, there's new technologies that we're developing to be able to visualize cells and their signaling processes deep within the body. So before you would only get these high resolution or low resolution images of the body, and now you can start to visualize on a cellular level.
So we're talking about we're really able to construct detailed maps of what's going on within a cell, and then within a tissue, within an organ.
Yes, and within whole organisms.
Within a resolution that we really were unable to do before.
Correct.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. How about any of you? Is there just something that there's been an advance in the past 2 to 5 years that has really just kind of wowed you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, one for me is also coming from neuroscience. Excuse me. When one of the biggest challenges still is to map the synaptic connections in the human brain. Still challenging a mouse, but in the human it's even more challenging with trillions and trillions of connections. And that has been the field of electron microscopy, where painstakingly cut sections, low volumetric analysis of the brain. And that now with a whole set of combinations of new methods, such as expansion microscopy, transferring this to light microscopy, and fluorescence microscopy, this can be now with AI accelerated to a pace where it's actually now for the first time really feasible to even map the entire human brain.
So at this point, we're talking about like layering on different imaging modalities.
Well, this has always been, light microscopy has been around for hundreds of years by now, and we keep layering on and also inventing new modalities. And I think, yeah.
Go ahead. I mean, I think one of the other really important things is that AI is now transforming the way we image. So for one thing, we're reaching physical limits in many of the tools that we use for imaging. And what AI is helping us do is transcend those physical limits by integrating the prior knowledge that we have from all of the other images that we conducted before. It's just like what happens when a radiologist comes to an image clinically, you don't look at that image as if it was the first time you'd ever seen it. You carry with your, the radiologist carries into that image all of the experience of the prior images, and those are used to enhance the resolution and meaningfulness of the individual image. So we're seeing that in clinical imaging. We're seeing it down at the level of cells in cryo-electron tomography and imaging. You can see things that you've never seen before by applying the AI as ways of enhancing information content.
And to be specific, George, I think what's happened, in the last 5 years, if you look around this room, if we had an image of everything and everyone in this room, and we wanted to identify everything automatically, we actually realized that AI can do that with most sort of conventional images. In the last 5 years, that started happening with images of cells and the volume data. So with pretty good accuracy, not perfect, but pretty good accuracy, better than 95%, we can identify most of the objects in these images of cells and tissues very, very quickly.
Nice.
Right? And then, as Paul says, then there's the things there's the novel things that we don't know that we can identify. That, the speed at which we can work has vastly accelerated.
I mean, a lot of the capabilities of these models, right, is in how they are built and how they are constructed. And the foundation of any good model is good training data. And so we published something last year saying garbage in, garbage out is kind of was if you see the cover, it was kind of funny because it was a little robot throwing up. But it really speaks to if you put high quality data into a model, into a training pile, you can expect that the function of that model will be as high as it possibly can be. And if dependable models are really built using quality data, for you, Jason, I have a question. Can you speak to what is good data stewardship in the image field, in the imaging field, in terms of curating these data sets, in terms of maintaining them, so that you can eventually have confidence that the image data that we have collected in a database for the past 2 years is going to be able to call correctly all of the things that it sees in an image?
Well, so the first part of the question is what is good stewardship?
Yes.
And so that good stewardship is represented here at the table in many forms. Paul's work that I've done, work at BioHub, where you have data coming in where you have currently largely teams of people, and these are human scientists with an enormous amount of expertise who are working through the curation process to put those data in as solid and as trustable format as possible. I want to come back to as possible. Okay. You saw that. The problem is, and here's it's worth learning from history. So we now have genomics data sets, which we all trust. Those genomics data sets took many years to achieve the level that they now do. In the early days, there were cases where bacterial DNA was stated to be human genome DNA, and there's technical reasons for that. Those data were made public. They were stated to be human genome, and then third party, the public analysis of that data revealed that there was a mistake. There's similar examples in structural biology. So we now all look at AlphaFold and we're proudly, proclaim that the protein data bank was the source of that. In the early days, there was a lot of data sets in those in the PDB, which had problems. Okay. And the way we move forward is we do our best, we curate, we publish, we analyze, we review. And so it's probably true that the data sets we're publishing now in 5 years, well, let's just say they'll be improved upon.
Okay.
Yeah, and in genomics, we've come so far that we even trust now that we do and accept that we do have Neanderthal genes in our genome.
Right. Yeah. But most of our work just assumes that those data sets can be trusted and we don't question them, right? But that took 20 years.
20 years.
There's another element in this that's special for imaging data, or at least particular in some ways. You use the word see. actually seeing is an active process.
Right.
We don't see passively. When we look at an image, we bring to it some way of focusing and applying measures of salience onto the features that we see in the visual space. And one of the most important things about image data in AI is that the models have to be, this is part of the training, but it's also part of the mechanism of training. It's about identifying that the feature selection that will highlight those properties of the images that will be most salient to the question at hand. And that sort of brings up the main aspect of image data is that it is unbelievably rich. It is so much, when we look at genetic data, each base pair provides 1 point of information and not more. But when we look at image data, even 1 pixel contains contrast, edges, intensities,
spatial
and so on. Spatial data. It's incredibly rich, and that's what makes imaging data so special, other than its meaningfulness to us, because we're a visual organism.
Yeah.
And add dynamics to everything that Paul just mentioned, so we can look in time, right?
Through time, yeah. I mean, it's quite interesting. Only within the past couple of years has the explainability of these models become standard. I remember when we would be reviewing papers and people would say, "Oh, the model thinks that the model says this." And you say, "Why?" And they're like, "Well, we don't know because it's a black box. We don't know." But now, with a lot of the natural language processing, we're able to actually query these models and say, "Can you show me where on the image you're making these decisions from?" Has that been kind of like a insightful kind of moment for you as scientists to say, "Oh, we weren't even looking at that"? Or the attention that these models are giving to different aspects of images is something that a human, because that's really where a model becomes powerful, is that it is compensating for what we as humans are limited in doing.
I think what's happening in those examples is that you are seeing things that, first of all, you expect, or at least that you're able to validate.
Hope, right?
Yeah, exactly. but then there's new surprises as well. So we're looking at a biological mechanism. Okay, it's occurring in this part of the cell. That makes sense to us. But look at this other thing that is highlighted as attention, and that's where the surprises are. That's where the discovery is.
There's also I think one of the walls that we do need to break down. I'll anticipate the last question. Is that we need to break down. We need to break down the distance between the people who make the models and the people who use the outputs of the models, because a critical step in making a model is how one is going to take that image and encode the data in it, encode the features in it in a way that then is used in an AI model. And that encoding step is fundamentally determining what kinds of features are highlighted by the model and used to define the differences that we're looking for. And curiously, we've to date largely ignored the importance of that, and users have used AI models relatively blindly because the explainability criteria that are used are very broad. They're very fluffy. Yeah. You still need to know. We want people going forward to really know how that output was generated, what features were used, and why.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that will be critical if we actually want to start to understand how to intervene within the system. Yeah. How do you think about therapeutics in a directed way? So we have to bring down from this black box understanding. We might be able to predict what the outcome of the system, how it will unfold, but we need to understand what are the control knobs, what are the mechanisms that we could help steer the system into optimal functioning. And I think imaging and those large language models are now giving us the ability to start to understand this. So it's taking it from a black box into a mechanistic.
Which is great. I think like something that I I have noticed in a lot of the conversations these past 2 days, I don't know if anyone who's been to any other AI talks, is that the human element really gets lost when we talk about AI. Like we talk about AI doing all of these things from end to end, and being left with this question as to like, well, what about us? What about who is it serving? It's supposed to be serving us. We're supposed to be participating. And something that we find quite interesting at Nature in the review of a lot of AI models is that we find that in the testing of these models, when you put a human against a computer, sometimes, depending on the task, the computer does a great job, or the human does. But when you put them together, they always outperform each other individually. And it means that humans will always have kind of a connection to AI. But Martin, as like the head of an institute, I did want to ask you a question about how we train individuals and how we're training kind of the next generation of scientists to develop AI, but just scientists in general who will live in a world where they will be breathing AI with every single experiment that they do. And how do you prevent de-skilling? So AI just replacing people being trained on a certain way, but also how do you keep trainees kind of moored to the foundational biological and technical principles while still encouraging like a fluency in data science that it seems like everyone needs in order to interact with these models now?
This is such a great question. And when you told me that the question actually, this would be my first question. I mean, this is perfect because even before I knew you would ask that question, I actually wanted to make a case, regardless of what you ask, a case about human intelligence, really. Okay. Because I think we can always confuse. I mean, we just discussed, and I think that's absolutely true, AI, especially in imaging, is accelerating, removing major bottlenecks that we had in the past. But what AI cannot do, now at least, and who knows when it's going to be, is actually really deciding, okay, what's the next question that I'm going to, what are really creating this explanatory knowledge? That's a human domain. So I think it's not just serving us, it really needs us as humans. And that also makes it very dangerous. I think you mentioned genomics data, which is not easily accessible to us. And I still remember a colleague of mine, actually a genome person, when I showed him images of protein-protein interaction. It was just at the time when you could do proximity ligation. You could actually literally show in a cell if two proteins get closer than a few angstroms in vicinity, right? Amazing. And he thought, well, seeing is believing, because he didn't believe it at the point based on biochemical data. And obviously it's a bit ironic, seeing is believing now in times of fake. So I keep thinking of that actually. He might rephrase it anyway. But it really, I think, shows that we have, unlike proteomics, data genomics, with images, we have a much more intuitive approach. So we actually believe images, and that's also dangerous. And we talk a lot about hallucinations in AI. Well, we had hallucinations in imaging a long time, we just called them artifacts, right? So imaging has always evolved also to managing artifacts. And I know I could many stories. But that, I think, is particularly relevant in this question, that if you have students and postdocs and trainees, people work with it, how do you actually know now and pay attention to, okay, this could be an artifact, this could be real. It is obviously prior knowledge that also you don't carry necessarily with you in AI models. You have to bring this sometimes even with human intuition. The way we deal with this, and I think it's absolutely, you need literacy in multiple fields, and I think you just said this, right? You need to actually bring this closer together. The way we try to do this, we have in our graduate school a system where students are encouraged to rotate between different fields in computer science, in the life sciences, and then really foster a highly collaborative culture that allows students to really interact and ideally be embedded in different labs. And I think we need this not only in the life sciences, but computer science with physics, chemistry. So it's transforming all different areas in science. And I think this is really essential for people to navigate this, to actually also develop better models in the future. And I think this is something that is really upon institutions to take very seriously. And I think one of the problems that many big universities have is this siloed department structure, which is not helpful. And it's why we try to build an environment where no departmental structures and the barrier to actually start to discuss and learn across different domains is really part of our DNA, and I think it's essential.
I mean, one of the things imaging is it's a quantitative science, and it lends itself to high-end analysis. And sort of following what Martin is saying, there has been siloing. So people who were experts in high-end image analysts were a certain type of person, and you would be lucky if you had someone like that in your lab. Well, guess what? All of that capability, I won't say knowledge, but capability now starts to appear in Cursor, in ChatGPT. So people are now writing code, so people who have less formal training can rapidly get that experience. And for me, I think the most exciting thing is it's that speed. They can access something and a capability so quickly, test it, refine it, and that, in just a few minutes. Whereas before, we might have said, well, yeah, actually, there's a good graduate course you can go take.
Right.
We'll see you in 6 months, right?
Yeah, we're finding it accelerates the pace of every scientist. It's making every scientist a better scientist when they can adopt both AI tools and imaging tools. And then our ultimate goal is to really reduce that space between bench and bedside. So we can start asking more complex questions. We can start understanding how therapies affect the entire biological system. So it's incredible.
So this is really like, having data hot off the press, as my old PI used to say, where you're like, we can see this protein-protein interaction because, you said that you're dealing with, subcellular, and really saying, okay, let's take it immediately to how does this help us better understand disease and treatment?
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess two things to just add to that. I mean, I think now when we talk about seeing with imaging, we're not necessarily talking about qualitative seeing, we're talking about quantitative seeing. And that actually adds a set of dimensions to it that greatly enrich our ability to make inferences from it. But the other point I was going to make is we hear a lot about, well, in the discussions today going between sessions, there's been a lot of discussion of bias. And coming as a clinician, I think the bias, I just want to introduce, the other thought that, in fact, we live in a world of biases. So a radiologist interpreting images in a typical way brings the bias of the last images that they saw and the particular training sets that they used. If we look across radiologists, and I've done this in the context of brain images for multiple sclerosis, if we ask them to count the lesions in a brain of someone who has multiple sclerosis, the image counts, just the counts of bright spots in the images, vary dramatically between radiologists. And it's not because they can't count or because they're not spending enough time. It's because their bias towards what constitutes a pathological feature is idiosyncratic. And I think what AI is beginning to do is it's beginning to teach us that we can bring consensus reads to images. And although those can still be modified, of course, on an individual level for a clinical decision, those consensus reads introduce a degree of harmonization that I think promises to advance medicine as well as its applications in image science.
Yeah, I think that, it's dealing with kind of like we need to find a consensus. I think that's absolutely true. There always is a question when we're talking about bias as to who gets to make the decision about like what is the consensus, and are they biased in themselves, and I think it's something that we've heard a lot about in the past couple of days about bias sometimes being baked into models, and can we as researchers really do our best to make sure that we are not incorporating our human biases into the models, especially, like you said, for some of these models, the structured data is from someone who has labeled which are the spots. you know?
George, I'll be very brief to let my colleagues speak, but I deal a lot with very large epidemiological data sets. There's always bias. The challenge is to recognize what the biases are. You can't remove bias from any data set, but what is important is to recognize that bias. And I think that the discipline around generation of AI models and identifying the provenance of the data is introducing everyone to the notion of being explicit about identification of biases.
Okay, now that's quite interesting. Yeah.
Following on from Paul, we accept human bias because so radiologists are human. Okay, that's part of the story. We now have an opportunity to balance, if you will, through the incorporation, the explicit choice of what data sets we're working on, what cell types we work on, where are those cells sourced from, what types of individuals are they sourced from, and so I think for the first time, we now, rather than dump, petabytes of data on a poor radiologist and say integrate this into your understanding of the scope of what you need to see. Now we have a way of informing the models. That we have a lot of work to do. This is not going to happen in the next couple of weeks. Okay? But there's a way forward, right?
Do you think that with the adoption of AI, and now everyone just being so cognizant of how data manifests itself and is used by these models, do you feel like in your teams you've become more conscious of where is this data from? Who is this data set? Is it balanced? Is it sex balanced? Is it ethnic balanced? Is it age balance? Like, are we really trying our best to make sure that we are not incorporating just kind of skewed data? Because you could say, let's use the UK Biobank, but of course it's the UK, and so it's restricted to the demographics of the UK. I think that maybe 10 years ago you would just say, that's just people, the UK. Now we are much more cognizant of the fact that is that is a subset of humanity. It's not representative of the rest of the world necessarily. Not to say that we can't learn things from it, but but in your teams, do you find that there's more scrutiny and more care given for each step of the way?
Well, absolutely. I think we talk a lot about biases, rightfully so, but also we just talked about provenance. I mean, the quality of the data will improve dramatically. And not only just analytical data, also the pre-analytical data. I mean, how do we actually prepare the tissue? What is it coming? Not just, sex. And where is it come? How was it prepared? That can all be automated and should be automated. That's a huge source of the problem that we can't reproduce data also, right? So the pre-analytical part, then the analytical part, and then the sharing part, there's open sharing of data, that data will be reused. So that's typically in the past, we obtained imaging data, curated, published it, dumped in a database, and didn't expect it that anyone else, maybe other than a few people, will actually scrutinize it. Well, that's going to change dramatically, and so the quality of the data, really, the whole provenance, I think, will lead to that. Yeah, so I think that's a huge improvement.
How about you, Stephanie, your team?
Yeah, I think overall we've been giving this quite a bit of care over the years and really thinking about diversification of the data that we're obtaining and pay quite a bit of attention to this. And sometimes it is, so you want the models to be able to be generalizable, but sometimes it is those features or those uniqueness about sex or other things like this that will be really important to understand how the system is operating. And so we overall pay quite a bit of attention to this, and it's only increasing from here on out.
And this diversification of data sets is really critical. It's diversification and then maximizing scale. Because hitherto we've tended to just grab any data that sort of generally fit the bill and mushed it together and derived models from that, because that was the only way we could get the scale of data necessary to train the models. Yeah. What we need to look forward to is an exciting future in which we have large scales of diverse data, and then we can actually go back and build models from individual data subsets that then will tell us, for example, how to deal with health challenges in women, specifically because the models are developed on women or men or Africans or Northern Europeans, so on.
Yeah.
And ultimately, we want to be able to get to a understanding of how to, for an individual, how are we going to interact? What's unique about you, and how, if you're in a disease state, what is it about your disease manifestation? So ultimately, what you want to get down to is the individual level.
Individual level, yeah. No, I was just wanted to add, because that will also fully utilize the federated approach model, and so there's also, a lot of innovation coming from the AI side that's necessary, and I think will be the future, that we have enormously diverse data, much higher quality, and so this is really good news for all areas of science.
Yeah. I want to take a moment now to open to the floor for questions. So if you have a question, there should be some of our helpers with a microphone. I think we have some individuals over here and someone in the back.
Hello,
Hi.
Karit Schmarte from the Medical University of Innsbruck. It has been mentioned that AI can come in where it is hard to fill in gaps that are hard to reach experimentally. I would say a huge opportunity there by looking at fusion of various imaging modalities. There have been efforts towards a correlative microscopy, combining electron microscope and fluorescence. But I don't actually see a lot of things emerging on the AI side there. I was wondering, could you comment on that, whether people do this more and more to have this fusion?
I think this is happening more and more. So one example I can give is with the ERSF facility in France. It's using a technique to be able to image whole human organs down to cellular resolution.
Oh, I didn't know this.
And so they use high energy X-rays to be able to do this. And then they're using AI techniques to be able to, so now they get this really high structural map. It's post-mortem human tissue. But now they're also imaging those same organs with device like CT scans, so you're able to actually start to see what this would look like in a live human, and then start to make these correlations. Now, features that look like little blobs or smears within what physicians were seeing. Now we understand what that structure, that inherent structure is, and AI techniques are helping to facilitate this.
But can I just add also that you can achieve now also in part of a combination of new methods to prepare, like also pre-analytical, 20 nanometer, like EM-like resolution on live tissue samples, like brain slices, for instance, right? And get transcriptome data, proteomics data on top of it, really. And I think, and so I think that's where also, that's even beyond that,
Yeah. We can keep going.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you have a question?
Emphatic yes is the answer.
Hello, my name is Maria Leudold-Krüger from PicoQuant here in Berlin. Thanks for the insightful discussion. It's really exciting. We all know, AI can help us to visualize and can help us to quantify and to recognize. But at least in my mind, there's still a gap between recognizing, quantifying, and actually understanding, as in mechanistic understanding. Which you need if you want to cure diseases, for example, and also to close the loop based on your understanding, you develop your new hypothesis, which, at least for fluorescence, informs what you actually label, so what you actually can even see in your new experiment. So if you could comment how AI might help this, because I think even if you have petabyte of data, that doesn't necessarily lead to better mechanistic understanding.
So like knowledge versus understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's a great question, and I think you're talking about one of the real frontier areas right now, and that's really, Stephanie referred to it right at the beginning, and that's really trying to capture dynamics, because what we're trying to do with mechanism typically is to predict what is going to happen next. If we know this, if we know a state now, what's going to be the next state? And AI is becoming a really powerful tool for knitting together images that are acquired in different states to create most probable trajectories of evolution. And that's just another way of stating that you have a causal chain. And I think that if we add to that, the increasing focus on adding dynamics into all of our imaging techniques, I think it's going to really completely change the game, and we'll be thinking about causal modeling in a completely new way.
Yeah. And what is starting to happen is that the concept that Paul is talking about, but applied to an oncology case. So what I see is a pathology slide, and I'm able to profile and make a statement about the current diagnosis, but also the disease trajectory with high certainty.
You did not like that answer.
That answer is done.
Thank you. Yes, we have someone in front. We can get you a microphone. Yeah.
Thank you. My question was about, maybe related to the previous one a little bit, and about feature extraction. We had engineering feature previously before the AI boom. And I would like to hear your comments about opening the AI box and looking from the learned features. Where is the place of AI in that? And also another small question about 3D rendering. We had a while ago algorithms like NERF, and now we have Gaussian splatting. So what is the place of such new rendering methods compared to the classical ray tracing or matrix multiplication methods? Thank you.
Okay, features. It's sad to say a lot of the features that people have been using, those concepts are a couple decades old. They were established from the computer vision community way, way, way back. These are the people that are looking at bicycles on roads and things like that, and we imported them. They work pretty well. And so what these new methods give us is a whole new way of being able to pull out information out of these images, these late space representations. And there's just a raft of papers showing up in many journals where people are trying to experiment with this. So it's going to be an incredibly exciting few years as we work through this, right? And it gives us capabilities we've never had before. Visualization, that's probably your department.
Yes, I won't say anything. I'm not sure I will give you much insight, except to say that I think two things. One is the models that help us understand more deeply what features are being used when we do blinder feature selection and coding. They're still relatively crude, and they're very difficult to apply on an individual data set. They're better to describe trends across very large sets of data sets. So my sense is that they are less useful at this point, but there is a subset of tools that are beginning to overlay statistical-like frameworks on this, and they're actually providing us likelihood estimates on features contributing or being there, and they may give us a new way of thinking about what the meaningfulness of features are. I think it comes down to a fundamental change in our relationship with an image. We don't think about this very often, but what we interpret as something that is real in our visual space is actually based on it's an interpretation that we're making on the fly, and it only has meaning so long as the predictions that for following on in the next moment hold. And that goes down to how we recognize ourselves hallucinating. We're going to have to apply some of the same kinds of consistency rules to our interpretation of them.
And then how about for 3D?
Yeah.
3D imaging modalities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think both the sort of this n-dimensional space, that's what we talk about quite a bit. We're just beginning to interrogate this because the techniques to really start to visualize, we're starting to bring all of this data together. And so how we do feature selection is a emerging field right now.
I mean, the only thing I would like to add is also, especially in the across different time scales and different modalities, I think we also, it's an exciting time for mathematics because there's still even some basic fundamental mathematical models we don't have yet, right? Okay. So I think it's not just computer science, AI, also mathematics is continuing to be extremely interesting for the future related to those questions.
And just to go back to your question specifically, I think what Stephanie's highlighted is that I think now we're not thinking about how do you do 3D rendering better, but the question is how do you do ND rendering in the best way possible.
Yeah. Did we have any more? I think we have time for probably like one or maybe two questions. Right here in front, they'll have a microphone for you.
Hello, I'm Bernadette Stolz from the Max Planck Institute of Biochemistry in Munich. I was wondering, so you mentioned that AI models are only as good as the data that you put in them, and we need really high quality data for this. But the issue is often the highest quality data comes in very small quantities. So how can we really use AI to make the most out of small data sets? Or is it just a question of waiting for technology to improve, experiments to become less costly, and then applying AI?
I'll start. I think there are two answers. The first is that if the value of the data is high enough, we can learn from small data sets how to create big data sets. And a really good example of that is 10 years ago when I was first approached to think about the UK Biobank clinical imaging data set, the leader of UK Biobank said, what we'd like to do is we'd like to do tens of thousands of fMRI scans. And I said, that's absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. These are hard studies. You know, we typically are lucky to do 25 good ones. And I'll tell you that just a few months ago, we hit 100,000 images in UK Biobank of brain and other body parts. So it can happen. But I think the other answer to the question is we haven't mentioned it, but the key to imaging data or any other thing that we use for AI is having the metadata that accompanies it. So if we have small data sets that are extremely well annotated, we know how the experiment was done, what the conditions of the experiment, et cetera, then actually that contributes to creating a better model. And so they can be aggregated as small data sets more effectively, more informatively, because we're carrying with them not just the image data, but the provenance and methods associated with it, which all can be encoded at the same time.
You're right. We have to accelerate this. So as Paul said, you know, if we look back 10 years, so Paul mentioned the medical imaging space, the biological imaging space, we started the first public data sets. There's now over a couple petabytes of data publicly available, and there's more coming. The model that we've been using, and this is similar to UK Biobank, is that we will collect data sets and then we will concentrate them in a single location-ish. And we're following models that were established in genomics and structural biology. But to achieve what you're referring to, we are going to have to build a federated system where now multiple efforts, institutes, programs are building up these data sets. They won't all transfer their data to a single location. It's just too big. Mm-hmm. We'll need to have that federated system. and you need to be able to identify the data because it has that common metadata capability, so it's interoperable. But then we need to be able to find that data. So you need to be able to have a chat GPT query or whatever, find me data that looks like whatever, and that needs to work at a level that is meaningful for science. And that's the next step.
Did you have something to add, Stephanie?
Yeah, so at BioHub right now, we are focused on collecting vast data sets and making sure that all of those data sets are publicly available and training the models on those data sets and also making sure those models are publicly available, which allows us to start to test the generalizability of the model on some of the smaller data sets. But I do think structured data is important, and some of these large-scale data efforts are required at this stage to be able to drive the field forward.
And I think the only thing I can add from the perspective of an institution, I mean, I think the federated system is one way to go that all institutions have to go. But also within an institution, you can, by centralizing imaging, actually having, instead of everyone has his own imaging modality, centralize it, have people who are AI trained, centralize, and then add additional modalities, like even from genomics, and to really create smaller but highly annotated, high-quality data sets, and then load those up in a federated system. And I think that will really also accelerate real discoveries.
Yeah. Okay, so now it's time for the falling walls question. So I think, probably we have 3 minutes left. I guess the question is, what in a short, would you see as the future of imaging, and if AI plays a role in that, and how? And then what needs to break down? What kind of wall do we need to overcome to get there? Do you want to start, Stephanie?
Sure. Right now, there are a number of different modalities or fields that are focused on different levels of investigation. And so there's folks that focus on electron microscopy and then studying individual proteins, and then groups that are focused on light microscopy approaches, studying the dynamics of cells. I think what we need to be able to do is to be able to build an integrative map of how the system is functioning. And I think that when you do that, what you recognize is that there's emergent properties that emerge. And that it's really important for us to be able to understand those emergent properties, and this requires us to break down the walls between disciplines.
Martin?
Just because we haven't used that concept, also AI helps to democratize imaging, right? There are still many examples, and we talked about some, where only a few places could even do this imaging. Now you can do things that could only do with extremely expensive, highly accessible, hardly accessible instruments on machines that many institutions have around the world, and that's another level that is also really unleashed by AI, and I think that's a fall that is crumbling or disappearing.
I mean, I completely agree. Take those and add this federated capability, so that there's not 1 million sites worldwide, but there's probably a few tens that are taking the kinds of data that Stephanie and Martin just described, making those data available as reference data sets, models training on those. That will change the world.
Yeah, and I cheated a bit earlier in breaking down a small section of the wall, but I think the other thing
chipped away.
my big boulder will come to the wall. I think the next big frontier is to bring the AI to the way we acquire the data.
Yeah.
So every imaging technique is benefiting from the pilots that have shown how AI can transform the quality, the speed, and therefore the scale with which the imaging can be generated, even down to the point of sample preparation for complex problems like cryo-electron tomography.
I guess because then we get the high-quality data.
We get high-quality, harmonized data at scale.
And a rapid feedback loop, which is really important, because now you can build the models, validate, and test them in a rapid cycle.
Yeah.
All right, everybody.
Great.
21 seconds
Final
left.
words?
Final words are...
Well, moderator.
I mean, I want to say that it's been really incredible. I feel like we've touched on so many different aspects. I think that imaging is such a special aspect when talking about AI, because it is tactile, because we do see, and because really it lends itself so well to all of the strengths of AI. I think the genome AI, probably that field is in a little bit of existential crisis always, but the imaging field really does seem to have like a North Star in terms of where they want to go. And the progress has been swift, and it's been really incredible to watch it from the editorial side and to work with scientists who are every day kind of breaking down walls. So with that, I want to close the final plenary table discussion of the day. I do want to invite all of you to join us for drinks. Everyone loves drinks at the evening reception. Or if you don't want to have drinks, there's also the Berlin Science Week Forum. I want to thank all of you again for joining us at Falling Walls 2025. This is the last plenary table of the day. I want to thank all of our partners and supporters, and I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow or next year. Yeah.